Shams and Rams, written and narrated by Lee Simpson. Prologue. The herd ran, harder than we'd ever ran before. The adults yelled back to us, "Keep going, just a little further," and we followed, desperate to get out. But the canyon never ended. Our hooves sounded like cannon fire on those walls. We ran. Blindly, we ran. Screams came from the back as the wolves picked us off one by one. Monstrous howls and heaving breaths tormented us from all sides. It was hell. Then suddenly the walls spread open and a cold mist hit us. It was glorious. "Phalanx!" a course ram yelled. The damp ground squelched as we adjusted into a horned fortress. Finally we could defend ourselves. Some stragglers escaped the cave and slipped safely between the ram's legs, while one poor ewe was dragged screaming back into the dark. Slowly, silently, the wolves emerged from the void. They seemed to be smiling. Their teeth and eyes glittered like metal. They just stood, staring, not attacking. It was almost worse. "What are they doing?" a spooked ewe asked. "They're scared. They can't take us out in the open," bellowed a ram. Oh no, it's awful," an old ewe shrieked. "We have to go." Her sudden moves disrupted the phalanx. Some older rams shouted back to her, "Hold the line, stay calm." But the ancient ewe started forcing her way out of the phalanx. "No, we have to go. We can't stay. I've been here before." She jumped through the tightly packed group, knocking us down and terrifying everyone. I swear those wolves were laughing at us. They just stood, leering as we tied ourselves in knots, while others ran for the hills. The old ewe ran back to the cave, straight into the wolves. They tore her apart noisily. Everyone was screaming. The herd was in chaos. I wanted to run too, but I'll never forget that wail from behind us that cut through me like a blade. Someone saw something in this valley that scared them to death, something far worse than a wolf. The phalanx edged away from the cave, and the wolves held their position. We backed away further and further until they could barely be seen. With each passing hill, the line of sight was broken, until eventually we forgot they were there. Chapter 1. Diaz struts away from the cheering sheep and makes his way up a grassy hill. It's the furthest the little black lamb has been away from the herd, but he'd better get used to it, as soon he'll be a ram. He looks back with a beam and sees most of the herdsmen have already returned to their daily duties. Just a few frolicking lambs are still watching, and his mother, Rame. She nods with teary eyes. "Go on, son, don't keep them waiting," she encourages. Diaz nods back and turns with a deep breath. His long black tail whips as he disappears over the crest. Rame allows herself a small sob. Now completely alone on an open plain, he feels everything more intensely. The chill of the valley air pierces between the layers of his wool. The sun, still blindingly white, despite being masked by a steely grey sky, and the black slate ground snaps into shards as he walks. He never noticed the massiveness of the valley before. Always surrounded by the flock, his herdsmen seem to dominate it. Now he feels as though he's in the jaws of some sleeping giant. A jagged mountain range curves around to his right, holding his entire world within its murderous ridges. To his left is the peak of the valley, and off-limits due to the maddening effect of the thin air. Diaz pulls his head into the scarf-like wool around his shoulders and ventures on. The ceremony is waiting just beyond the next hill. It's usually more of a party atmosphere, but he's the only one with a birthday today. Becoming a safetyan is something every lamb aspires to. Whether you're a boy playing Wolfline or a girl playing Cud Times, this day is what playtime is all about. As he nears the crest, he hears murmuring from the chosen, the noble guardians of the herd. His stomach tingles unpleasantly as he takes a breath. "This is it. No more kid stuff," Diaz affirms. As he crosses the horizon, the chosen all raise their heads and look his way. Their conversation stops, and immediately the energy turns ceremonial. Diaz can't keep the smile off his face as he glides towards his position. Capstone, the head of the chosen, stands in front of a large black rock. The goat-looking ram has coarse dark wool and a signature splayed horn that over the years has flattened into a cracked dome that shields most of his face. To his left is the gigantic, bright pink belladonna, a ewe as big as a bull, with stumpy little legs and manufactured pearlescent horns. On the right is the pale Nicodemus, the healer of the herd, wielding long curved horns like that of an ibex. Chatting to him is Arsenio, who in typical Arsenio fashion has left his position and approaches Diaz.
"Well, where's the rest of you then?"
Arsenio teases.
"There is only one today, Arsenio, but that is no reason to lower the standard," scolds Capstone.
Arsenio rolls his eyes and flicks back his brown locks of wool, his long neck giving more of a llama appearance than a ram.
"All right, darling, don't get your tail in a tizzy,"
he smirks. The charming llama sashes to his mark behind Diaz, giving him a quick, playful nudge with his curling horns. Capstone watches Arsenio with a scowl, and then snaps into a smile to look at Diaz. He returns the smile, and can't stop his tail sweeping side to side.
Diaz, take your place, son. It's time.
Capstone gestures to the floor, and the little black lamb skips to the centre of the circle.
Safety in numbers. That is the herd's way. Together there is no enemy we cannot repel, no challenge we cannot overcome. Alone we fall to the wolves, alone we fall to the elements, alone we fall to ourselves. And in our endless struggle against nature, in our darkest days, the herd discovered its greatest weapon. Safety-anity,
Capstone bellows.
To safety-anity,
roars Belladonna. The chosen rear up, swinging their ornate horns backward and exulting. Diaz rises up too, the stub in the centre of his head nowhere near as impressive as the chosen's arsenal. Capstone pulls his hooves together with a clop. Diaz knows to kneel now. He closes his eyes and waits for the initiation.
Alone we die, together we rise. Rise now!
Capstone is cut off by the sound of thudding footsteps. A loud scrape and pattering pebbles follow. The huge shadow of something is felt through Diaz's closed eyes. Just one lamb? A deep caramel voice asks. Diaz's wool prickles with excitement. It's the elder, the god ram, our champion, scourge of the wolves and protector of us all. He actually came to see his initiation.
Yes, my lord,
Capstone answers. A silence follows. The little black lamb feels the elder's eyes on him. He takes a peek and sees the majestic old ram atop the rock. The elder's horns are like glass, rolling round and around, with the shards shooting out like tree branches. He's built like a moose and has patchy salt and pepper wool that sways in the wind. He leaps down from the rock and the ground quakes. Diaz closes his eye again. Still, the elder is analysing him, walking in circles and then stopping at his head. He looks back to Capstone with apprehension.
Yes, sir, this is Raim's son,
Capstone confirms. The elder thinks for a second and then laughs, looking down at Diaz, who is now staring excitedly back. Diaz jumps to his feet, startling the sheep guard.
My mom said I was going to be the best safety in the herd, and probably the best chosen too,
babbles a gushing Diaz. Nicodemus hisses for attention and points to the ground with his nose.
No, it's okay. He can stand,
the elder assures. He looks Diaz up and down, the little black lamb taking a strong stance. The elder looks back to Capstone and laughs. The head of the chosen twists his head, not getting the joke.
Well,
the elder clears his throat.
It's very important that every safetyan pulls their weight. Deadbeats, freeloaders, and dangerous won't be tolerated. Is that clear, Diaz? Yes, sir,
Diaz salutes.
Good, that's good, Diaz. Now lie back down so we can finish the rest of the ritual,
the elder commands. Diaz drops to the floor double time, and the elder returns to his spot on the rock, chuckling as he goes.
I apologize, Capstone. Please, continue.
Capstone lingers on the guard ramp for a second, and then changes gaze, finding his place in the script again.
Alone we die, together we rise. Rise now, Diaz, safetyan of the valley,
belts Capstone. Diaz opens his eyes and rises up. He gasps on seeing all the chosen bowing to him. He looks up to the elder, who is still standing, and gestures down at him with his little black nose. The guard ramp snorts at the audacity, and Diaz shifts uncomfortably.
Thank you guys so much.
The chosen stay bowed and are silent. Diaz looks around, expecting someone to say something. Arsenio breaks protocol and shouts out from behind him.
Well, clear off then, it's over, innit?
Oh,
Diaz scampers away. Galloping across the plain, he can't wait to tell everyone what happened. The elder is like a god. He's never been that close to one before. His horns were like weapons of mass destruction. Guess he needs them if he's going to keep the entire herd in line. As Diaz sails across the rocky strath, the vastness of the valley seems less imposing. He's a ram now, a safetyan, protector of the herd.
Diaz!
Belladonna yells from behind, her stout legs in overdrive catching up to him.
You ought to be stationed at North Side.
North Side? But he lives on South Side. He doesn't know anybody on North Side. Belladonna catches her breath and takes a step closer so that she's just inside his personal space.
North Side, understand?
She snaps. Diaz doesn't know what to say. There's 100 reasons why he doesn't want to go. Belladonna raises her eyebrows in shock at his hesitation.
This comes straight from Capstone, and the elder, she adds.
Diaz wants to protest, but senses it's pointless. It's his first day as a ram, and already he's kicked out of his old life. Racking his brain for any kind of counter-argument, all that comes out is,
Why?
Why?
Her eyes bulge. It takes her a second to answer.
Because you're a ram now, and you need to do what's safest for the herd, she roars.
Diaz holds back tears as the prancing Arsenio catches up to them.
Cool, blimey, you can move when you want to, can't you?
The llama pants.
Hey up, shorty, did Belly tell you about Northside?
Yes, but why?
Well, the boss says they need a good example up there, and you're it. Some of the boys on North Block aren't pulling their weight, and he thinks you'll sort him right out. Maybe take the long way around. Give you time to dry those eyes, mate.
Diaz paws at his face and blinks away the tears. He nods to the chosen and keeps walking.
Excuse me, that's Southside. You're stationed at Northside now, calls Belladonna.
I just want to say goodbye,
Diaz shouts over his shoulder. Belladonna stomps over and blocks his way, her face aghast. Arsenio slips in front of her.
Easy, girl. We can't expect them to be rams overnight. Or in minutes.
Arsenio calms her down and then turns to Diaz, whose bottom lip is in his mouth.
Okay, little man, what do you want to do?
Asks Arsenio, leaning in. The giant pink ewe recoils dramatically.
I just want to say goodbye to everyone.
To your mum, right?
Listen, kid, I miss my parents. We all did. It's part of being a ram, though. The sooner we get you toughened up, the better it is for the herd.
Diaz feels a weight on his back, a responsibility to do his duty. He forces a deep breath and looks to the right, where Northside lies. Arsenio leans in close and whispers in his ear.
Look, mate, I know it's a bit of a shock, and Bella can be as charming as a wet fart, but...
What are you saying?
She hollers. Motivational speech, darling. Watch and learn.
You're a badass ram now. Your mum knows it. She knows you'll get stationed just like everybody else. It's what's best for the herd, Diaz. I know it sucks now, but you'll understand when you see how well this all works. Safety entity really is our greatest weapon against the wolves. That and little rams like you.
Diaz steadies himself and looks to Northside with a deep breath.
Thanks, sir. Mate, you're a ram now. I'm just plain old Arsenio to you.
He winks. Diaz fills his chest out, turns on his hooves, and starts the long walk towards Northside.
You still need to call me, sir,
Belladonna points out, but Diaz is too far away to hear. The best part of Safety and Day is your welcome back. Friends and family losing it over your new role. Proud dads, emotional moms, intrigued girls and jealous guys. Ah well. At least he gets to make an entrance on Northside. Arsenio's speech still rings in his ears and gives him courage. He is a badass ram. This is just how Safety Entity works. It's just not something a lamb has ever had to think about in their cosy circus, entertained and protected. Sure, they would play chosen and imitate the adults, but they never had to fully understand the system. Well, now it's starting to make sense. His stomach twists and electricity prickles his wool. Something is here and it's watching him. His body tight, eyes alight, loose shards fall and crackle behind him. He spins with a growl and slams his hooves into the ground. It erupts in a hail of slate. Then silence. Whatever was there is gone. He scans the black rocks again, spins around and picks up the pace. The ground becomes damp, and the sharp tiles have dark green grass sprouting from underneath them. This is the front of the herd, all right. Diaz has never seen untouched grass before. By the time it gets to the lamb circus, it's just a pile of frayed white stubs. Like all kids in the herd, Diaz was fed by the regurgitated grass of cutting ewes. To most animals, that would seem disgusting, but to sheep, it may as well be a packed lunch. Pre-chewed grass from a ewe is everything a growing boy needs. Diaz steadies himself for the big reveal, puffing his chest out and arching his back. Nothing wrong with a bit of flair. It'll give the herd confidence. He managed to stay behind the ridge all this way, and now he gets to make a grand entrance. He checks himself in the reflection of a crystal clear pool of water.
Hi, I'm Diaz. Someone call for a hero?
He rehearses. Striding forward with a cocky, self-assured smile, he emerges at the head of the band. Some rams turn and look, and then go back to nipping at the shoots.
What the hell?
Diaz amplifies the strut, each step swinging his body to the point he's almost falling over. A young buck peeks at him from underneath a taller one. Diaz nods enthusiastically, as if to say, "That's right, buddy." The ram licks its lips and continues to stare in confusion. Diaz takes a pause and surveys the Northsiders, nodding to himself as if they met his high standards. They clearly don't care.
I'm the new safety-in,
he announces. "Sure you are, kid." A fat brown ram winks, then continues nibbling at the white grass shoots. Diaz stands in silence as the herd on Northside continue with their daily routines. He approaches a silver-wooled ram as he grazes.
"Excuse me, I'm the new safety-in. My name's Diaz."
The silver ram lifts his head and chews the life out of a small amount of grass as he analyzes him. He swallows and takes a few more seconds to say something. "You're the new safety-in? You're not from this side, are you? Dear, oh dear, they get younger every year. All right, follow me. I'm Deacon, by the way." Deacon leads Diaz back out of the ram line and shouts for everyone's attention. "Herdsman, your attention, please. It's this little lamb's safety and day today. He'll be joining us all the way from... Deacon quickly checks with him. Southside. Let's make him feel welcome. The silver ram's speech is met with a polite hooray from the herdsman, a million miles away to how it would have been back home. Diaz smiles and does a half rear-up, but gives up as the energy isn't right. The herd go back to their duties, with only a handful paying attention to their new safety. Diaz looks to Deacon with a polite, pursed smile.
Well, what do I do now?
He asks. Not what you're expecting. Don't worry. If you're a dutiful safety, and you'll do all right here, chuckles Deacon. I'm about to do my duties. Tag along if you want. There's still some grass over there if you want to eat something before we start. Diaz turns and habitually expects to see a cutting ewe, but those days are over. Looking back to Deacon, he gives a quick, "Sure thing, fellow safetyan," squint, and heads towards the patches of grass. Whoa, laughs Deacon. I'm not sure how you do things on Southside, but you need to give the ewes a chance to eat here. The patches of grass in question are half-eaten, the yellow body gone, only a splayed beige carpet left.
Yeah, I know.
Diaz looks confused.
I thought they had.
Deacon pulls his head in with genuine confusion, and then gestures toward a trampled mush of white roots. There's still a decent patch over there, he points. Diaz is about to laugh, but sees the sincerity in Deacon's eyes. It's not Cutter's Delight, kid. This is the real stuff. These teeth were made for grazing. The silver ram is backed up by the herdsman finishing his sentence.
Grassroots taste amazing.
Diaz hunches down on the hard floor, pebbles digging into his front knees. The grass is sheared off at the root. Some still have hints of beige, but most are a translucent white. The rock shards surrounding it are like stacked broken plates. It's clear why this patch has been left to last. He's going to have to do some serious lip work to get most of it.
Grassroots taste amazing,
he says to himself sarcastically.
These teeth were made for grazing,
the rams finish. By some miracle, he managed to eat them all without cutting his face. He looks for another patch, the last one, barely a snack. A rotund ewe sleeps on the border between the girls and the boys. She must have rolled over recently, as an untouched patch of green grass is next to her. Well, it's not breaking the rules if the ewes have already eaten. He skips past the other herdsmen, who are contenting themselves with scraps. Diaz's stomach growls as he nears the good stuff. Just as he's reaching for it, a slender white ewe with rainbow-coloured eyes pulls back in shock.
Oh, were you going to eat that?
Diaz asks.
Yes, obviously. I'm cutting.
She laughs with a slight whisper.
I'm Luna.
I thought you were cutting.
Diaz grins, and then cringes right in front of her. There's an awkward silence. Luna scrunches her face and looks around. Diaz puckers his mouth for another zinger.
Or maybe I am.
He bombs. Bleep! A ram behind Luna makes a noise. She turns and calms him.
That's Bleep. He's one of the rams I cut for, she reveals.
Rams?
Well, yeah. Just look.
The disfigured ram poses like a model, rolling his head around so Diaz can get a good look at his misshapen noggin.
Whoa! What happened?
Diaz has to ask. But bleep, 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 the rusty ram says. Diaz tilts his head and stares in silence.
He was too young to remember, but someone told me it had to do with ramalams or something.
The giant ewe who was sleeping shifts uncomfortably, rolling over and putting her head right in the middle of the conversation. She looks at the trio with a blank expression, as if they're in the way. Diaz whispers and mouths the words clearly.
You're sleeping on a load of grass.
The rotund ewe looks to the ground and takes a second to register. She rolls forward and starts chomping at the long green shoots.
Bleep!
Bleep yells in protest, his lower jaw missing his upper as it closes. One of his eyes glares at the greedy ewe, while the other watches Luna. The heifer doesn't stop, though, and chomps all the green grass away, leaving only white shoots. After eating her fill, she rolls away from the conversation.
Sorry, Luna,
apologizes Diaz.
It's okay. There's still a lot left.
She grazes on the white bits.
What's your name, anyway? I've never seen you before.
I'm Diaz. I'm the new safetyan. I just got here from Southside,
he answers. Luna nods hello with a mouthful of shoots. Bleep, Bleep calmly states.
Is that all he says?
The white ewe mhms, then her little cheeks fill up and she spits a parcel of food onto the floor. Bleep jumps around a little and then awkwardly places his lips around it. After some maneuvering and a lot of noise, he finally inhales his meal. Luna watches Bleep with a smile, and he looks back gratefully. Diaz watches both, realizing why rams let the ewes eat first. It's so everyone can get something on this scarce and barren valley. He can get used to white shoots. They may not taste amazing, but his teeth are made for grazing.
What are the odds you would get stuck saying your own name after an accident?
Diaz contemplates. Luna thinks for a second.
He probably got that name after the injury.
Bleep, Bleep bleeps. Chapter 2. Deacon is already face deep in his duties when Diaz finds him, his head buried into the thick wool of an old ram. Tufts fall to the floor with the regularity of a metronome, landing on an air current and rolling out of the herd with the breeze. He's a pleasure to watch in action. The ship he's working on is totally unfazed. Diaz wonders if the old ram even knows he's being sheared.
Oi, new boy,
A voice snaps.
Yeah, you, come on, I need a scurring.
A stout ram with blue-grey wool lowers himself to the ground. Diaz turns back to Deacon, who hasn't missed a beat or even noticed he was there.
Now, kid,
Aaron spits and angles his 3 unkept horns towards him. Diaz doesn't want to disappoint on his first day. He knows how to scur. It's just back in the lamb circus it was more of a reciprocal thing. The bossy ram looks up, as though Diaz had blasphemed by not running over immediately. The black ram makes him wait a few seconds longer before taking a step. As soon as Diaz moves, Aaron makes a big sigh and presents his horns again.
You never know who you're going to impale in your sleep, new boy,
Aaron implies.
Well, let's get you nice and scurred then.
Diaz smiles with contempt. He bites down on the budding horns, not long enough to be a threat yet, but on their way. Aaron's horns aren't like most. The keratin is two-tones and patchy, giving them a marble effect. They're covered in scratches from the previous scurrings and slippery smooth, hard as iron. Diaz can't get any purchase. As soon as his teeth find an angle, they slip off when he bites down.
Where you from again, kid?
Aaron asks.
South side. You must have a lot of ramalams down there if this is what passes for scurring,
Aaron sniggers. The surrounding Safetians giggle too. A few sideways smirks tells Diaz there's some kind of inside joke here. Aaron's horns are stupidly hard, but he doesn't want to say it. Somehow the other herdsmen have managed to scur him. Maybe it's true what this obnoxious ram is saying. Maybe he really does suck at scurring. With new resolve, fueled by the sly grins of his new neighbours, he clamps down with his flat teeth again. His jaws tighten like a vice, and rather than cutting, he pulls back with his whole body. A ram taps his friend to draw attention to it. They're fascinated as Diaz's head trembles with exertion. Then in a clack, a mouthful of Aaron's iron horn breaks off. The throbbing in Diaz's head prevents him from hearing the impressed oohs as he spits the chunk of marble in front of Aaron's face. Temporarily lightheaded, he goes in for another snap. Same technique, his whole body quaking, veins popping, and the second chunk breaks off, staggering Diaz backward. This shot has some bubbly saliva on it, and a little blood. The black ram's teeth must have pulled in extreme positions from the work. He's exerting himself too much. The lightheadedness comes with a full-body chill this time. It's kind of refreshing, but he knows that if the feeling doesn't subside, he'll pass out. Diaz thinks for a second about this technique. In the silence, he expects to hear Aaron make some snide remark. But the blue ram is quiet, looking away, patiently waiting. Again he bites down. Some Safetians watch, entertained with his method. His jaw screams out as he tries the vice-like grip again, but the blood fuel he had a second ago is gone. This time when he pulls, his mouth slips off and his teeth gnash together with a loud snap. A couple of Safetians watch intently now, not laughing or commenting anymore. Diaz feels his energy slipping away along with his ego. He makes eye contact with the curious rams.
Well, what would you guys do?
He pants.
We just grind away all day, Safetyan. Aaron's horns are notoriously difficult,
an older ram informs.
Aaron is notoriously difficult,
another one laughs. The blue ram is suddenly filled with energy as he hears his favourite thing in the world, an excuse to argue.
You all just don't know how to scur. That's your laziness talking. My horns are just like everybody else's. It's you. It's you.
Aaron assumes the position again, shifting for comfort in a theatrical way and clearing his throat. Diaz doesn't have the energy to snap them off, and his old cutting method had no effect. He places his teeth on the hard keratin and begins scraping.
Ah, there. Finally he gets it,
Aaron backhand compliments.
That's all it takes, you know, a little bit of humility. Those Southside standards have made you soft. They're all like that down there, not like the hardy rams up here. Typical Southians. You know what the worst thing about the Southside is? They're spoiled, always wanting something for nothing. Up here, we're the cream of the crop, front of the herd, the Northians. When them Southians come up, it's all favours and special treatment and...
Aaron's head is yanked back, cutting his rant short. He turns to see a fuming Diaz walking away and all of his horns on the floor. The black ram stomps through Northside, looking for someone else, anyone else to work.
Diaz,
shouts Deacon.
Oh, hey, Deacon. Did someone else cover for you?
Cover? I'm done.
Deacon steps aside to reveal a herdsman so well-groomed he sparkles.
I saw you got stuck with Aaron. Tough call on your first day. He's a real mouthful. If you want to tag along with me, the offer's still open.
Diaz exhales and smiles.
Yeah, sounds good.
Centre North is a hive of activity. It's home to the nurse ward, where specially trained ewes, hand-picked by the prize ewe, are trusted with the herd's medicines. Naturally, the sheep here tend to be recovering from some kind of injury and need constant supervision. Babbling conversation fills the air as hundreds of herdsmen all try and shout over each other. In the shifting bodies, Diaz catches a glimpse of a pure white wall.
"Oh, that was Luna!"
Diaz chirps.
Who?
Deacon asks.
"Never mind."
Diaz follows the dutiful Safetian through an endless maze of multicoloured bodies. The various tonics and ointments spread on the patients give the nurse ward a psychedelic appearance. A copper taste has been in his mouth since scaring Aaron. He tongues at the sore spots habitually, wondering if he's actually caused himself real damage.
"Uh-oh, you found me,"
an ancient ram wheezes. His genuine smile is heartwarming, despite his gappy teeth and shabby grey coat.
Rowan,
Deacon imitates disappointment.
you've been amiss on the line. I thought you were dead.
"Ooh, not yet,"
he wheezes. The unkept antique seems to talk in slow motion, needing to inhale for every other word. It's clear they're old friends. As Deacon concerningly inspects him, he pays particular attention to his overgrown yellow horns.
Crikey, what are you, a chosen now?
Deacon gasps.
"Oh, no, it's just been a while since my last scur,"
Rowan whispers. Deacon looks back up to Northside, unable to hide his anger.
You know what? This happens because of rams like Patrick. Rowan's going to be crawling with belly-biter beetles any day now, and it's not like he can just shear himself.
Rowan's expression fades to serious, as the energy quickly turns negative. Deacon continues his rant.
He just sits there all day, eating and sleeping. Maybe you'll see him nibbling a coat here or chewing a coat there, but it's only the bare minimum to keep the chosen off his back. He does nothing. Nothing.
Deacon looks back to Rowan. The old ram clearly wants him to calm down.
It's not Patrick's fault,"
Rowan insists.
"I've heard people aren't pulling their weight up here. That's why they sent me,"
Diaz informs. The ancient ram rolls his head toward Diaz and squints his cloudy eyes. He lingers on the black ram for a long moment and then vocalizes surprise.
"Are you Rames, son?"
he asks. Diaz nods and the old ram laughs and straightens up with a crackle of his spine. His gappy teeth look like piano keys as he gives the black ram a big smile.
"So, you're Rames' boy, eh? Oh, he'll sort things out all right."
Well, he's already started, laughs Deacon. He almost ripped Aaron's head clean off earlier.
"Well, we've all been there. But there'll be none of that with me, you hear?"
Rowan winks.
"No, sir." "Excuse me."
A shrill voice punctures the good times. Diaz can feel its sound wave in his eyeballs. A ball of filthy wool bounces to get attention, her thick legs kicking into the air like an overturned turtle.
"He's got 2 Safetians, and I don't have any,"
a rotund youth shrieks.
"Arsenio! Arsenio!"
A commotion comes from the outskirts of the herd, and the dashing llama's head can be seen hopping through the masses, getting closer and closer.
"All right, keep it down, love. We don't want to invite the wolves over for tea,"
he warns. The ewe points an inflated arm at the 2 dutiful Safetians, groaning with frustration and kicking her legs. Arsenio looks and does a double take on seeing Diaz in the nurse ward.
"What are you doing in Centre North, you little blighter? Sneaking back home, are we?"
Arsenio quizzes.
No, I'm helping Deacon."
The silver Safetian salutes to confirm.
"Well, now that you're here, this lovely lady can use your stellar services,"
Arsenio pitches.
"Oh, I was going to work Rowan. Deacon's got that one covered, mate. We need you over here."
Arsenio steps back. With slumped shoulders, Diaz approaches the grinning ewe. Her stupendous size tricks Diaz into thinking she's right in front of him, but with each step closer, she gets bigger and bigger.
"How'd they get so big?"
Diaz whispers to Arsenio.
"What?"
the heifer shrieks.
"Just get started, you cheeky sod."
Diaz looks over his new project. What at first seemed like a patchwork patterned wall is now clearly just filthy. "Now, I've been laid up with a skin infection for a few weeks, so I haven't let anyone touch me. But now that all the medicines have done their job, you get to shear me again." She beams, as if giving great news. The new information paints this pantry a whole new flavour of disgusting. This is the first time in weeks anything other than infection and ointment has touched her wool. He'd kill for a pair of hands right now. "Get started, Safetian," she spits and lays back. Diaz needs a few more seconds to even figure out where to start. Maybe if he can turn it into a game, it'll be more bearable. He looks back to Deacon and sees he's already working Rowan's horns like a pro, slicing off the dangerously long weapons like a master chef chopping a parsnip. Deacon's technique is enviable, locking himself into a state of autopilot with nothing but the task on his mind. Rowan, on the other hand, looks sad to lose them. "Start!" the heifer growls. Diaz picks the cleanest spot he can find, right underneath her front leg. The sweat from her armpit probably washed away all the dirt. With a move mastered in his childhood, he snips away the wool with a quick clop schwit. The ewe at his flawless shear, but Diaz's whole body clenches. The pungent tang in his mouth is stunning, as if cheese had the potency of lemon juice. It punctures the back of his nostrils and brings tears to his eyes. If that's how the clean bit tasted, what will the scabs be like? Diaz's stomach gargles, ready to vomit, his mouth coating itself in some kind of slime. An overpowering urge to spit builds up, and he starts retching. The heifer snarls and speaks through her teeth. "Boy, you'll work me, or else." "Or else what?" Diaz reels in disgust. "Or I'll cry dangerous," she threats. Diaz freezes. A childhood fear chills his veins. If there's one thing all safetians hate, it's a dangerist. Dangerists put everyone at risk. Their selfish ways leave the herd vulnerable to attack, not only from the wolves, but rogue elders, criminal herds, and every other threat in this valley. Everything safetianity stands for is torn down by the infantile disorder known as dangerism. To be branded one is no small thing. "But I'm not," Diaz finally states, after a stunned silence. "Get to work, dangerist," she growls. The mention of the word brings glances from the surrounding herdsmen. Diaz shrugs and laughs to lighten the accusation, but the safetians continue to observe. He turns back to his task, and the grinning ewe rolls to her side, revealing squashed, flat, scabby wool that hasn't seen the light of day all morning. A waft of rotten vegetables hits his brain, and he recoils as if taking a punch. "Whoa!" he winces. With the herd still watching and his reputation on the line, he holds his breath and leans in with a clop, schwit, crunch. The scab crumbles in his mouth, and he immediately projectile vomits. "Arsenio!" the ewe shrieks. Another commotion is heard from the kids' circus, awed gasps, and one girl cooing, "There he goes!" as the agile brown ram skips through the horde and skids to a halt next to the screaming blob. "What's that? What's that, love?" he asks. The ewe now kicking wildly into the air, screaming a salad of words, indecipherable, but conveying a clear message. Diaz has done wrong. The charming llama brings her tantrum to an abrupt end with a single order. "Diaz, apologise," he commands. The little black ram spits the remaining filth from his mouth and looks indignantly at Arsenio. "But I've done nothing wrong," he points out. "Diaz, apologise to this lovely lady immediately," Arsenio repeats. The ewe's smile pulls downward, twisting into a spiteful grin. "No, I won't," he declares. A gasp is heard from the masses, followed by hushed whispers. Arsenio glyphs in surprise, and the heifer glares at him, willing him into action. "Right!" The chosen picks Diaz up by the scruff of his neck, and the black ram chokes in shock. No one has picked him up like this in years. The last time was his mother, and only when he ran too far out of the herd. He feels humiliated, hanging from the chosen's mouth like this, just too high from the ground to resist. All of Santa North seeing him get wrong on his first day. Arsenio drops him down, far away from the still screaming ewe. "All right, you lot, back to your duties. Official chosen business and whatnot." He clears a space for the incoming disciplinary. The safetians turn away to busy themselves, and Diaz stands a little shaken, feeling like a rotten child. "What was all that about, Squire?" The chosen's tone softening. Diaz doesn't have an answer. He stares back at the enforcer with teary red eyes and a face of indignation. "Your first day shearing and already causing trouble. I thought you were going to be this great safetyan, mate," Arsenio continues. "She was disgusting." "Well, what'd you expect it to taste like, sugarcane?" "No, but she was enjoying it, like she knew how bad she was," Diaz explains. Arsenio shakes his head and laughs, looking back to the heifer. "Mate, this is the real world. Sheep get hurt and they get sick. They're not like you delicious little lambs." Arsenio gives him a playful knee. Diaz loses his balance and chuckles. "You know I hate doing this, mate, but you kind of put me on the spot. I was busy talking up a tempest when you rang. I got my duties too, you know. Keep the peace and kill the wolves. You want to swap, Squire?" Diaz thinks for a second and raises his eyebrows as if to say, maybe. Arsenio knees him again. "You're right, Jester, aren't you?" the chosen laughs. "You'd really shear her, no problem." "Oh, mate, I'll be whining and dining her." Arsenio swings his head in every direction. "Chomping, clomping, the works, mate. You should have seen me when I was a safetyan. There wasn't a dirty girl in sight." Diaz smiles, laughing, his bloody teeth on display. "What the bloody hell happened to your mouth, kid?" Arsenio quizzes. "Oh, I was scurrying errand before," he explains. Arsenio nods, then shakes his head, laughing. "We're going to have to get you to a nurse. Tell you what, I'll get someone else to shear Bo if you apologise to her," offers Arsenio. Diaz thinks long and hard. Too hard for the dashing ram. "Squire, you're putting me in a tough spot if you don't." Diaz nods okay, and he's walked back through the herd to Bo. She's already glaring in their direction as they return. "Bo, darling, this ram has something to say to you." Bo looks down her nose majestically at Diaz. Even now the apology sticks in his throat, but that's better than weak old scabs. With an overly forced smile and an S that hisses way too long, Diaz apologises. The heifer inhales deeply and looks to the sky, dismissing him with a chubby leg. Arsenio bows and gently shoves Diaz away with his back leg. The black ram backs off as Arsenio shimmies backwards in a show of tremendous appeasement.
Deacon, the chosen calls. Once you're finished with rowing, sort out bow.
Yes, sir, the dutiful ram responds, temporarily snapping out of autopilot. As Diaz is led away to find a nurse, they pass Deacon and Rowan.
I'm sorry, dude,
Diaz apologizes. Arsenio leads him through the patient area of the nurse ward. It's a ball pit of multicolored bodies. They all disperse as the glorious chosen sashays through. It's funny watching the sheep react to their protector. Most straighten up, others bow, and some blush. Arsenio takes it all in his stride, coolly nodding as he strides through the masses. Diaz would love that kind of admiration, but right now he seems to be rubbing everyone the wrong way. That'll all change when Northside sees how good he is on the wolf line. He was a virtuoso at the wolf line game. With an almost telepathic synchronicity, he would stick to his fellow herdsmen like glue, no matter where the line shifted. Spring forward, fall back, wheel left, lock right, phalanx! Diaz was the GOAT. They arrive at the main nurse ward, where overly decorated youths plod around carrying strange weeds in their mouth, their faces stained with all kinds of colours. Herdsmen lay about the floor, as if it were the morning after some crazy party, most babbling incoherently, others lost in a tranquil state of bliss, and only a few showing any real signs of injury. They go deeper and deeper into the ward, seemingly for a specific nurse, and Diaz hears something not heard in ages. Just beyond this pharmacy is the lamb circus, where young parents watch over their newborns. The delighted squeals, joyous singing, and excitement to be alive sweetens the air. The tiny sheep remind Diaz how important his role is. He got to grow up feeling safe, because the other rams did their duty and protected the flock. Now it's Diaz's turn, and he won't let them down. At the opposite side of the lamb circus is Southside, Diaz's old home. He can't see anyone in particular from here, just a froth of frolicking bodies. But he feels its draw. He can imagine the reaction from his old friends on seeing him as a ram, imagining how awesome it would be to do the wolf line for real with the guys.
Ah, Squire, found the gob doctor. This way,
Arsenio calls him over. The air is pungent with sickly scents. It's hard to get a breath that doesn't tickle your lungs. A serious-looking beige ewe with a brown-stained face is observing him from afar. Arsenio leads Diaz to her and then keeps walking.
Right, that's you all sorted, I'm off.
The charming llama skips straight over the patients and toward the prize ewe, who is surrounded by an entourage of well-wishers. She's the envy of the herd, a golden-fleeced ewe of unmatched beauty. Her flawless white face and milky legs contrast against her dynamic, glittering coat, giving her a Roman statue look. Diaz gazes as Arsenio nuzzles into her face. She has her pick over any ram in the valley. It's clear who the lucky guy is. Today.
Open,
the gob doctor demands. Diaz snaps back into reality and opens his mouth. The nurse puts her cold hoof between his teeth.
Does your brain feel like it's bleeding?
She asks.
No, I'm a sheer arrow,
Diaz slurs.
What?
She snaps. Diaz pulls back and the nurse's hoof pops out of his mouth.
No, I've been shearing Aaron,
he repeats. Without a smile, she orders him to open again and jams in the hoof. She inspects for a few more seconds as Diaz drools uncontrollably, her hoof tasting like dirty water. She removes her foot.
Just a few dislocations. Nothing a Gum Fortress mushroom won't fix.
Dislocations? That sounds way more serious than it felt. At least he's getting the exact right medicine for it. She starts scratching at her wool with her rear leg, and after some manoeuvring, the nurse scrapes out a small orange mushroom from her coat. She inspects it and mouths the words gummius fortresine to herself before kicking it towards Diaz. He looks at the fluorescent fungus with apprehension. Something about its vibrant hue says, "Don't eat me."
Does it have any side effects?
He asks.
Well, in extremely rare cases, it may cause night terrors, irrevocable hair loss, weekly uncontrollable bleeding of the gums, and sudden death, she relays.
That all seems quite a bit worse,
he observes.
No. It's extremely rare that happens, meaning this medicine is both safe and effective, the nurse assures.
He picks up the neon mushroom and starts chewing. It's super soft, melting with only a slight resistance. The juices fill his gum pockets and kickstart a surplus of electrified saliva. The creamy cinnamon, somewhat burnt toast flavour of the mushroom hits Diaz on a level he's never experienced before. With closed eyes, he swallows the mush down, and the party continues in his belly. A mellow, loving energy starting in his gut and then working its way up his spine, tingling his skin and warming his fleece. He smacks his lips, activating the last flavour morsels and licking them up.
Feeling better?
The expert asks.
I feel amazing,
Diaz whispers.
Good. Let's have you back to Northside, is it? A lot of work needing to be done up there.
Yes,
Diaz slurs.
Uh-oh, run for the hills, Aaron. He's back, the fat brown ram jokes.
Aaron's head shoots up on seeing Diaz return to Northside. The black ram has a stupid smile on his face as he staggers around looking for a place to saddle. Aaron snorts derisively and moves a few feet to the side. Diaz trips over his own hoof and finds it incredibly funny. The rams look at each other and start laughing at him.
You okay there, pal?
Deacon smirks.
That's a good day's work, that is,
Diaz slurs.
But you guys ain't seen nothing yet. When those wolves come and I'm on the front line, sheared.
Diaz swings his head as he rambles, with glistening strings of drool trailing to the ground. If it does happen tonight, maybe sit this one out, Safetyan, suggests Deacon.
What? No, I'm great in the ram and min line. Just watch,
Diaz babbles.
You'll probably end up ramming all of us, jabs Aaron. What was that old nut job called again? Rowdy? Judy?
Oh, really?
Deacon clears up.
Yeah, you remember? He chased a wolf up a hill and caught Airbrain. Then he started murdering everybody. Watch, that'll be Diaz tonight,
Aaron insists. The obnoxious blue ram gets up and starts acting out the horror story with a little bit too much mustard. You really don't believe in that old story, do you? The brown ram twists.
Oh, here we go. Everyone's lying all the time, right, Patrick?
No. Just some of the people, all of the time.
Well, they didn't be lying about the Airbrain zones. That's definitely all real.
Quiet, Mushmouth.
No, it is real. If you go up there, the air makes you crazy. You have no controlling over what you do. You hearing things and see things.
The black ram trips over his words. Pfft, like you went up there.
My dad did,
Diaz blurts. The gang falls silent, and Diaz purses his lips tightly. Furrowing his brow, he tries to will himself into sobriety as Aaron shifts further away and lies back down.
I mean, it's real, Patrick. Don't ever go up there.
Dude, are you little Rudy? Patrick smiles. Diaz curses himself and turns away. He shakes his head, trying to turn back time. I'm sure it's not something he usually advertises, Deacon guesses. The silver ram gives a stern look to Aaron and Patrick. They silently acknowledge the situation. The blue ram is unusually spooked. Clearly he heard the unrestricted version of Rudy's rampage. Is that why they kicked you out of Southside? Asks Patrick.
No. I'm up here to make sure everyone pulls their weight.
Aaron slithers backward again, almost out of sight. Diaz sees it and asks with an eerily blank expression.
You won't tell anyone, right, Aaron?
No, not me, Diaz, he promises.
Truth is, I've never met my dad. It happened just before I was born. My mom told me about him and made me promise never ever to go up there. I don't think anyone else knows, and if they do, they never said,
Diaz explains. Damn, we got a celebrity. Chapter 3.
Wolf attack!
Roars Capstone. Diaz jolts out of a deep sleep. 100 thundering hooves dance around his head. Muscle memory kicks in. He clambers to his feet and runs to the safety of the lamb circus. On seeing the tiny sheep scurry alongside him, he skids to a halt and turns back to where he's meant to be, the ram line. Just like the game, Diaz pushes all the way to the front. In a flash, his head pops out of the phalanx and right back in again. There was nothing there. It was like 10 feet in front of him didn't exist, replaced by a solid black void. The monstrous panting of the wolves comes and goes, sounding nothing like the cute impressions his friends would do. This noise invokes a primal fear in him, stiffening his whole body and tightening his lungs. A flash of white pelt shimmers out of the void like a haunting spectre. It has black pits for eyes and a mouth filled with needle-like teeth. Diaz lets out a guttural moan on seeing a wolf for the first time.
Wheel left!
The order echoes down the line. The ram's hooves pummel the floor as the whole line shifts left. A hacksaw-sounding breath crescendos and vanishes beyond the Safetyan's field of view. It sounded huge.
Oh boy,
Diaz panics.
Diaz! Good to see you, Safetyan. You look like you mean business.
Deacon praises. He doesn't respond, keeping his eye on the jet-black curtain. Behind it are monsters that mean to kill him, that will try to trick him, and all Diaz has in defense is a scared horn and the memory of a kid's game. Another command echoes down the line. The rams adjust in seconds.
Swing right,
Capstone orders. The sheep slam into each other and then change direction.
Spread out,
the veteran commands. The herdsmen give each other space, and Diaz feels the freezing cold night air on every inch of his body. He goes stiff and wheezes at the sudden exposure.
Lock it up! Incoming!
Capstone yells. The Safetyans slam into each other, and Diaz exhales in relief. The hacksaw noise returns, and a towering brown wolf takes a snack at the line. Its maw snaps shut in front of his face, and slime splatters him. Diaz is thrust forward as the rams next to him strike out, but the hulking wolf leaps back into the shadows with a cackle. It must have been testing the line. "Brown ones are the worst," states Aaron. The invader bounds back, cutting through the defensive line with ease, and pounces on Aaron. The phalanx is knocked into disarray, but the second rank manages to launch a counter-strike, pummeling the wolf with stone-hard stubs that deter the predator and send it back into the shadows.
Defense, defense! Get up, safety-uns!
Capstone orders. Diaz jumps to his feet and pulls up his comrades, including the very shaken Aaron. Deacon looks back to the ram and nods in admiration. All goes silent as a wolf blacker than the night sky swipes right in front of Deacon's face. He evades, and the stalker backs up, scanning the ram line for anything it could exploit. It locks onto Diaz with soulless, glassy eyes and tilts its bat-like ears toward him. "Pop it!" roars Deacon. The rams rear up and all stamp the ground in unison. The smack booms across the valley, causing a thundercrack that would have made Zeus himself proud. The silent assassin gapes as if it was screaming, but makes no noise. It shakes its head clear and slinks away.
"I hate the black ones," spits Aaron.
A hard knock from behind pushes Diaz out of the line. He yelps embarrassingly loud and shoves back into place.
"Whoa! Sorry, buddy. Just made it."
A stocky red lamb with a white face settles next to him. "Get back to the circus, Rory. You're not a ram yet."
"Yes, I am. Well, it's past midnight, so technically I am. I just haven't had the ceremony yet."
A constellation of stars glitter in the darkness, and Capstone quickly changes direction.
"Oh, it's the gold ones," Aaron seethes. "I hate the—"
"They're wolves, dummy!" Patrick shouts, far behind the ram line. Capstone is spent and doesn't have the strength to repel the apex predator. The veteran swings his bony disc left and right, but the sneaky golden wolf slips by. Capstone stumbles as he turns and arcs his horn like a saw blade. The golden wolf toys with him as it dodges each swing, and then seems to bore of him and moves on. The veteran pants with exertion, checks on the herd with a grunt, and gives chase.
"Whoa! Capstone's so cool!" gushes Rory. "I heard the edges of his cap are razor sharp."
"Keep it down! Don't draw their attention!" reminds Deacon.
"You know why his horns look like that? It's all the wolves he's killed. Their bones flattened his horn into a dome. It used to be sharp, but now it's a battering ram. Just imagine when I'm chosen. My 3 horns all flattened into discs. I won't be able to see a thing."
Bony smacks echo out of the void, followed by howling swan songs. Herdsmen cheer at the sound of each wolf's demise.
That sounded like one of Capstone's.
"No, that was definitely an Arsenio double tap. Keep it tight, safety-uns. We're not clear yet."
Rory steps beyond the safety of the ram line to act out Capstone's kill. He swings his budding horn and skips back and forth like a pro boxer.
"Here, take that, fool. Oh, you want some too, buddy? Pwah!"
he fantasizes. Diaz rushes out and grabs the frolicking kid by his stubby tail.
"Get back in line, dude,"
he says through clenched teeth. "Shh!" Diaz chokes, and the safety-uns scream. The black wolf has Diaz by the throat and lifts him off the ground. His legs kicking out hit nothing but empty air. The wolf swings Diaz in a wide arc and starts running. He can't breathe. He can't move. Only bounce as the wolf bounds across the plains. The sound of home fades away. Only his own choking gargles and the clawed feet of the wolf are left to be heard. He is going to die. A trumpet sounds and cannons fire. Diaz slips from the assassin's jaws, tearing the flesh of his neck as he slams into the ground. The elder charges at the lichen shade, swinging his impossibly ornate horns and cutting through the air with a chorus of swoops. The executioner swings his murderous crown with dazzling expertise, forcing the wolf to slip and swerve for its life. Diaz now the last thing on its mind. The fearful predator now on high alert as it recognizes the herd's champion. Diaz wheezes through his crushed windpipe. Too terrified to move, he stares down and watches the titans battle. The blighted wolf fangs chatter as it looks for an opportunity, the most noise the shadow has made all night. It skips forward to test for an opening, but the expert fighter anticipates it, spinning around and kicking the wolf into the air.
"Now, Diaz, run!"
the elder commands. Diaz is filled with a primordial energy. His legs become supercharged pistons as he gallops back to the herd. It's a speck on the horizon, a small grey dot of activity, encompassed by a cold black void that's filled with countless monsters. Shapes appear in his peripheral, flashing in and out of reality, accompanied by a heavy panting and footsteps closing in. 2 howls go off, one after the other. They're coordinating against him. He can't run any faster. His little legs already maxed out. The herd is close. He can hear the rabble. He can feel the breath of a wolf on him. A giant mouth inhales right above his neck and then coughs out a yelp as cannons fire.
"Go on, Diaz,"
the elder urges atop the wolf. Diaz charges into the ram line, slipping right through it. Surprised yelps and shocked protests are made as Diaz surges through the lamb circus too. Bounding over little kids and ducking under nurses, the black ram doesn't slow for a second. Running straight out the other side and back home, back to south side. He picks his mum out of the crowd in seconds and slams into her protective white wool.
"Oh my God, Diaz! Are you alright, son?"
his mother frets. Diaz is mute, staring into space, his body viciously trembling. Raym engulfs him and sits.
Clear!
Capstone calls from north side. Clear! A much louder Arsenio from the south. The all clear is given in each direction, and the Elder makes a final sweep of the outer rim. The herd relaxes, and relieved chatter erupts again, each one happy to have survived another night. A lighter one tonight, sir. We lost 1 ram and 1 lamb, Arsenio reports.
No,
The Elder looks back to the still shaking Diaz.
just 1 lamb.
Safe. Diaz feels safe. It took all night to calm down from the attack, his mom not moving an inch. The shaking stopped 2 hours ago. Now he just lies there, drained. News of the event has spread through the herd. He can overhear the hushed tones, mostly focusing on him leaving his post. Some of the ewes whisper intentionally loud about how Raym is neglecting her duties and putting her own needs before the herd. She is unfazed by the gossip. Ignoring the sideways looks, she just stares straight ahead and occasionally checks in with Diaz. You okay? Raym sings. Diaz gives a small nod. Capstone patrols the outskirts, giving the herdsman something else to flap about.
He must be pulling double duty. Wasn't he on day watch yesterday too?
A ewe complains to her friend.
I tell you what, he's been spooked all week. Watch him, he's so jumpy.
Right on cue, the veteran ram hitches away from something and angles his horn downward. Cursing himself, and with a quick glance back at the nosy herd, he carries on his patrol.
See that? What's that all about?
The ewe presses. Diaz pops his head out to see, the red gash on his neck pulling tightly.
Ah!
He bleats.
You okay?
Raym inspects.
Yeah, sorry for getting you in trouble.
There's no such thing, all right. No such thing. Her black face looking serious for a moment. The snippy ewes turn away, avoiding Raym's glare. Capstone enters the herd and approaches them. He pretends to be distracted by other things as Raym looks right at him. The backbiters make snippy comments, indirectly reminding Capstone that Raym is currently being a dangerist.
Good morning, Raym,
he starts. I'm not leaving, Capstone, she predicts. The veteran pauses, his whole coercive speech invalidated.
Raym, they really need Diaz on north side, and you have duties.
He is my duty, she snaps. The dark goat looks away from the uncompromising mother. Gossip starts again. The hushed topics include old favours, special treatment, and Capstone still having a soft spot for Raym. They simmer down when the veteran looks in their direction. I'll move when he's ready, she clarifies. Capstone snorts at her boldness and looks down at Diaz. He has a pathetic, bewildered baby expression, the wound streaking all the way across his neck like a red handkerchief. He laughs at the scene and clears his throat.
You will get used to those close calls, Diaz. I have a few battle scars myself.
He raises his front leg to show long streaks of woolless belly. It makes Diaz uneasy. Capstone surveys the situation and after a little theatrical pondering, gives his verdict.
When the wound is healed, see to it that Diaz returns to Northside. Then you must continue your duties,
Capstone commands. Raym doesn't respond. The authority leaves, ignoring the protests from the ewes. How are you feeling? She asks.
I'm okay. My neck's still...
Then we'll stay here until it's better, Raym assures. Diaz can't help but notice how well organised Southside is. Horns already skirred, coats kept to a minimum, and the floor swept clear of waste. He never had to worry about this kind of stuff when he was a lamb. It all seemed to just work on its own. One of his old friends spots him through the crowd and yelps. Diaz perks up too.
Rocky!
He rasps. But Rocky is quickly scalded by a dutiful safetyan. He can't hear what's being said, but the body language spells it out. He's not to interact with the Dangerists. Seeing his old friend ostracize him stings Diaz more than the scab on his neck. The clique chomp away the grass around Raym, leaving nothing but white shoots for her. Still, she's unfazed. Diaz her only priority now.
Hey!
A sweet voice speaks. Diaz spins to see Luna emerging from the lamb circus.
Oh, hey, Luna!
He chirps. I heard you needed some medical attention, but it looks like you already got it.
No, this is my mom.
Oh! Luna exclaims and straightens up. Hello, Luna. Raym smiles, her voice noticeably mellow. Hi, Mrs. Diaz. Luna courtesies awkwardly. There's some hesitant eye contact between all three before she starts again. Are you coming back to Northside? She leans in with a whisper. It's just, Deacon is working himself to the bone and not a lot of rams are helping.
So nothing's changed.
Oh, Rory's a ram now. It's all he talks about, like it's his entire identity, she continues.
I hope he scurs better than he ramlines,
twists Diaz. He winces at the pain in his neck. Luna notices it and hums in concern, inspecting the wound. It's scabbed up quick. It doesn't look infected. She looks back to the nurse ward. Good thing, too. The sanitizer sneeze causes more trouble than it fixes. Are you a nurse? Raym asks. The question makes Luna recoil a little. No, the prize you didn't like me very much, she answers. Because you're pretty? Oh, no, because I actually cured my patients. Raym chuckles and leans in to whisper. She didn't like me, either. The girls have a laugh, and the gossipy youths look over their shoulders, scanning the pair up and down with envy. You must be really worried about him, being so far away, Luna observes. I worry every day. But it's okay, Raym smiles. Because I know how strong he is. Diaz hides his face as the two youths look at him. Luna! A deep female voice croaks. The little youth spins around to see an overly serious belladonna. Her vibrant pink wool and manufactured horns would startle anyone, even if she weren't chosen. Oh, I'm just catching Diaz up on his duties, she sings. Belladonna looks down her nose and turns as if to walk away, but waits for Luna to act. Bye, she smiles and cuts through the lamp circus. The newborns are instantly curious of her. She blurts her tongue out, making funny noises, and pretends to get them. The kids delight and frolic away, becoming distracted with the next thing in seconds. Before disappearing into the woolly haze, she spins back with a smile, her rainbow eyes adding majesty to an otherwise bleak landscape. She seems nice, Raym approves. Luna? She's all right, Diaz mumbles. He gets up and stretches his legs, leaving the wolf fortress of his mother. Feeling better? She asks. Honestly, I feel kind of silly, Diaz admits. Raym gets up too. The nosy youths make inaudible comments behind her. Diaz, if you can't be scared in times like this, you can never be scared. There's nothing wrong with how you reacted. I know safety has everyone thinking they're meant to be some kind of super soldier, but the truth is, Raym lowers to a whisper. Your dad? He did exactly the same thing. Really? Mm-hmm. I remember one time, after a wolf attack, Rowan went to the nurse ward and your dad was hanging off him like a bat. He had this death grip on him. They were talking him down all morning. Rowan just stood there, waiting. Raym looks to the sky with a smile, enjoying the memory for a moment. Diaz stretches out his neck with a grimace and turns back to Northside. I think I'm gonna go back. I'm feeling a lot better now. Sorry again. I'll always be here, she smiles. Diaz turns and tries to cut through the lamp circus. The little kids shriek on seeing the red gash across his neck. It causes a chain reaction of squeals. He backs off, looks to Raym with a sheesh, and takes the long way round. Chapter 4. Hey, little Rudy's back, Patrick laughs. Northside is bustling with all the midday activity of a factory floor. Dutiful safetyans throw themselves into their daily duties and barely notice Diaz's return. The black ram approaches Patrick with a stern face, his eyes unblinking and focused. You've got a big mouth, dude, he seethes. No one cares. No, really, you're going to get me in trouble. Patrick sucks air through his teeth and gives a quick glance over the herdsman. Hey, short stuff, he calls. Rory spins around from a set of mangled gazelle horns and spits the keratin from his mouth. He opens his eyes wide with no emotion present. Who's your daddy? He asks. Not you, Rory fires back. No, who is your dad? Oh, the elder. The ram he's working on looks up with wonder in his eyes. Really? Me too! The pair suddenly delight in each other's company, congratulating and consoling each other and what it's like to have such an important dad. Patrick turns back to Diaz with a deadpan expression. See what I mean? Whenever you go off about your dad being some badass herdsman like Rudy, Capstone, or the Elder, it just tells me one thing. You don't know. Diaz squints and recoils at the ignorant brown ram. Maybe the Elder is their dad, he suggests. Uh-huh. Well, who's your daddy? The black ram probes. I don't know. Well, either way, I don't want you calling me that anymore. Yes, sir, mama's boy, the brown ram salutes. A piercing scream cuts through the daily grind. Prize U's voice is like glass as she shrieks hysterically from the centre of the herd. John is gone! John is gone! Little John is gone! His bluish wool, his blackish face, his squeaky voice and girly ways. Little John is gone! Oh my God! Diaz gasps. Ron is gone! The herd comes alive with glorious purpose. Everyone checks their surrounding area, but there's no bluish-blackish lambs to be seen. The prize ewe becomes more frantic as her own search yields no results. She sieves through her nursery, tossing the panicked kids to the side in search for little John. Yelps ring out from Southside as Arsenio barrels his way through the herdsmen. Dolly! Dolly! He hollers. Prize ewe sees him, and with one overly dramatic sob, throws herself at him. She repeats the phrase over and over. The dashing ram is unusually quiet. No quips or comments. He just holds her with teary eyes and his ears flat. Prize ewe bursts into a full-blown scream, burying her delicate white face into his battle-stained wool. Arsenio starts to rattle. Unable to hold it together, he sobs too, hiding his face in her golden wool. Well, guess we know who the dad is, observes Diaz.
John! John! My little John is gone!
The entire herd has walked in a giant circle in order to find little John. Not one hint of protest from even the most difficult herdsman, as who would want to be accused of being John-phobic at a time like this? The 1,000-strong herd walk nose to tail in a slowly rotating disc, checking and rechecking the floor for clues.
Aya! Just stood on another one of those horn shards. Look at the state of this floor. We must be coming round to west side again, complains Aaron.
Diaz plods robotically with his nose to the ground, scanning for clues. Deacon is constantly distracted, forever pulling his head above the herd and looking around. He grumbles in frustration.
Don't worry, dude. We'll find him,
assures Diaz. No, it's not that. It's the middle of the afternoon and we're not going to have enough time to do our duties. Will you take a day off just for once? Criticises Patrick.
What? You're not even looking,
snaps the silver ram. Hey, I looked in the beginning. There's nothing here, man. What do you think we're going to find that Westside didn't? Westsiders have always been lazy. We probably wouldn't even need the Chosen if it weren't for the Westsiders dragging society down. Savages, rants Aaron. I'm from Westside, dude, states Patrick.
Figures.
Aaron smiles at Diaz, but it isn't returned. Patrick had a point. They've been wheeling around all day and nothing has been found. The closest they've came is constantly mistaking little Jimmy for John. Poor thing's going to lose his mind. There's only so many times a kid can be lifted into the air like a trophy. Over on the horizon, Capstone is seen charging at a pile of rocks, skidding and then circling it. It's strange to see him acting like this during the day. Everyone knows wolves only come out at night.
Do you think he found John?
Diaz gestures toward Capstone.
No. What the hell's he doing?
Wonders Deacon.
He's gone without sleep for 2 days in a row now.
Well, they've got that chosen fitness, haven't they? You got to be cream of the crop to be chosen. You'll never find a Westsider up there,
Aaron brags. Nick owes a Westie. Patrick smirks. Aaron goes to protest, but then shuts up. A bouncing red ball of wool pops over the masses and heads toward them. Rory stomps down in front of the group with theatrical exhaustion.
Damn it! No sign of John! Damn it!
He overacts. Capstone is still fixated on the rock formation. He circles it, clearly looking for something, occasionally stamping and thrusting forward with his flattened dome of a horn. With a furious gallop, Arsenio joins him, white foam swinging from his mouth as he bounds. The blood-crazed llama clambers onto the rocks and starts ramming down into the cracks, his 2 rolling horns, once the picture-perfect mantle, now chipped and tattered after brutally being driven into the solid slate. Capstone drags him down, but Arsenio shakes him off and climbs back up.
Whoa, Arsenio's pissed. You think he found John?
Rory asks.
They won't find John. John is gone,
Prazio whispers. Rory jumps as his mother walks past him, searching for her beloved son. Her usual uplifting presence is now a toxic aura, a mist of black tar that surrounds her and everyone near it. The herdsmen lower their heads, some in respect, others to continue their investigation. The Golden Ewe continues her venomous monologue.
John is gone, left no trace, not a one. Took from me in the light of day, not a wolf, they'd gone away. No sight, no sound, what does that? You know who, those ambush cats, she seethes.
The herdsmen hold their breath as Dolly passes through them, followed by a wake of moping ewes. She snakes and slithers her way through north side, then east side, south and west, looking for her beloved John, who was gone. Arsenio's antics have brought the entire north wing to a halt. The herdsman can't help but stop and watch him attack the rock, hoping maybe he found some trace of John, or even an ambush cat.
Right, what's the hold-up?
Belladonna snaps, suddenly appearing on the rim. The Safetians panic and immediately start their search again. Rory puffs his chest out and trots towards the bright pink bull. Diaz looks to Deacon with raised eyebrows.
Afternoon, Belladonna. There's been no sign of John. Intelligence suggests we won't find a trace either, with the ambush cats being so stealthy and all,
he reports. The hefty ewe is taken back and shakes her head.
Ambush cats? It's not the ambush cats, she dismisses.
Over on the horizon, Arsenio roars in frustration, his once celebrated features now tattered as Capstone leads him away from the rocks. Belladonna watches in silence. She licks her teeth beneath pink-stained lips.
We are discussing a plan for the ambush cats, she adds.
Capstone ushers the exhausted Arsenio back to the outskirts, giving a final intense look to Belladonna, with a grim nod. The bright pink chosen clears her throat.
It's the ambush cats.
A loud cheer from east side warbles the air. The energy rises, and Diaz looks over.
Oh, did we find John?
He asks. No. Just little Jimmy again. Pain, dry heaving, pulse pounding. Diaz is running in the dark, running blind, straight forward. He doesn't know why, doesn't know anything. Just run. Herdsmen scream next to him. They're all running too. howling, shrieking, and the tearing of flesh behind him. Diaz turns his head to see a ewe with her eyes bulging in sheer terror. There's no one behind her, no one but the wolves. She's pulled down unnervingly fast, and a sickening bark marks the kill. My God, just run! He jumps over a little rock. It reaches up for help. It was a lamb. It's the wolves now. There's no phalanx, no lamb circus, no order, just survival. A crack from Capstone's horns sounds some hope for the wayward sheep. Another smack this time from a raging Arsenio. More impacts are heard, popping all around the stampede, and the pained whines of the lichens fade into silence.
Herdsman, halt! Halt!
Capstone bellows. The command is echoed by the Chosen from all sides, as the ponderous migration grinds to a stop, with the herdsmen crushing together. A few separated sheep catch up and are absorbed into the welcoming mass. With so much confusion, some can't help but cry out like children. Others fall, exhausted, just happy to be alive. After some audible gulping breaths, Capstone speaks.
Clear!
He bellows.
Clear!
The call echoes. Diaz looks to the herdsmen around him, all strangers.
Was that a wolf attack?
He pants. The herdsmen are mute. They just shake, pretending it didn't happen. From the invisible depths, there are thunderous claps, and the wolves screech in terror. Capstone swallows hard and straightens up as a gore-covered elder emerges from the dark.
What the hell happened here?
The guardram snarls. No one slept that night. They spent the morning navigating back to their sections. Nicodemus and Belladonna provided themselves as waypoints, standing at the two poles. Capstone and Arsenio were behind a pile of mossy grey rocks, taking a thrashing from the elder.
Diaz!
Yells Rory. The little black ram hops back to his spot on north side and head bumps his stocky red friend.
Hey dude, good to see you.
Rory looks genuinely shaken, but he's holding it together quite well. One of the benefits of a delusionally high confidence. One by one the gang returns, each with a temporary fanfare. No one can be happy for long though. They're surrounded by the wailing family and grieving friends of those who fell in this devastating wolf attack. Diaz feels a tug at his wool. He spins around to see Luna caught up in a group, heading back to the U-ring.
Oh!
Is all he can think to say. Dude, that was some bull, man. Did the Chosen just not tell us? They've got a hard job, Patrick. They've all been pulling double, triple duty thanks to these ambush cats, Aaron defends. But all of them? Did they all miss it? Maybe it was the cats. Maybe they've teamed up with the wolves. The elder emerges from his field office, and the two Chosen following close behind. He leaps atop a pulpit-looking pile of stones. Capstone and Arsenio flank him, but rather than noble guardians, they look like pouting children.
It's been brought to my attention that we have been targeted by Stealthius pantherius, or ambush cats. We have dealt with these predators before, long ago, when the herd was very different.
The elder glances quickly at Capstone.
It's clear that our current organization is not enough to deal with this threat. I almost had it, Zack. It would have been over and done with.
Capstone explodes at the guardram.
Quiet, Neville, he snarls. I could have rooted them out. I almost had him. You almost got the herd slaughtered, the elder snaps. Even I must sleep. I expect this kind of blind rage from Arsenio, but not you.
There's a church silence. No one's ever snapped at the elder before. Arsenio looks disembodied, staring into another world, lost in anger. The guardram lowers his tone and turns to him.
We'll avenge him, I promise, but we have to be smart about it.
The elder turns his attention back to Northside, his voice carrying all the way to south.
Now, it's no secret that the Chosen are essential and do a phenomenal job, but the dual threat of the cats and the wolves has stretched our resources too thin. Our guardians must rest if they're to be effective at keeping the peace and killing the wolves.
Hail the glorious Chosen! A herdsman belts, scaring the life out of Diaz. It's followed by a cheer, which brings Capstone's eyes up from the floor for a moment.
Indeed. And hail Safetyanity. It's your adaptability, your resilience, your unwavering loyalty that keeps this herd alive.
The elder rallies. The herd cheers again.
The last time we dealt with the ambush cats, I was just a lamb. But I remember clear as day the methods to defeat them. We pal. Patrol, alert, lie. Pal.
The herdsmen are perplexed. Diaz looks around and sees Rory mouthing out everything the elder says.
Patrol. We search for the cats. Stealthius pantherius are the sneakiest predators in the valley. You'll never see one out in the open, but you'll see their markings. They leave long scratch marks when they climb trees, and gnawed rocks where they sharpen their fangs. When you see a pile of delicious-looking food, be careful. The cats have gathered it to lure you in. They're called Delicio Antropino, or food traps. Alert! When you see the evidence of an ambush cat, make sure to alert everyone. This will both spook the cat and attract more help to the scene. The more eyes on, the easier it'll be to see the direction of their escape, and once we know where their nest is, I'll murder them in their homes. Finally, lie. Ambush cats are cowards. They'll only ever attack something weaker than them. They prey on the small, on the timid. Stealthius pantherius are half the size of a sheep, but their sneaky ways make them a credible threat to even adults. You must terrify them. You must have them thinking you're a mighty hero of the herd. They will run on such a display. Show no fear. Show leadership in any way you can. Lie to them. Patrol, alert, lie, pal.
Patrol, alert, lie, pal,
Rory repeats incessantly.
As for my chosen, so eager to protect the herd from every possible threat, you've worn yourselves out. Go get some sleep. We need you sharp for the next wolf attack,
the elder directs.
Yes, my lord,
Capstone says with a sigh. Arsenio is still locked in his thoughts. The elder nudges him with his hoof.
Your kin will find the cats. Let me avenge John, and avenge him I will,
the elder promises. Arsenio looks to him with bloodshot eyes. He blinks, and the tears roll down his exhausted face.
Praise the elder,
Arsenio whispers.
Praise the elder,
the herd prays. Chapter 5. Last night's run brought the herd into a misty new land. The air is blindingly white here, filled with the vapour from a nearby river. Gone are the sharp black rocks. Now they traverse a bubbling carpet of grey boulders. They are damp and slicked with moss, while pastel-coloured mushrooms grow in the cracks. Visibility is reduced to about 100 metres, and that's during the day. The humid air makes everything sound and feel local, with all echoes absorbed by the cloud. No distant wind or blowing grass, only the ever-present hissing of a river can be heard in this sense-killing environment. Safetians passionately debate over their new enemy, every one of them now suddenly an expert. They bleat facts and figures, regurgitate statistics, and recite catchy mantras. There was even a choreographed dance number from the U-Ward. The elder himself took that morning's day watch and sent the chosen to rest. The exhausted guardians left under a smattering of applause, the kind you hear when a football player kicks a ball out of play for safety. One ram took it a little too far and broke his ankles by clapping so hard in appreciation. The chosen are forbidden to sleep in the main herd due to their dangerously long horns, so they find secret coves hiding from both the wolves and the Safetians. With the obscuring effect of the riverside atmosphere, they'll have no trouble finding a hiding place today. The flock morphs into a new form, with every single Safetian leaving their position and forming a pal team on the outskirts. All but the nurse ward and lamb circus are left. The vibrantly coloured nurses adopt their new role as surrogate mothers quickly. The lambs, not so much. Alarmed by these strangely painted sheep that try to imitate their parents, there's panic and tears. All temporary though. With a strike force like this, the ambush cats will be rooted out in a single day. Prize U keeps the peace on the newly formed nursery hub, as the parents willingly, and not so willingly, abandon their children. Northside is raring to go. There's a carnival atmosphere. Never before has the whole band been mobilised for a hunt. The sheep excitedly swap war stories and stratagems to defeat the ambush cat menace. Some of the ewes have never been in the ram line. They gratefully absorb all the information offered and find the sturdiest looking rams to partner with. Deacon had his pick of the bunch that day and settled for 3 pretty gimmers, Pixie, Trixie and Dixie.
Quite the babe magnet today, huh, Deacon?
Smiles Diaz. Well, shrugs the buck, it's their first time fighting, so...
Are we going to have to fight, Deacon?
Trixie frets. No. You see, the cats are little cowards, half the size of me and a little smaller than you.
But you can fight them off, right?
Pixie asks. Oh yeah, if it comes to it. Don't worry, I won't let anything touch my girls, he smiles. The girls cheer and frolic around him. Diaz chuckles to himself, watching Deacon lead a trio of models into a war zone. They're going to work him ragged. The silver ram looks like he's having so much fun, he forgot about all the duties that won't be getting done.
You must be rubbing off on him,
comments Luna.
Huh?
Diaz laughs. Luna is pointing at Patrick. The big brown ram is heading out on his own, without saying a word. Maybe he is having an impact on him.
It seems like we're a team,
Luna says. Bleep, the rusty ram adds. Diaz is speechless. He can't think of anything clever to say. Thankfully, Rory cuts in with an overly official tone and grass still on his mouth.
Happy to have you, Luna. And who's this?
Rory asks. Bleep, the rusty ram answers.
European, huh? Have you seen any combat? He was injured as a kid, but his entire skull is hard as a rock now. He'll do just fine, Luna cuts in. Rory admires his new recruit, and Luna looks at Diaz, who is still dumbfounded. The silence becomes noticeable, and she giggles and looks away. The watery specks that make up the mist spiral and flow away. The thundering hooves of the elder approach. He gallops around the whole herd, repeating the same war cry. Safetyans, it's time to start palling! Yes! Rory ululates. The red ram rushes ahead of his team, screaming a battle cry that lets the ambush cats know who's boss. He perches on a flat, round boulder and surveys what he can of the land. By the time Diaz catches up, Rory has already formed a battle plan. Can't see any Delisio Entropino from here. Those rocks are of concern, though. I think I'll check 'em out. Diaz squints in the direction he's looking and can't see a thing. The mist has turned everything into a blurry patchwork of greys. Only the other PAL teams are identifiable, and that's because they're moving. Luna and Bleap catch up too. The rusty ram's limp is more pronounced on the damp cobblestones. Luna glares at the pair, but says nothing, as Bleap pants with exertion. You up for this, Bleap? Looking a little tired there, buddy, Rory announces. Maybe we could just slow down a bit. Hey, if you're going to play with the big boys, you have to keep up, Rory warns. Luna tilts her head at Diaz as Rory surveys the land again. The red ram nods and looks back to his team. You know, I've been thinking, we should give ourselves titles to build morale, insists Rory. Titles? What would we even... I'll be Alpha King, he announces. Wait, what? Buddy, you're underdog, Rory bestows. Now wait a minute, how come you get to be... Bleap? You can be... Bonehead, he smirks. Luna spits and pulls her ears back. Only joking. Bleap, you can be... Magnum Dragon Ace, Rory offers. Bleap stops and considers the awesomeness of the new title. Bleap! Luna giggles on seeing Bleap's reaction and then looks to Diaz with a cheeky smile. Diaz should be called the Watcher, as he's always staring, she points out. I don't need any help with names. Angel Eyes. Angel Eyes? Well, I don't want to be underdog. How about Watchdog? The black sheep thinks for a second and nods with a smile. I could live with that. Bleap! The misshapen ram yells. You said it, Magnum Dragon Ace. Bleap! Again he blurts. Bleap! What's got into you? He's alerting! Look! Diaz points. Bleap is staring at the sides of the rock Rory has stood on. There are clear gnaw marks all over it. The red ram sees it too. He swallows hard and looks around. They are surrounded by gnawed-on rocks. Rory? Luna panics. But Alpha King has fallen mute. He can't take his eyes off the long dusty scrapes next to his feet. Intimidate! Diaz roars. The black ram kicks at the rock and charges through the mist, swinging his bud of a horn. Luna and Bleap follow his lead, dancing a wild dervish spectacle of pure intimidation. Pebbles fly and hooves crack against stone as the three frolic in the ambush cat prep site. Rory starts to get some feeling in his legs again. It surges up his stout body and fills his head with rage. Gah! The red ram roars. Rory's hooves skid across the damp stone as he immediately hits sprint mode. He soon gets purchase and catapults himself through the air like a Patriot missile. Sailing through the mist, with all four legs tucked in, he slams head first into the solid grey boulder and knocks himself out cold. He rolls to his back with a Joker-like grin and hisses unconsciously. Whoa! Diaz ducks. There! Luna points. Behind the boulder Rory subdued, a black shadow was seen slipping into the mist. Diaz goes to chase after it, but Luna calls him back. Stop! Are you crazy? It's just one! And we got it! That's enough! Bleap waddles over to the knocked-out Rory and nudges him gently with his nose. Bleap! He diagnoses. Diaz relents and comes back to check on Alpha King. The red ram is in another world, but he's still smiling, like he's the boss of that one too. Watchdog looks back at the gnawed rock that everyone missed. Everyone except Magnum Dragon Ace. That was a good spot, Bleap, Diaz congratulates. Indeed, though I neglected to see the direction of its escape. Diaz's mouth hangs open at the sudden eloquence of Bleap, then realizes it was the elder speaking while Bleap was attempting a smile. The godram strides out of the mist and into focus. Luna gasps as the elder slips past her. He doesn't even look at the trembling little ewe as he continues his speech. The war against the cats will be won one battle at a time, by Safetians like you. We must celebrate each victory. The godram counts the team members and hesitates on seeing the out-cold Rory. With a snorting laugh, he roots around in his wool, and 4 tiny blue leaks fall to the floor. Now, where did the cat go? He demands. Directly away from us, I think, Diaz recalls. The elder stares right into his big red eyes and chuckles to himself, then struts toward the rock pile in question.
He looks back as if to say, "This way," and they all nod yes. The elder disappears into the mist, and Diaz turns to a still shaking Luna.
"You okay?"
he asks.
"He's scary,"
Luna whispers.
"You've never met him before?"
"Well, yeah, on my safety day, but he wasn't that close."
A chorus of girly shrieks come from another direction, and Diaz's ears prick up.
"That's Deacon's team,"
he identifies. The Black Ram looks to his friends. The unconscious Rory is starting to come back around.
"Are you guys okay watching Rory?"
Diaz checks. Rory seems to gasp in pain.
"Alpha King,"
he corrects on reflex.
"We'll catch up,"
Luna laughs. Diaz leaps on top of the slippery grey boulders and follows the sound like a compass. It's Pixie, Trixie and Dixie, all right. His ears ring from the wailing sirens of each of them. He jumps from rock to rock like a kid frolicking over the backs of the herd. The Black Ram comes bursting onto the scene as the delicate youths skitter around in panic.
"Oh, please help him. He almost fell in,"
Pixie begs. Only Deacon's feet and strained face are visible as he hangs off the mossy bank. Diaz bites onto the scruff of his neck and pulls. The trio of youths gasp at the feat of strength. Underneath the silver ram is a food trap of unimaginable size, as if all the fungus in the valley had been gathered to one spot. Diaz scans the harvest for any sign of danger as he struggles to lift his sturdy friend. The myriad of colours beneath him come alive with skulking shadows and star-like eyes. The dark shapes coagulate underneath the silver ram, but Diaz heaves him out just in time, the two landing with a slap on a mat of slick moss. The trio sing in angelic celebration as Diaz's team finally catch up. Rory puffs his chest out, unthinking the applause is for him.
"Way to go, Diaz!"
Pixie coos.
"Yeah, we owe you one,"
Trixie giggles. The Black Ram isn't done yet. He jumps to his feet and carefully approaches the edge again.
"Ooh, what's he doing now?"
Trixie fangirls. Diaz can't see the creatures anymore, but an overhanging boulder to his left draws his gaze. There's no gnaw marks on it. Yet. He trots behind it and throws his whole weight into the wobbling stone. Deacon watches and catches on to what he's doing, running up next to him and timing the rhythm perfectly. They thrust forward together. Snapping moss rips from underneath it, and the huge boulder falls over the precipice, slamming into the food trap, quaking the earth as it bounces, and flattening anything in its path. The four girls applaud wildly, bleap, bleaps, and Rory's face is a masterpiece of inadequacy. The silver ram looks Diaz in the eye and nods with heartfelt admiration. "Damn glad to have you on Northside, Safetyan," he commends. A hellish roar brings the celebration to an end as half of Northside call for aid. The team looks in the direction of the choral cry. It sustains, warbles, and trembles in their souls. "That sounds like the entirety of Northside," Deacon whispers.
"They must have found something big,"
Luna guesses.
"The nest,"
Diaz figures. He dashes forward and skids to a halt, feeling that his team isn't behind him.
"Guys, come on! Today this ends. Those cats will fear us instead. We'll save our kids and expose their ways, hunt them down and destroy their lairs. We will end this war tonight. We will win this righteous fight."
The Black Ram turns and races toward the sound, followed by all of his friends. More and more herdsmen join the charge. Merging in from the mist come black and white, beige and brown, all sheep from all ages, united against their common enemy, the eaters of children. Sprawling dark branches penetrate the misty air above them. As the column moves further in, the canopy gets thicker and blacker. They keep running, and soon the shadowy outlines of Northside can be seen. It's a rock concert of action and noise. At the centre of the mosh pit is a gigantic tree with a trunk as wide as a house. Each and every Safetyan attacks it in their own way. Some ram the body and others yank at the hanging leaves. Panicked shadows up in the canopy jump from branch to branch as the massing herd makes escaping across the floor impossible. The megalithic tree hangs over them like a giant spiderweb, their whole field of view engulfed by the immense span of its canopy. Twigs and leaves rain down as the constant impacts rattle through the whole system. The chaos goes on forever. Phantoms continue to dance in the ramparts, but never fall down. Enough is enough. Seeing a branch within reach, the Black Ram clambers up the ancient tree bark. The impacts from his fellow Safetyans make it difficult to climb, but he manages to pull himself up and become visible to the whole herd. Turning his back on the cats in the canopy, he yells out to his kin.
"Safetyans, unite! All at once, strike! Bring it down, bring it down, bring the tree down!"
Northside gathers in front of Diaz, forming a huge blunt wedge directed right at the tree trunk. The herd recite, bring it down, and throw their collective might at the target. A seismic shock rocks the whole thing violently. Entire sections of the canopy crash to the ground. Hoots and hollers come from the foliage, spurning them on.
Again! Again! Strike and strike again!
Diaz leads. The herd cooperate and charge as one into the ancient nexus, causing a shockwave that rattles the world.
One more time, comrades! Bring it down!
Diaz jumps into the crowd and charges with them. With a final supersonic blast, the tree is uprooted. It groans as the deep roots erupt through the soil. The herd leap out of the way. Safetyans cheer as the cat's domain collapses, dry branches crushing as they're driven into the ground. Finally, with a crash that temporarily clears the mist, the trunk slams into the ground and bursts open. Diaz feels a righteous glow, a reward from beyond, as he stands immovable while the sprawling system cascades around him. When the last branch bounces to a halt, he takes a deep breath. Northside cheers, the loudest cheer he's heard in his life, as though they'd taken out the wolves themselves. A discordant hooting comes from the pile of branches. Out of the black, tangled nexus, a bird of paradise emerges, with 2 tiny chicks following it. It's a creature of immense beauty, and Diaz is lost for a second as he watches it ascend into the sky. Bright red, with a trailing sash-like tail of violet. He's mesmerized by the majestic creature. The elder finally arrives on the scene and skids to a dusty stop on seeing the immense destruction ahead of him.
Oh my,
the guard-ram says to himself.
Behold, the power of the herd!
Diaz rose from among his comrades. Evening rolls in, and the separate wings of the band all return home. The nurses have clearly done a great job with the kids, all of them fast asleep as the pallers settle down for the night with each other. Diaz is still buzzing from today's adventure, but his aching body forces him to lie down. An exhausted ram immediately starts to shear him. He looks to be on autopilot, and is still stained with today's excursions. Diaz fights to keep his eyes open, as he knows he'll soon be returning the favour. His escapades have clearly made an impact, as many congratulate him or nod in heartfelt approval. He can feel the positive energy from flattering conversations coming his way. He exhales with a smile, feeling totally accepted in his new home. Lowering his head and resting his eyes, he slips into a rewarding, heavy sleep. He's all alone, sleeping on a moonlit plain. The frosted grass is blown by an ice-cold breeze. A wolf casually walks up to him and sniffs his face, covering him in steamy breaths. Diaz doesn't stir. The wolf snarls. "Oh!" He jolts awake, frightening Luna, who is above him.
Sorry,
she staggers.
I was just cold.
She scampers to a clear spot among the masses and quickly lowers herself onto the rocks without looking back. Diaz breathes a sigh and laughs. After a few seconds, he glances over to Luna. Even though she's looking away, he can feel her intense focus. He gets up and, without saying a word, goes and sleeps back to back with her. Luna wags her tail. When morning comes, they're wrapped up in each other. Diaz wakes first, his soul and body rejuvenated. He can't help but sigh in satisfaction. On noticing Luna, he jumps and carefully slips from her embrace. The motion wakes her up, and there's a moment of bashful silence between them.
Morning, Luna. Sleep well?
He asks with a poker face.
Yeah.
A well-rested Arsenio is back on day watch and sashes around the outer rim.
All right, palace, sacrifices must be made. One more day, let's go!
Arsenio shouts. He stops, distracted by the way Diaz has stood with Luna.
Oi, oi, you finally shown an interest in someone, Luna.
Shut up,
she blushes. Chapter 6. Arsenio looks to the north, the mist still heavy. Whatever's there can only be seen in the mind's eye. Diaz notices his hooves clenching in the pebbles, his forelegs knotted like rope.
Good morning, Arsenio,
the elder greets.
Shouldn't your patrol be up to West Side by now?
Nothing on West Side, mate. All the action's up here.
Still, we must put the needs of the herd first. Personal vendettas invite disorder and dangerism, the elder reminds.
Mate, the charming llama pleads with his eyes. Arsenio looks to West Side, as if to tell his superior to go there instead. But the guard-ram doesn't react. He just waits for the chosen to get with the program. A sudden flare-up of rage from the dandy shocks everyone as he stamps the ground. The elder flinches, as if to get into battle stance, but Arsenio leaves with a growl.
If you see anything, call out, Northians. Remember to get those alerts in, the chosen hints.
Arsenio returns to his sentry duty and makes his way west. The elder relaxes and turns to the herd.
Safetyans of the valley, your attention, please,
he bellows into the mist. The morning babble shrinks to silence, the humid conditions making the elder invisible to anyone beyond Northside. Though his godlike voice, disembodied by the steam, can still bring the entire flock in line.
Yesterday marked a tremendous victory for you all. The patrols were all a stunning success. Alas, The ambush cats have proven to be far sneakier than their historical counterparts.
Though many of you believe you destroyed the enemy's nest yesterday, I regret to inform you it was not the case. Diaz looks to his comrades as they all gasp. His heart sinks at the idea the ambush cats are still out there.
Alas, Stealthius Pantherius are all too aware of our hunting methods. They will adapt, they will deceive, they will use every dirty trick in their arsenal to maintain their way of life. There is only one way to eliminate this threat. We need to destroy the nest itself. We can fell all the trees, drain all the swamps, and block all the rabbit holes we want. But until we identify which of these the nest truly is, all will be for naught.
Diaz plunks to the ground, his energy ripped from him. That was just a tree they felled yesterday? It was all for nothing?
Safetians, Pallas, you are winning, they are losing, but don't waste time and energy chasing ghosts. Remember, Pal, patrol, alert, lie, drive out the cats, and tell me where they go. Only I can end this. Only I can destroy the herd.
A collective, comes from the flock.
I mean, only I can destroy the nest,
he corrects.
Hail the elder!
Arsenio cries out.
Hail, hail, hail,
the herd follow. Diaz's team heads north, aiming to get another look at the downed tree, but the blinding atmosphere makes it impossible to navigate, and the chaos from yesterday messed up everyone's bearings. They tentatively explore this rocky oasis, metre by metre. Luna walks with Diaz. Rory, of course, is all the way out in front. Bleap hangs back, despite them slowing down quite a bit to let him catch up. Luna looks back to the shy misshapen ram.
Come on, Bleap, she encourages.
With a blap, he picks up the pace, catching up to the couple and looking between them with a smirk.
What's going on? Luna sings.
Bleap, the rusty ram shrugs. Rory double-checks a large mossy boulder and then jumps on top of it, striking a majestic pose. He looks deep into the mist and sees as much as everyone else. Nothing. Nodding to himself as he surveys the land, finally he turns to the confused team.
Hold, he commands. All right, Pallas, listen up. Zack told me the Stealthius Pantherius nest has yet to be found, so I suggest we redouble our efforts by splitting up. The two strike teams will be Alpha Eyes and Magnum Dog. I have spoken.
Rory descends from the Pantheon and walks next to Luna. She recoils and steps back to Bleap.
Split up? That's silly, she gasps. A little timid there, Angel Eyes. Don't worry, Alpha King's got you.
Rory bows. Luna laughs and looks to Diaz.
We're stronger than we look, Rory.
Oh, I know. He rolls his eyes. It's just with Bleap and all.
Actually, Bleap is one of the toughest rams on Northside. Since his injury, he can't feel pain in his head. He can throw it out like a wrecking ball, Luna defends.
Really? Bleap! There's a long silence as the gang contemplate Bleap's armoured noggin.
Bet you could have done with that yesterday,
Diaz jabs. The gang laughs. Rory gets flustered.
Well, all right, fine. The teams will be Alpha Watch and Dragon Eyes, he blurts. Rory, calm down. We did just fine yesterday as a four-man team.
Actually, it's not such a bad idea. The sooner we find the nest, the sooner things can go back to normal. I didn't even get a chance to do my duties last night, and even if I did, they would have been shoddy. So long as we look the part, the cats will be too scared to attack us, and I don't think any of us have a problem there.
Luna pauses for thought. Bleap opens his mouth to say something.
Bleap, 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 bleap.
What the hell was that?
I think he just agreed with Diaz.
Diaz and Rory walk through the white mist, its thickness dulling the sound of the valley. Rory excitedly discusses battle tactics, while Diaz struggles to contribute. The Red Ram clearly got a dose of gossip yesterday, and is now selling it as his own.
You know, buddy, Stealthius Pantherius are a simple creature. They're smaller than us, dumber than us, but quick enough to capitalize on any mistake. Even tanks like Bleap can be taken down by one if he messes up.
Rory looks back to Diaz.
So it's important that in these teams, there's at least one competent one. He'll do all right, so long as Luna's got him. Man, this mist sucks. I'm never going to be able to hunt them down if I can't even see them.
I can see fine,
Diaz quips. Rory spins around as though he was just wounded. He glares at Diaz with a surprisingly grim expression, like someone was pulling the skin on his face down.
Ooh, can you, buddy? Well, maybe you don't need me then, he threats.
Diaz chuckles and waits for Rory to unwind, but no, he's serious. The atmosphere really is blindingly white. The two Safetians may as well be stood on a blank page. Even if they don't encounter an ambush cat, there's always the risk of getting lost or stumbling across a sleeping wolf.
Rory,
He laughs, again trying to break the tension.
it's stupid to split up. Oh, so I'm stupid now, buddy?
Rory looks hurt and angry. Mostly hurt. The worst kind of angry. Diaz can feel the boiling energy in Rory's aura. He knows the only way to get past this is to appease him, to bow and say, "Sorry, Alpha King." But the fact that his friend would use a time like this for a status boost is low. Diaz sees the chomping at the bit for what it is, a sneaky opportunity to one-up him, so Rory can heal his forever bruised ego.
Yeah, all right,
Diaz calls. Rory is silent, his face unchanging, but the energy simmers down. He exaggerates a swing of the head, pulling it in and out again.
Yeah, all right, buddy,
He fires back.
Fine, we go it alone.
Fine by me, buddy. You sure you can see?
Oh yeah, I'm Watchdog. I see everything.
Diaz yells with a quiver of panic at the end. With that, both rams turn on their heels and go their separate ways. Diaz's rage accompanies him as he walks alone through the bright haze. The sound of his hooves on the damp grey floor have no echo. It all feels so personal. He relives the spat in his head, adding to it all the other times Rory was an ass. Some valid, some not so much. Any fear he would have had, killed by his anger.
Ooh, hey, buddy, now's a great opportunity to inflate my ego,
Diaz imitates.
Now that you really need me, I'm gonna force you to say I'm above you. I won't ask you back at the herd, 'cause then I got no leverage.
The sound doesn't travel far in this wall of damp. Diaz looks around. There's really nothing to see here. He could just sit down and say he was patrolling all day, and they'd have to believe him. His straight black fleece swings like sodden dreadlocks as he turns to check his surroundings. The landscape is exactly the same in all directions. Diaz looks around, trying to get his bearings, but sees nothing but a white curtain fading into damp grey rocks wherever he looks. He doesn't know which way he came. The argument so vivid in his head, he may as well have had his eyes closed for the last 5 minutes. Reality creeps in. His heart flutters. This is the perfect scenario for an ambush. His first instinct is to yell out, but who's going to hear him? Rory? He'd relish the moment with some bragging, condescending speech, looking down his nose with a smirk. No, to hell with that. Diaz closes his eyes and tries to listen for the distant sounds of the herd. Maybe if he's lucky, another palla. All he hears is the constant hiss from a distant river. So he focuses on his immediate surroundings and notices the damp grey rocks have wet patches where his feet have been. Aha! It all adds up from here. He can work his way back. The further back he goes, the more obscure his footprint gets, the damp of the valley forming droplets in the tracks, contaminating the evidence. Diaz comes to a domed disc, and he remembers jumping off it as he catastrophized about Rory. He affirms himself for the discovery and jumps back on top of it. The footprints are gone, however, swallowed up by the miasma. He curses the situation, curses Rory again for putting him in it, and again thinks for calling for help. A rustling can be heard in front of him. It's the only other sound in the valley. It has to be the herd. Exhilarated, he jumps down and gallops towards it. He can almost make out the inane conversations of the herdsmen, convincing himself that the rustles are distant whispers. The floor is weirdly squelchy here, and Diaz realizes he's standing in a pile of mushrooms. "Oh!" he exclaims, as though he found buried treasure. Next to the surprisingly abundant pile of food are the dull grey roots of a tree. It has long vertical scratches in the bark, and Diaz swallows hard on realizing what he's standing in. They should be called ambush tigers. A monstrous feline face stares down at him from the canopy, its mouth already open, tasting the air, taking deep, rasping breaths as it focuses on the terrified ram. The monster's head is the size of Diaz's entire body. It could swallow him whole in one bite. Diaz tries to scream, but can only push out a squeak. His legs locked into place, his body a block of wood. The cat's mouth opens wider, bearing jagged teeth that splay out in every direction. Its eyes are sparkling silver orbs that never look away from him. As if suddenly gaining control of his body again, he inhales, all the way to his soul, and bellows a scream so loud and high-pitched it could shatter the firmament. Ah! Ambush cats! Ah! The forest comes alive with activity. The ground shifts as all the insects scatter and a hard flap of wings can be heard between Diaz's screaming breaths. The ambush cat is unfazed and continues glaring at the petrified ram. "Ambush cats!" a Safetyan calls from the mist. "Ambush cats!" a closer voice repeats. Thank the elder. Backup is coming. Diaz keeps screaming as the familiar rumble of hooves closes in. Ah! Huh? Diaz stops. Staring at this cat's frozen face, something seems a little off. The nose and ear drift to the side, and its white eyes become sporadic patches of sunlight. The wind carries the ambush cat's face with it, as the tree branches form into another abstraction. Uh-oh. Half of Northside charges to his location, shouting, stamping, intimidating. Diaz silently stares into the leaves, almost hoping to see a cat up there. There's nothing but canopy and his own imagination. Luna and Bleap arrive by his side. You okay? Bleap! Make way! Arsenio bounds into action. The dashing chosen circles the tree and stares up at the canopy as the Safetians continue their barrage, stomping, charging, and frolicking. In his observations, he quickly makes eye contact with Diaz and sees the guilt etched into his face. Hold it, you lot, Arsenio orders. The Safetians stop and look to each other with exhausted exhilaration. Arsenio approaches Diaz. The black ram looks more sheepish than usual and turns away. No problem here, the charmer observes. Diaz is already scared it off. The Safetians cheer as Diaz looks to the chosen in shock. Bet you didn't see where it went though, did you, Squire? I didn't. Diaz has got this area cleared. You lot, don't be wasting any more time around here. Or what? Arsenio dismisses. A cacophony of clops and yes sirs signify the acceptance of the order. Northside turns away, and team by team disappear into the mist. Luna looks back with a proud smile, and then follows Bleap to the next theatre of war. Arsenio hangs back with a slump-shouldered Diaz. He looks at the black ram with a half smile. Sorry, Diaz mumbles. It's not a problem, mate. We all make mistakes. Just be more observant next time. Arsenio reaches into his wall with his back leg, and then hesitates. You by yourself, Squire? He asks. Oh, yeah. We decided we could get more done if we split up. The chosen lowers his back leg and smiles. Well, check you out. Little elder in the making, aren't you? Tell you what. Arsenio curls his long neck around and starts snuffling through his wool. When his face pops out again, he's holding a bright red radish in his teeth. He gently places it in front of Diaz. Special reserve, mate. I don't hand royal jelly out to everyone. But you earned it today. Diaz looks at the plump red radish. Its glossy shell reflects his face back at him. Arsenio watches his reaction and chuckles. That's the good stuff, mate. Turns boys into men, he promises. Diaz picks up the generous reward and slips it between the layers of his wool. Arsenio pulls his neck back in disappointment. I'll save it till the end of the day, sir. Pfft, suit yourself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some real cats to scare away. The chosen horns Diaz on the rump and skips away into the mist. What a sham he feels like, with half of Northside coming to his aid, and all for nothing. Worse, he'll likely be the star of some amazing war story tonight, and it's going to be obvious he screamed for no reason. He needs to find a cat today, or do something that will vindicate him. Then at least he can laugh off the tree branch embarrassment. Diaz creeps further into the wooded area. His shoulders roll like a wolf as he hunts for the stealthiest Pantherius. He scans the blurry bushes and kicks over gnawed rocks, but finds nothing. A sudden growl right in front of him sends Diaz ducking for cover. He waits to see what's there, focusing on the morphing shapes in the mist. The growl comes again, and Diaz realizes the cat is asleep. The black ram stays low and sneaks forward, softly placing his hoof down with each step. Nestled between two round boulders, a dark mass inflates and deflates. Stealthiest Pantherius, time for you to meet Superius Stampus, Diaz murmurs to himself. Propelling himself into the air with ninja-like silence, he aims his hooves down like 4 keratin kunai, but quickly changes gears as he realizes the sleeping cat is actually Patrick. He lands on the big brown ram with a clatter, who screams on waking up. Both of them flap around chaotically and finally get to their feet. Patrick groans and rolls his eyes on seeing who it is. What the hell are you doing, Patrick? Sleeping? Diaz blasts. Okay, relax, man, the big ram calms. No, really? What are you doing? You're gonna get killed! Relax, okay? It's all right. Patrick dusts off. Diaz glares in disbelief as the oblivious ram lowers himself to the ground again. You are unbelievably lazy, you know that? Patrick twists his face and shifts his legs to get more comfortable. Diaz trots in circles, gasping at his audacity. Get up, Diaz demands. Or what? Or what? What the hell are you talking about? Or the ambush cats will get you. Patrick dismisses him with a swing of his chubby leg. Get out of here, man. They're not even real. Diaz's head bounces back as if eating a jab. They're not real? No, they just say stuff like that to keep us in line. So what's everyone been seeing then? Get out of here. You're bugging me. Patrick looks away.
All right then, off I go. I hope no ambush cats get you.
Love you too, sweetie. Diaz turns back to yell at him some more.
Don't you close those eyes, Patrick, or you'll miss the ambush cat I throw at you.
Diaz waits for a response, but the big brown ram just licks his teeth and reclines between the two boulders again.
Ugh!
Diaz stamps. The fuming black ram struggles to climb a pebbly hill. He vocalizes pure rage as the terrain itself seems to be working against him. He leaps from stone to stone, checking every nook and cranny, and is constantly frustrated by the elusive cats. Bested again, he starts muttering to himself.
No cats, huh? I'll get one by the scruff and shove it down your throat. Get a big old mouthful of nothing. Then you'll see, then you'll see the cats.
Diaz fumes excessively. Scooping up a gnawed rock with his head, an entire habitat of insects run for their life on seeing him. Diaz exhales in frustration and spins in a circle. The silhouette of distant plant life can be seen, swaying in the breeze.
Aha!
Diaz celebrates. He climbs the mossy boulders, with his eyes fixed on the brush, and soon finds himself in a small woodland. The mist isn't as thick here, and the plants actually have some colour to them. The welcome feeling of grass tickles his feet as he enters the alpine woodland. Bingo! A food trap in all its vibrance is right in front of him. In fact, the whole carpet is one large luscious food trap. Delicio Entropino Maximo! There's no obvious place to stand that would lure the cats to him. Deflated, he kicks a bulbous blueberry like a football.
Ah!
The black ram spots a scratched-up tree and runs towards it. He kicks off it and stares into the glossy green canopy, waiting for a reaction. All he sees is a bounty of hanging fruits, but no cats.
Oh, I'm scaring them away,
he realizes. Lowering his head into sunken shoulders, he makes pathetic noises and limps around.
Oh, ouch, I'm exhausted. Oh, there's no way I can defend myself. Oh.
Still, nothing. Diaz collapses onto the forest fruits beneath the tree and lays there, silently, watching the branches and listening for an approaching killer. But the predator never comes. The woodland ambience takes over him, and he feels perfectly in tune with the world for a moment. Safe. Just like Patrick. His mind veers in an uncomfortable direction, and he sits bolt upright, stopping that trail of thought dead.
No,
Diaz answers himself.
They're just not here.
Springing to his feet, he leaves the wooded area, in search for another ambush cat hot zone. The mist is more translucent now. He can see much further into the valley. No sign of any palace from here. He must be way out in front of them. An odd sight on the horizon stops Diaz in his tracks. A rock formation he's never seen before. Brown and mangled. It sends a chill down his spine.
Gnawed rock,
he whispers. This is new. Yes, it's possible Diaz has never really seen a cat, or a true gnawed rock. It's true, even, that a regular tree bark could have been mistaken for scratch marks, okay. But this strange thing emits a vibe of pure malevolence. This is really a gnawed rock. Meaning Diaz is about to encounter his first ambush cat. He can't take his eyes off the anomaly, peeking over the horizon, as if watching him. For any other animal in the valley, the location would be out of reach, the only path to it being a tiny ledge over a sheer drop. No problem for a sheep, though. It may as well be a red carpet. Diaz presses his body against the stone wall, his hooves easily finding purchase on the narrow bridge. Shimmying across the cliff with that gravity-defying ability all sheep seem to have, his eyes remain fixed on the prize, only aware of the drop due to the delayed smash of falling pebbles.
The cats aren't real? Yeah, right. You're just lazy, Patrick. I'm adding dumb to that, too. Lazy? Dumb? Wrong? Yeah, you're wrong, dummy.
Diaz assures himself. He reaches the edge. The gnawed rock just beyond it. After a few deep breaths to psych himself up, he leaps over, and his entire left side is bathed in blinding sunlight. Forcing him to squint, he sees nothing but a sun-bleached haze and the redness of his eyelids. Slowly adjusting to the light, the landscape starts to take form. A strange desert sits beneath a flat horizon that stretches as far as the eye can see. The valley has gone, replaced by a blazing sun and endless sky.
That's crazy,
he observes. Diaz chokes on realizing he is at the top of the hill, right inside the maddening airbrain zone. He gasps and holds his breath. Spinning around, he frantically looks for a way down. The only way is the narrow ledge he just shimmied across. With an uncoordinated leap, Diaz slips from the ridge. His forelegs grab it, just in time. His lungs cry out for oxygen as his cheeks blow out like beach balls. The gnawed rock comes into grim focus. It's not a stone, but the mangled remains of a sheep looking back at him. He screams and slips from the precipice, skidding down the hillside and back into the mist. Chapter 7. Diaz fades back into reality. He's face down and his whole body aches. Pebbles crackle onto the floor as he rolls over, and Rory yelps in surprise.
"Oh, you're alive!"
he exclaims. Diaz takes a second to gather himself. Squinting through his still, light-streaked eyes, he can see a blurred Rory standing over him. The rocks shift and grind beneath him as he moves, squelching in the cold, wet mud.
"Enjoy your trip?"
Rory cracks himself up. Diaz panics on remembering where he just was and looks up. Thankfully, the humid weather is obscuring the airbrain zone.
"Seriously, buddy, what happened?"
Rory asks.
I was looking for evidence of ambush cats and I fell.
He cherry-picks.
Just look around you, buddy."
Rory gestures to the valley.
No, I went looking. Patrick said they weren't real and I went for proof.
"And?"
I couldn't find any.
Rory squints and looks him up and down.
"What about the last couple of days? There's been tons of evidence."
I've never actually seen one, though. Just shadows.
"Well, what's causing all the shadows? Zack said you'd never see them out in the open."
The Red Ram shouts. Diaz peels out of the crater and shakes his wool free of debris.
I don't know, dude, but I've never fully seen a cat. Have you?
Diaz probes. Rory exhales and reels back. After a theatrical stagger, he stops in his tracks, spotting something on the ground.
"What's that?"
he points. Diaz turns and sees he's shaken the super rare royal jelly out of his coat. He picks it up and slips it back in.
Oh, I got it from Arsenio for scaring a cat away on my own.
"Well, hand it over, buddy, because clearly you haven't. Not if they don't exist, buddy. I've purged tons of Stealthias Pantherias today. Where's my royal jelly?"
I was saving it for when I actually did, but I haven't found anything today.
Rory's mouth tightens, and he gets glossy-eyed. He can't take his eyes off the patch of wool where Diaz stored his prize.
"You need to go to the nurse ward. Yeah, you've had a fall. You need to go to the nurse ward,"
Rory almost cries.
I'm fine,
declares Diaz. He groans on stretching his legs. Rory looks on with clear dismay. Using the cliff edge as a compass, Diaz navigates back to the herd, with Rory fixated on him a few steps behind. The black ram notices the weird behaviour and keeps turning back with a twisted face, but Rory's moping demeanour doesn't change.
What's up, dude?
Asks Diaz.
"Nothing, buddy," states Rory.
The awkward procession continues for another 5 minutes. Diaz eventually gives up on him and just keeps walking.
"Afternoon, Safetyan. How was your pal?" Rory snaps.
Diaz spins around in confusion and sees a group of Safetyans making their way back home. Rory joins them, his face stretched into a Hollywood smile. Diaz stops and waits for them to catch up. "Oh, it was glorious. I did the elders' work. 33 cats scared away today. It's true what they're saying. They're escaping in every direction," the ram brags.
33, eh? Tell me, how many of them did you actually see?"
The Safetyan pauses for a moment. All of them. 33 cats, 33 juicy blues from Arsenio."
"What?"
Rory barks. The team flinch at Rory's sudden anger. "Did you not get any juicy blues, Rory?" the ram asks.
"You know what that means,"
his teammate whispers.
"No, yeah. Actually, I got tons. Actually, I'm starting to feel a bit sick of them."
The expert palling team snigger to each other, and Rory becomes irate.
"Hey, you know what? This guy doesn't think ambush cats even exist," Rory points.
Diaz rolls his head and squints at the now beaming red ram. The palling team are aghast.
"Diaz, is this true?" "Well, have you ever seen one in the flesh? Like, what colour are they?"
he quizzes. The question knocks them for 6, and then one snaps to attention. Her eyelids open wide, and her face drains of all self-awareness.
"Alone we die, together we rise, patrol, alert, lie, pal. Alone we die, together we rise, patrol, alert, lie, pal. Alone we die, together we rise, patrol, alert, lie, pal," she repeats like a radio numbers station. Diaz laughs and looks to everyone, but they're all stone-cold serious. "You didn't hear that?"
Diaz chuckles.
"Hear what? All she said was alone we die, together we rise, patrol, alert, lie, pal. Alone we die, together we rise, patrol, alert, lie, pal. Alone we die, together we rise, patrol, alert, lie, pal."
The book normalizes. Diaz pulls his head back in confusion, but the blank, ovine stares of his kin are unchanging.
"You just said it 3 times!"
What? The ram exhales. Don't waste my time with nonsense, you lunatic. You're a madman. Absolutely insane.
Shoo! Shoo!
The ewe dismisses. Rory is bursting with glee as the palling team reject them. They continue ahead while the black and red rams stay put. Diaz shakes his head in exasperation and looks at Rory.
What?
Diaz barks.
Buddy, you've got hairbrain.
Rory grins.
What? No, I don't. Oh, you so have hairbrain. You went up there, didn't you?
Rory beams. Diaz shrinks and shakes his head no, but the fear in his eyes scream yes. Rory quivers in delight and then exhales in climax as he looks to the heavens.
It's okay, buddy. I got you. You won't tell anyone, will you?
Well, I'm not about to lie to the Chosen, but I don't need to run over and tell them either. If they ask, I'll be forced to do the responsible thing. But until then, I guess I could keep it quiet.
Okay, thanks, dude.
Diaz exhales. The black ram turns to head back, and Rory coughs for attention.
However, I can't risk you attacking Luna and Bleap tonight. Poor things wouldn't be able to defend themselves against a maniac like you. What? I would never! That's hairbrain, buddy. It has you doing crazy things. You should have heard it just now. You were rambling like a fool! Like a fool!
Rory grins. Diaz swings his head around, trying to recall the conversation, as Rory steps closer.
I'm going to put you on northwest side, just until I can figure out how bad it is.
You can't just move me, Rory, spits Diaz.
Well, it's either me or the Chosen. Take your pick, buddy.
Diaz grits his teeth at the predicament. He really doesn't feel crazy, but that probably comes as standard. Looking in the direction of the herd, his mind races. Rory's accusations blending together with the story of his dad. There's no way Diaz would go on a killing spree, but he was up there, and it did affect his dad. So it can affect him too.
What's your plan?
Resigns Diaz.
Northwest side, buddy. Right in the corner. I'll tell the gang you had a nasty fall and are tucked away somewhere in the nurse ward.
Aren't you scared I'll attack the Northwestians?
Sneers the black ram.
Oh no, I'll be there too. The first sign of any trouble, and I'll kill ya.
An uncomfortably long moment passes between them, and then Rory bursts out laughing, perfectly timed so he could enjoy both the threat and the joke. Team Alpha Watch approach from the west and slip back into the herd. No one recognizes them over here. They anonymously filter through the outer rim and settle on the border between the two wings. Diaz goes to settle down next to some white grass shoots.
Nope, that's my spot. You sit there,
Rory commands. Diaz groans and changes position. Rory plonks his stout body down and ahs loudly. The black ram is pining for home. All he wants to do is tell Patrick he didn't find any evidence, snuggle up to Luna, and even stare at Bleap's face when he's not looking. A smattering of applause marks the arrival of Night Watch. The Chosen out in force, all well rested and raring to go. Arsenio gets a laugh by saying something about wannabes and takes his position for the end of his shift. Someone new takes guard on West Side. She's a tiny little thing with stubby legs and an absolutely gigantic mantle. The manufactured chandelier pulls her off balance whenever she moves it, its crystalline composition splitting the light into a rainbow.
Who's that?
Diaz asks.
Oh, buddy, you've got it bad,
Rory laughs.
What do you mean? Who is it? It's Belladonna,
Rory states. Diaz's heart sinks as he realizes he does have hairbrain. Rory laughs as he watches the black ram swoon.
Oh yeah, got to tell the guys about your little accident. No, please. Relax, I got you. I'll just tell him you had a bad fall, buddy. Don't go impaling anyone when I'm gone, okay?
Rory disappears among the woolly masses, and Diaz sinks to the floor. Blinking hard, he wills himself back to sanity.
Whatever happens, don't attack anyone. They're not wolves. They're not...
Rory trots back and gives Diaz a wink, then hovers over him.
Now then, Mr. Cats don't exist. How about we split that shiny red radish, seeing as how I've actually scared one away?
Diaz forgot all about it, but it's clearly been on Rory's mind. He roots around in a straight black wall and scrapes the radish out with his back foot. Splitting it with his hoof, he knocks half of it to Rory. They crunch down the noisy root and look at each other with disappointment.
Doesn't really taste of anything, observes Diaz.
Are you winding me up, buddy? This some kind of joke?
What? I lost the ability to taste now?
No, this radish sucks. You just found it on the floor, didn't you?
Rory stomps. Well, at least his tongue still works.
Wake up, fool!
Diaz is roughly yanked to his feet as a wolf snaps right in front of his face. He staggers around with his eyes half closed, slipping in and out of consciousness. On hearing the word, "Clear!" he crumbles to the floor and out go the lights in a blink. He's rolled back and forth like a rolling pin and wakes up with a start. What are you doing?" Diaz shouts. Two rams back off and exhale with relief.
"Get up, silly. It's time to pal,"
one laughs. Diaz sits up as Northwest Sides stride around him. They're all ready for another day's adventure. He hears some hard thuds coming from behind him. Rory is being forced awake too.
"Get up, safetyans. Sacrifices must be made, sacrifices must be made, sacrifices must be made,"
the Northwestian bellows.
Sir, yes, sir,
a drowsy Rory answers on reflex. The Northwestians race around, scurrying and shearing quickly as possible, before heading out for their patrols. As the adults all lose themselves in their daily duties, the kids are corralled and coerced by the nurse ward. They're intoxicating agents, making them nice and pliable. Diaz watches the kids cry out for their mums and dads, and for the first time feels a sense of injustice in it all. The nurses clearly don't care about the well-being of the kids, only that they complete their given task. One teary lamb looks directly at him as it wails for its parents, its toothless pink mouth wide open as a foul-looking dark blue mist is spat into it by a nurse. The brightly coloured ewe then picks up the kid and plonks it on its back as it coughs, and stains its face with the root of some mystery flower.
"What the hell?"
Diaz gasps. The marked kid is then put to one side as the nurse moves on to another spirited child. The one that cried for help now just stares at the floor, zombified by whatever the nurse did to it. Diaz looks around for the parents and catches Rory staring at him. "What are you seeing, Diaz?" probes the red ram.
"What do you see?"
hesitates Diaz. Rory turns and looks. "I see a functioning herd, Safetyan."
"Yeah, right, me too,"
Diaz spits. Chapter 8. Team Alpha Watch cover the northwestern outskirts today. It's a hilly area with visible cliff edges poking through a carpet of tiny grey pebbles. Rory is doing a great job preventing Diaz from venturing into the thin air zone again. A fact he will never forget, thanks to the Red Ram's constant, "I gotchas." Trumpets sound from the cliffs as Dixie gives the all clear. Rory snaps upright as if it were a chosen. On seeing Team Alpha Watch, she trots over, head raised, dutiful, and all business.
I see you've split into combat squads too. Very bold, Safetyans. We need that kind of metal now that the stealthiest Pantherius have moved on to bigger prey,"
Dixie informs.
"Bigger?"
Rory asks.
"Yes, in the massacre this morning, there were some older kids included, some of them almost rams," she reveals.
"Wait, what massacre?"
asks Diaz. Rory hisses at him to be quiet.
"Is that meant to be funny, Diaz? Anyway, it's more important than ever that we pal properly. I recommend walking backwards."
"What?"
Diaz blurts. Both Rory and Dixie stare daggers at the bewildered Diaz. The black ram purses his lips on remembering his condition.
"Think about it, Safetyans. If we all walk backwards, the ambush cats will never be able to strike us from behind. We'll see them coming,"
she pitches with enthusiasm. "What if they just get behind us?" Rory asks with genuine concern.
"Well, they won't, 'cause they'll think we're walking forward. Sheep don't walk backwards. It'll confuse them,"
Dixie insists. Diaz inhales to call out the ridiculousness, but Rory's serious contemplation forces him to hold his breath.
"All right, Safetyans, backward march."
Diaz hesitates as the power couple about turn and trot backwards, both taking it very seriously indeed, especially Dixie, who transmits pure hatred at the insubordinate ram.
"Are you trying to make me look weak? Are you trying to get me killed, Safetyan?"
Diaz sighs, turns around, and walks backwards.
"Buddy, what the hell are you doing? You need to look where you're going. Left, then right, like this."
"No, you need to mix it up to confuse the cats. Don't be predictable."
"Oh, excellent observation, Safetyan."
Diaz dances backwards to the praise of his new overlords. He's unable to hold in his laughter anymore. Patrolling took a little longer that afternoon. The fear of the cats going after bigger prey forced everyone to update their tactics. The backward march caught on as an idea to anyone who saw it, but came into conflict with the West Siders' circle walk. Both equally confusing to the cats. Some would even circle backwards for maximum protection.
"Ambush cats!"
a distant voice alerts.
"Screw your head on, watchdog. It's game time,"
Rory orders. The voice came from a claustrophobic cluster of stones beneath a cliff. Diaz races over, leaving Rory and Dixie behind as they spin up a storm. Pixie is alone and staring into a cave while she stamps the floor.
"Did you see it?"
Diaz asks, first on the scene. The youth looks at him in confusion. Diaz races to the cave and sticks his whole head in. He's yanked back out by the alerting Safetyan.
"Are you crazy?"
she shouts. The power couple finally make it onto the scene and immediately take control.
"Strike the mouth of the cave!"
"Raise the alert for other Safetyans!"
"Watchdog, watch this!" Yeah!
Rory throws himself into the cave head first. A solid thud resonates, and a plume of dust shoots out.
"Diaz, get in there!"
Dixie yells. Diaz's legs weaken as he laughs at the ridiculous spectacle. Walking like a rubber band, the black ram looks into the hole and sees Rory's hind legs completely motionless. Reaching in and biting down on Rory's wool, he drags out the unconscious superhero. His body takes up the whole cave, evidenced by the air sucking back in as he's withdrawn. Rory's head hit the very back of the solid wall. No cat, no cave, no escape.
"False alarm,"
Diaz concludes.
No, the cat was in there,"
Pixie whines.
"There's nowhere to go. Have a look yourself." "It was in there,"
Pixie screeches. Rory comes around and Dixie salutes him in admiration.
"Fine job, Safetyan. You scared it off."
Diaz's head snaps to Dixie with shock, and Rory gets to his feet, shaking himself clear.
"Where? Where did it go?"
Diaz shouts. The two youths are offended by his tone. Rory puts his hoof on Diaz's shoulder.
"Remember, buddy, about your condition? Just calm down now," he reminds. "But where did it go? This is bull!"
The dutiful Safetyans all snap to attention, and Diaz follows their gaze. A walking skeleton slips through the haze towards them, and he gasps on seeing it. As it gets closer, it looks like beige wool has been vacuum-packed over a jagged set of bones. The head is cruel and sneering, with two long, sharp horns. It's Nicodemus! But what the hell happened to him?
"How many, and where did they go?"
Nicodemus croaks.
"Just one, sir. It went north,"
Pixie confirms. Diaz glares at the dishonest you.
"Excellent work, Safetyans,"
the healer gurgles. Nicodemus lifts his leg and scratches at his dry wool. A cloud of dust made of old skin particles forms. Then finally, with a pop and snap from his ankle, 4 juicy blues are knocked from his fleece. They fall to the floor, and the feeble chosen limps away. His stained hindquarters are the picture of ill health. Diaz leaves his treat, and Rory notices.
"What, Diaz?"
"It's real easy to lie about him, isn't it?"
he observes. The youths glare at him, fuming at the insinuation.
"Come on, buddy. We're out of here."
Rory is raging as the pair break away from the main patrols. Frivolous conversations are forced onto Diaz with the energy of telling off. Despite the Black Ram wanting to talk about what just happened, the Red Ram refuses to engage in that topic, but will enthusiastically froth about any other subject, like how some clouds are lumpy and some are wispy. Rory growls.
"None there either. I tell you, these cats are stealthy. Guess that's why our ancestors called them stealthy as Pantherius. They must have been sneaky back then, too."
On some level, Diaz really wants to be proven wrong. He'd love to think he has airbrain, and all of this is some mad fever dream. He wants nothing more than a full-colour ambush cat to leap out of a tree, or even attack him. A small price to pay to kill the unsettling theory of all this being a system to keep us in line.
"There!"
Rory shouts. He rushes to a pile of stones stacked up against a cliff wall. Diaz doesn't see anything again, but his buddy is more insistent than usual. He stamps at the ground and spins in circles with a new lease of life.
"On my orders, Diaz! Spin! Spin! Spin faster, Diaz! Spin! More! More faster!"
Rory hollers. His urgency actually compels Diaz to spin. The Black Ram spins toward the rock pile like an ice skater. On finally reaching it, he kicks out and knocks the pile of stones over, revealing a small tunnel with dried blood on the floor.
"Nice shot, watchdog,"
Rory congratulates. Diaz is stunned as he looks at the old dried blood. It's brown, scabby, and ancient. Cautiously, the Red Ram joins him, and the pair peer into the tunnel.
"Well, you satisfied now?"
Rory's voice quivers. Diaz continues to stare. It's clearly not a hallucination. He gets closer, and Rory tries to stop him.
"Buddy, get real. This is obviously the nest,"
he whispers. Diaz pulls free and approaches, his red eyes wide open. Inspecting the entrance, he notices dried-up old wool from many different coloured sheep.
"This is sheep's blood,"
Diaz confirms. He turns to see a petrified Rory. The red ram won't come any closer. Diaz continues his investigation.
"Let's get the elder, buddy,"
Rory squeaks. Diaz ignores him and keeps looking. Rory makes some kind of choking noise as the black ram sticks his head in the tunnel. It stinks. Every cell in his nose tells him to stop breathing. This must be what death smells like. The wall is splattered with dots of brown blood. Scrape marks from hooves can also be made out. As his eyes adjust to the darkness, the end of the tunnel becomes visible. Staring back at him are hundreds and hundreds of rocks.
"A cave-in,"
Diaz reports to his terrified friend.
"There's no cats in there."
Rory lets out a breath, so hard it puffs the dust around him. Immediately the old bravado comes back, and he investigates the site too.
"Looks like in the war against the cats. The valley's on our side, right, buddy?"
Rory smiles and nudges him. What the hell is this? Could it really be the nest? For a second, Diaz allows himself the hope of being crazy. If there were ambush cats, and they did live in a nest, then this would absolutely be an entrance. If this isn't the nest, then what the hell is it?
"I'll call it in," bleats Rory. "No, wait. Ha! What? You scared you're going to be proven wrong? It was only a matter of time, buddy. Ambush cats!"
Dust rises over the hill as Northwest Side answers the call. 20 spinning Safetians breakdance to their location. Nicodemus scurries in front of them. He's in a state of absolute panic.
"Diaz, get away from that!"
The pharmacist pulls him away from the tunnel entrance and stands in front of it. Rory joins the black ram and nudges him proudly, as Nicodemus quickly scans the cave. The Safetians arrive and groan in disappointment upon realizing they missed the fight. Nicodemus swallows dryly, his eyes bulging as he looks at all the Safetians.
"What is it?"
asks Diaz.
"What do you mean, what is it? It's the nest!"
answers Rory. The Safetians erupt in cheer. They frolic, dance and hug each other.
"We found the nest! We found the nest!"
they all cheer. Nicodemus didn't answer though, and Diaz noticed.
"What is it?"
he repeats.
"You hide 'em,"
Nicodemus grins.
"It's the nest."
The salutations continue. Rory throws himself into Diaz and shakes some life into him.
"Thanks to the stellar efforts of Diaz and Rory..." That's Team Alpha Watch, sir," interjects Rory.
"Thanks to the efforts of Team Alpha Watch, we are even closer to ending the ambush cat menace. Remember, if you see something that looks like a nest, never ever go inside yourself. You do what Rory done, and alert. Got it?"
The healer's mouth disappears into his pale wool. It then swings out, showering the Safetians in a generous deluge of juicy blues. They dive on the delicious treats and squabble over the spares as Nicodemus continues to talk over them.
"This campaign is almost at an end. Your efforts will soon be rewarded. Sacrifices were made, and sacrifices will be made. Praise the Elder."
"Praise the Elder! Praise the Elder! Praise the Elder!" the Pallars rejoice. Nicodemus walks between the herd and Team Alpha Watch. He makes uncomfortable eye contact with Diaz and shuffles his neck in and out, like a cat about to be sick. The black ram looks to Rory in confusion, but his friend is squirming in anticipation. Nicodemus cuds up a dark red paste. It breaks apart, falling to the ground in sticky clumps. Rory darts in to eat it, but the pharmacist stops him.
"I don't dispense adreno curd very often, kid. Let everyone see you. Oh, how you'll shine."
He smiles with red-stained teeth. Nicodemus then backs off and nods to the team before hobbling away. Northwest Side all get a good look at Alpha Watch's adreno curd, the fabled syrup held back for the exceptionally loyal Safetians. Something about this sinister sludge makes Diaz's stomach turn. Rory stands over it proudly, making eye contact with a hillside of envious sheep. Some pretend to shrug it off like it's no big deal, while others full-blown mouth swear words at the lucky rams. Rory reads the apprehension on Diaz's face.
"Really, buddy? Even now?"
he says through a fake smile.
"You go ahead, Rory. You earned it."
Diaz backs off. Rory gasps as the black ram offers the whole pile to him. The red ram checks again that everyone's watching and chomps the paste down with exaggerated mm-mm-ms. They were exaggerated at first, but on tasting this diabolic cocktail, he groans for real. Deep, guttural moans, losing himself in all the sensations this strange new high delivers. Everyone watches it. Everyone desires it. Rory swallows, licks his lips, and speaks.
"Hail, Safetianity."
Chapter 9. That evening, everyone in Northwest Side knew who Rory was. His incredible feat of finding the nest had the whole wing abuzz. Rory handled all the adulation with all the grace of a 10-year-old boy who'd been given a crown and sceptre on his birthday. Diaz wondered if he may have blacked out while he was palling, as hearing the story back made him sound like a bumbling buffoon. He wrestled with everything he saw over the last few days, and as uncomfortable as it was, it all made sense from a certain perspective. Patrick's oddly resonant voice shifted something in Diaz's brain that day, lifting a jigsaw piece out from the old layout and replacing it to its actual position. From there, other puzzle pieces would clearly be out of place, while some would slot in perfectly. Even that bloody tunnel and the sheep skeleton had a place in the puzzle, all the way in the corners with the missing pieces that led to them too awful to admit.
Boy, I tell you, there's way too many lambs these days. Some mothers are having 9 or 10 kids. That's too many lambs. Too many lambs, I tell you.
An enthusiastic old ram croaks.
I know. I was getting some medicine last week, down at the circus. We may as well be sending smoke signals across the valley. They're screaming, fighting and running around all day, a bitter old crone adds. More sheep joined the discussion, parroting ready-made opinions and borrowing hot takes, endlessly rambling and reusing the same talking points.
More must be done. Sacrifices must be made.
Duties and palling is too much.
Sacrifices must be made. There's too many kids. Sacrifices must be made. What the hell are you talking about?
Diaz snaps. The herdsmen around him fall silent.
You're talking about sacrificing kids? What the hell's wrong with you?
The herdsmen look at each other, dumbfounded.
No one was saying that,
a ewe mews.
You were literally saying that just now. Sacrifices must be made. Sacrifices must be made. What? And to who? You're gonna sacrifice the kids? To save the kids? That's insane!
Nicodemus thunders to the edge of Northwest Side with a face of hellfire. He rears up on his hind legs to see who's disturbing the peace.
We weren't talking about sacrificing kids. That's insane,
a tired-looking ewe reassures.
But sacrifices must be made if we're going to defeat the ambush cats,
a confused ram recites.
There, right there, Diaz points out. What do you mean by that?
The ram has nothing to say and just stares blankly. A trendy young buck with a blonde curly quiff chuckles to himself as if having all the answers.
What he means, Safety, is that sacrifices must be made, sacrifices must be made, sacrifices must be made,
he dismisses with a flick of his hair.
Go on,
Diaz goads the quiffed ram. What do you mean?
Go on. What should be sacrificed, and to who?
Demands Diaz. The quiffed buck's mouth hangs open, as if his great point hadn't been understood by the cretin.
Like the kids to the cats?
Diaz interpolates. No, that's crazy. You're talking crazy, Safetyan.
Yeah, we'd never say that. Sacrificing kids to save kids? That's insane,
the ewe backs up. Nicodemus forces his way into the masses and elbows his way past waves of Northwestians. Diaz takes the opportunity to slip away, standing next to two ewes who gush over the fabulous Rory.
Yeah, he's really something, isn't he?
Diaz acts.
Oh, you have no idea. I heard he was the first to scare away a cat all by himself,
giggles the girl. Nicodemus arrives where Diaz was and looks between the speakers with yellow foam swinging from his mouth. He doesn't speak, but his snarl says it all. The quiffed ram bites his lower lip as the mummified chosen eyeballs him. Then, in fuming silence, the frail old ibex leaves. Diaz exhales and stares at the ground for a while as the yammering goes on above him. One of those awful intermediary puzzle pieces just slotted into place, and it fits perfectly. A lamb sacrifice is coming. That night, there was no sleep. Chilling revelations raced through his mind, the old jigsaw puzzle completely reformed, with Patrick's piece at the centre. Uncomfortable questions lead to unsettling answers, as a grim new world starts to make sense. To keep us in line, they take away our horns, so only they can have them. The chosen eat first, and the rams eat last, while untouched grass is forbidden. We're exhausted, underfed, and worked all day with pointless tasks, while they seemingly have limitless energy. Maybe we would too, if we could eat our fill. The fear of being branded a dangerous to always looming, keeping us in a perpetual childlike state. Only it isn't an ever-loving parent commanding us for our own good. It's a band of scheming powermongers who have all found each other and conspire against us to satisfy their own lust for power. They keep us in line. 2 wolves casually approach the herd. Not a stir is made. They walk right up to the sleeping safetians and consider them as if window shopping. Diaz lifts his head up and is speechless. There are no chosen, and this isn't a dream.
Wolf attack!
Diaz screams. The wolves jump and sprint back into the darkness. Immediately the herd is up and clambering into position. Diaz pushes his way to the front of the ram line, with Rory joining him a moment later. The wall of wool churns as more safetians join the battle, but no sign of wolves or the chosen.
Diaz, was that you?
Growls Rory. Diaz says nothing, his eyes alight, ready for the enemies he knows he saw. The line shifts to the left and right, anticipating the apparent wolf attack. But nothing comes. The hard hooves of Capstone thunder towards northwest side, and Diaz's heart sinks into a bucket of ice.
Who did that? Who is the cry wolf?
He demands. Diaz is about to apologise when Rory jumps in.
It was Diaz, sir. He's the cry wolf.
The black ram turns to his old friend with a face of disbelief. Rory's expression is blank.
Out of the line, Diaz!
Capstone barks.
What?
He gasps. The veteran makes a trumpeting call that sails through the night sky. Soon the ground rumbles with the approach of the other chosen.
Come here,
Capstone snarls.
What?
Diaz panics.
Herdsman, you are charged with disturbing the peace. Such behaviour is considered dangerism,
Capstone declares. Diaz is thrust forward from behind, and the herdsmen ahead of him make way as though he were contagious. When he gets close to Capstone, the veteran bites down on his neck with unnecessary force and drags him out into the cold night air.
You will be exiled from the herd until we deem you safe to return, Capstone sentences.
The other chosen arrive and form a line next to Capstone, blocking Diaz from his home. Arsenio is stunned at the scene and looks between the chosen in shock. Diaz opens his mouth to protest, but how the hell do you protest such a charge? He did disturb the peace, by telling the truth. The chosen march forward, pushing the black ram further and further away.
I didn't do anything wrong! This isn't fair!
Diaz pleads.
Caps, just give him a slap, mate. There's no need for exile,
Arsenio suggests. But the veteran is unrelenting. The chosen continue to push forward, forcing Diaz deep into the shadowy void. With a sudden thrust forward, Capstone charges, and the black ram dodges back and falls. The march comes to an end, with them all glaring down on the terrified Diaz.
You will remain here until ours say so, and ponder the importance of safetianity, Capstone commands. I expected more from you, son.
With the threat of a beating established, Capstone turns and leads his heavies back to the flock. Arsenio hangs back and then turns around, running over to Diaz.
What the hell did you do, Squire?
He whispers.
I don't know,
Diaz rasps.
Arsenio! South side!
The charming llama jumps and returns to his master. Diaz gets to his feet, trembling with adrenaline. Watching the guardians disappear into the mist, his blood boils with indignation.
Well, if I'm a dangerous now, I may as well eat the grass tips. Hey, you hear me?
Taking random bites from all around him, he squelches down a cocktail of only the finest untouched tips. He stops mid-rant and has to admire the sheer deliciousness of the food.
Oh God. Man, this is good.
Diaz loses himself in culinary delight. A nearby wolf howl snaps him out of his banquet. He darts towards the herd, pummeling the stony floor and shouting at the top of his voice.
They're here! There really are wolves tonight!
Belladonna stands guard on west side and takes a battle stance. As Diaz easily dodges past her, she swings the oversized mantle with a low swoop and falls over. Diaz makes it to the herd and is thrust back out by a wall of blunt heads. Punched into the air, he lands with a smack on the damp rocks. His soul cries out at the sudden rejection of his kin. Do they want him dead? What the hell did he do? Diaz? Luna's voice can barely be made out over the deafening roar of "Dangerous!" He's picked up by the scruff again and yanked away from the flock.
There's a wolf, Capstone! Let me in! Let them sleep, you filthy dangerist!
He snarls. Capstone tosses him forward and gets down in gorilla stance. He's about to say something when a disturbance draws his attention back to the herd. Wasting no time, Diaz springs to his feet and tries again, skipping past the much older veteran with a zigzag move he mastered when he was a kid. Trying further down the line this time, he can see the loose edge congeal into a phalanx against him. Dangerous! They warn each other.
Guys, the wolves are coming! They're gonna kill me! Dangerous!
Hey, Diaz!
Patrick's voice punctures the hate mob. A swishing noise to his right makes him duck instinctively. Belladonna's giant fake horns graze the top of his head as they swoop past. Diaz chokes at seeing the attempt on his life.
"Get back out there, dangerist,"
she commands. "This is murder, Belladonna! Murder!" Deacon yells among the cacophony of hate. Diaz backs off. The look in her eyes tells him she's serious. With Capstone and Nicodemus closing in, Diaz retreats to the outer rim of Northside, just far enough away to stop them pursuing. "Capstone!" yells Deacon. "Let him back in! This is murder!"
"Only safetyans qualify for our protection,"
the veteran sneers. "He can't fight off a wolf by himself! Bring him in!"
"There are no wolves tonight. Go back to sleep,"
the veteran orders. It's clear the Black Ram is on his own. He searches the area for a good place to defend, and then it hits him. That narrow ridge in the airbrain zone is perfect. He could just wait there till morning. It's not like he has anything left to lose now. Turning away from Northside, he flees into the mist, and right in front of him stands a hulking brown wolf. The monster smiles as Diaz staggers backwards in shock. Another wolf, lithe and white, manifests behind him, trapping the outcast. With a surge of survival energy, the Black Ram snorts and slams his hooves down, ready to die fighting. The brown hulk audibly laughs and seems charged up by the sport, while the ghostly white one shrinks. Diaz paces unpredictably and lashes out at random towards the monsters. His fear completely gone, channeled instead to a life-or-death fury. The brown manic wolf lunges in. Diaz skips back and then thrusts his little cone of a horn forward, straight at the beast's teeth. A slimy gasp and a near miss as the wolf pulls back and chatters his jaws with excitement. The Black Ram charges again, forcing the giddy hunter to leap clear. Diaz is distracted by the maneuvers of the cackling beast and loses sight of the spectre who strikes from behind. He pulls his leg away last second and sends a furious hoof back, smashing into her fragile, needle-like fangs. The white wolf spins and shakes its head, howling in pain. Diaz turns to see the rousing sight, and suddenly his head is slammed into the ground. Fangs bury into his neck, and his spine twists, about to snap, the brown wolf's giant paw pinning his head to the floor. A blast of air hits his neck, and the wolf is thrown off. Patrick stands over the downed Diaz. "Get up, little Rudy!" Patrick yells. Diaz jumps to his feet and quickly presses against his comrade, forming a two-man phalanx. The brown wolf is no longer laughing, and the white one makes a strange whining noise. The two defiant rams rotate, watching each other's back, missing nothing. "I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry I got you into this," Patrick says.
"What do you mean? They're not real, are they? None of this is real, is it?"
The brown wolf fakes a move on Patrick, who doesn't flinch, and the white wolf whines again. Northside is in uproar as they cheer for Patrick's heroism and scorn Capstone's cowardice. Accusations of murderer, coward, and power-drunk are made, as the veteran refuses to intervene in this now clear wolf attack. The white wolf looks to her hunting partner with dismay, then with a flash of murderous delight in her eyes, she bolts towards the herd. A small group of safetyans have left the ram line and are running to Diaz's aid. It's Luna and Bleap. They're in the middle of no man's land, and the white wolf is homing in for a kill. Oh, man, no!" Patrick exclaims. "Help them, Capstone! Help them!" Deacon screams. But the veteran will not leave his post, and the Chosen, not having received the order from their master, refuse to act. The white wolf lifts its head and sends a long howl into the night sky. 3 more howls respond to it. Nothing from the brown wolf, though. It shoots a menacing grin at Diaz and runs off to flank his exposed friends.
"Patrick, come on!"
The big brown ram's face twists in regret as he follows Diaz. The herdsmen charge toward each other. A shimmer of white homes in from the left and a twinkle of gold from the right.
"Luna, defend! Stop and defend!"
Luna skids to a halt and Bleap slams into her. They fumble around into a fighting position with their legs trembling. Luna directs Bleap into facing the other way, but the panicked ram just wants to run.
"Capstone, you traitor!"
fumes Deacon. The golden wolf comes into view, fiercely beautiful, a spectacle of predation. Her black lips pull back to expose glistening jewel-like teeth. Diaz lowers his head and dives right for them. A sharp whine and a whip of gold as Diaz hits absolutely nothing. The momentum sends him rolling through the air and just out of reach from her counterattack. He barrels into something rock hard. Bleap! The rusty ram had never sounded happier.
"Diaz, are you all right?"
Luna gasps.
"Defend, guys! Defend!"
The black ram looks around, expecting to be joined by Patrick, but Diaz sees the brown wolf dragging him away by the throat.
"Guys, spear!"
The trio charge at the manic wolf. It drops its heavy prey and dashes off. Patrick gargles and staggers to his feet, rejoining the mini phalanx. They close in, back to back, but the wolves are gone.
"Oh no! Deacon!"
screams Luna. The silver ram had left the herd to help his friends, and is now circled by the wolves. He frantically turns to face each one that snacks at him. The brown wolf yanks him back, biting his tail. Deacon spins to ram it, and the gold wolf clamps down on his neck with a sickening snap. Deacon's body goes limp as the beast swings him into the air.
"Deacon, no!"
The golden succubus thrashes his body around until it's a broken pile, then tosses it to the ground. All three wolves howl to mark the kill, and quickly turn their attention back to the small band of rebels. They take position all around them, leaving a space for one more. It's soon filled by a silent black wolf, who scans the sheep with cold calculation.
"Bleep! Bleep!"
The rusty ram cries.
"You can do it, Bleep! Keep it together!"
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for this.
Patrick coughs.
"Go for their teeth! They're useless without their teeth!"
Diaz incites. The brown hulk snarls at Diaz, no longer finding him funny. Fang-filled maws strike at the group unpredictably. Chunks of wool go flying, legs are yanked out, and flesh is pulled as the wolves test the line. The golden wolf sneers at Luna and then pulls her off balance. The rusty ram swings his numb skull with reckless abandon, clubbing the apex predator's face with the entire side of his head. She's sent unceremoniously staggering back into the mist. The manic wolf cackles as the misshapen ram hobbles back into the mini phalanx, with Luna at his side. The black wolf stares at Bleap, analysing him, estimating him, and then hisses something to his pack as they regroup. Once again snacking, striking, and testing.
I'm so sorry, guys.
"Defend, Patrick! We're not dying tonight!"
Diaz declares.
"I have airbrain! Please, Elder, help me! I'm crazy! I have airbrain! I have airbrain!"
Patrick screams to the heavens. A flash of lightning strikes behind them. Standing in the light is the silhouette of the Elder. The wolves cower at the sight of the guard ram. He rears up and kicks the sky as another lightning bolt strikes, before charging his crown of horns into the predators. Striking with murderous precision, the wolves have to somersault and slide past its blades to avoid certain death. Diaz stares in disbelief at a guilt-ridden Patrick as the war goes on behind him. The big brown ram's head sinks into his shoulders as he refuses to look anyone in the eye. Luna falls to the ground, overcome with emotion. She starts sobbing, with Bleap trying and failing to comfort her. Cannon fire rings out as the Elder stamps the ground, sending the wolves packing. He turns to the tattered pariahs and stares in disbelief.
Nicodemus!
The Elder calls out. It takes a moment for a panicked Nicodemus to arrive at his side.
Some newspaper for Patrick,
he orders. Nicodemus nervously scratches around his wool as the Elder looks across the scene and back at the herd.
Ah!
Nicodemus chirps. The pharmacist kicks out some shavings of a strange fungus. The transparent sheets float to the ground in front of Patrick's nose. The brown ram hesitates, taking a sideways look at Diaz, and then finally he eats the petals.
What the hell happened here, Nicodemus?
The Elder growls. The doctor is hesitant to answer. Capstone approaches, followed closely by the herd.
My lord,
the healer stutters.
Dangerism,
Capstone declares regally.
Dangerism?
The Elder spits.
What the hell are 5 sheep doing outside the phalanx during a wolf attack? There was only one, Zack. Diaz was disturbing the peace, so I exiled him, Capstone states. The others joined him of their own accord.
"Capstone's a murderer,"
a young ram shouts from the herd.
"And a traitor,"
a ewe adds. Capstone spins around with a snarl, but doesn't see who uttered the blasphemy. Diaz still hasn't taken his eyes off Patrick, who has now swallowed down the entire concoction and melts into a medicated bliss.
What was Diaz's crime? Was it so bad that he had to be exiled at night?
The Elder roars. Capstone hesitates and licks his lips dryly.
"He's not a dangerist. He has airbrain,"
shouts Rory. Diaz snaps his head around and glares at the red ram.
"He has airbrain too. Tell him, Diaz."
Is it true, Diaz? Do you have airbrain?
The Elder asks. Diaz looks to the guard ram towering above him and right into the burning predatorial eyes of a wolf. The Elder is a wolf! The skin of an old ram not even convincingly hung over it, its glowing yellow orbs clearly visible through a hole cut between the dead ram's eye sockets. A huge fang-filled maw and long lichened tongue fill the empty gap where its mouth used to be.
Diaz, do you have airbrain?
the wolf repeats.
Tell him, Diaz! Tell him!
Diaz quivers, looking the wolf up and down, its grey feet not even covered by the patchwork fleece. The elder's magnificent crown, made up from all the scared horns pressed together, and the herd's sheared wool has been used to keep the dead thing looking fresh. Diaz hyperventilates, but everyone else remains calm. Rory's yelling becomes a muted ambience. Patrick's silence speaks volumes, and Luna's sobbing yanks at his heart. He has to say it. It all makes sense. It's undeniable now. The jigsaw puzzle finally complete. Yes, I have airbrain, Diaz submits. The elder sighs with burdensome responsibility. Nicodemus, some newspaper for Diaz too, he prescribes. Nicodemus hobbles over to Diaz and stares into his soul, as if to confirm he knew Diaz was the troublemaker that night. The healer ruts around in his shallow wool without breaking eye contact.
Now, I don't have a lot left, so we can't waste a sheet. Get on your knees and open your mouth, he demands.
The demoralized ram goes down on his knees and waits to receive as the wretched healer scrapes fungal flakes into his mouth. They melt on his tongue. He doesn't even need to chew. Immediately his brain buzzes with a pleasant numbness, and Nicodemus bares his yellow teeth in a wicked smile. His senses become muffled as Diaz is removed from the front seat of his own life. As reality shrinks into a globe surrounded by a black void, he can make out the retreating voice of the elder. My chosen, for this unforgivable lapse in control, for the reckless endangerment of safetyanity, you are hereby banished! The world shrinks out of existence. Chapter 10.
Psst, Diaz, over here,
Luna whispers. A colourful haze slowly comes into focus. Vibrantly stained sheep surround him. He's on the nurse ward on a beautiful sunny day. The sky is blue, the air is sweet, and the grass is thick beneath his feet. He breathes deeply and shifts the position of his legs. Every move is rewarding. Even his head feels like all the negativity has been sucked out. They must have migrated at some point, as the mist and rocks have gone. Now he walks on a luscious green meadow with velvety soft grass and bulging white clouds above. It feels good to be alive.
Diaz, psst,
she calls again. The black ram turns and sees Luna's smiling face peeking into Santa North. He staggers over with a drooling smile and goes to nudge her, but is too far away. She checks the area constantly and keeps her head down. I've got some medicine for you, but you have to be quick, she offers.
I'm fine,
Diaz labours. You don't look fine. You look like a zombie.
No, really. I'm fine. It was you guys who look like zombies.
Luna analyses him with genuine concern. Diaz sways in drug-addled delight. Her cheeks puff out as she cuds up something in her mouth. She gestures for him to get ready for it.
No, Luna, I'm fine. I feel much better now.
Luna's cheeks deflate as she swallows the homebrew back down.
What did you see up there?
She whispers.
Oh, you know, just typical crazy stuff like we're not in a valley. We're on some kind of giant crater or volcano or something. We're just going round and around.
Luna takes a second to think about his answer and cuds up again, leaving it in her cheeks. Diaz, just take it. It'll make you better.
I'm already better. Really, Luna, I don't want it. This is good. It's good,
Diaz shouts. Luna, Prazu shrieks. The golden goddess darts over, backed up by some hefty little nurses.
You're not allowed back here. What did she give you, Diaz?
She snaps.
Nothing. I'm happy the way it is. Nothing.
The nurses fuss over Diaz, checking his mouth and eyes. Luna's expression sags down as the black ram allows himself to be led away by the neon-coloured pharmacists. Prazu turns back and looks down her nose at Luna as she leaves. Oh, just so you know, Rory has been made an aspirant, Luna informs.
Who?
Dolly barks.
Nobody.
Diaz fades in and out of his life. Sometimes a loud noise will jar him out of a blissful trance. Other times, a nurse will snap him to attention to feed him their latest concoction. Every now and then, a weird panic attack will hit him, but it's nothing a Cytophecus stupendous seed won't fix. He comes to while the herd is migrating again, the grass beneath his feet getting much thicker and glossier. It tickles his knees as he plods along with the flock. The kids' circus behind him is out of control, both nurses and safetians having to form a tight ring around them, coercing them to move along with the rest of the herd. His eyeballs vibrate at the unbearable shrieking from the lamb circle. Hundreds of wailing little children scream at the top of their lungs, tugging and bothering everyone around them. The herdsmen are overwhelmed, unable to satiate the needs of the screeching need machines. All they can do is urge them forward and hope to deal with them when everyone settles down for the night. To his right, a despondent Patrick stumbles alongside him.
"Patrick, how are you, dude?"
"Oh, Diaz?" the big brown ram asks.
"Dude, why didn't you say you had airbrains sooner?"
The two stagger alongside each other. Diaz watches the side of Patrick's face. The drool from his mouth has been there so long it's turned into jelly. Patrick's head bounces and his eyes are blank, like something is trying to break out.
I don't know.
I never went up there," Patrick admits.
"Gimme!"
a lamb screams. The kid yanks at Diaz's wolf frantically. The black ram reacts in slow motion, about to scream as his face morphs into shock. "Time for a booster," a nurse appears next to him.
"Whoa!"
Diaz exclaims as he notices the green ewe.
"Gimme!"
the lamb shrieks.
"Shoo!"
the nurse dismisses. The pharmacist swats the kid away with a front kick and then reaches into her voluminous wool, pulling out a mouthful of used paper. She grunts something that means open, and Diaz does. Once again the curtain is drawn over his life, and all those unpleasant sensations are muted into a manageable, thick warble. Bloody kids, they're going to get us all killed. Diaz is fast asleep, a peaceful, tranquil sleep. His bed is a quilt of wolves, all locked together and intertwined. Not another sheep in sight. One of the wolves wakes up, and on seeing Diaz, gives him an order.
"Open."
The sleeping sheep raises his head, and the wolf clamps down on his neck. The black ram wakes up. The herd is already stirred and looking to the horizon. It's the middle of the night, and a giant white moon hangs in the sky. There's no wolf attack, only the sounds of a distant battle from the forest. The smacking of horns, the splintering of wood, and the coordinated calls of the banished chosen.
"They still guard us in our sleep," a grateful ram whispers. "You don't mess with the chosen."
"Hail the chosen," the nurse ward prays.
"Hail the chosen,"
Diaz affirms. Diaz's blissful slumber is rudely interrupted again by the harrowing screams of the herd. He frowns on rising out of his comfortable state and glares at his noisy kin. They're all up and leaping around, screaming in every direction. Diaz turns around and looks right into Patrick's dead eyes. They're fixed open, his face frozen in an expression of sudden shock. Around 20 garishly coloured corpses lay behind Patrick, not a single one showing any sign of injury. What the hell happened? He frantically inhales through his nose, with his mouth sealed shut. The adrenaline kicks in, and he gets up in a fluster, tripping and landing on another cold, dead body. He screams, the terror finally breaking through his trance. A nurse springs into action and holds him down, while another one shaves petals of newspaper straight into his open mouth. Everything is fine again.
"Crazy times call for crazy measures,"
Diaz states. He suddenly becomes aware of walking and talking. A ram thuds into him from behind. "Why did you stop, fool?" the patient spits. Diaz carries on. The nurse ward is noticeably thinner than it once was. The kids seem to have worn themselves out with all the screaming. Now they just constantly groan in disapproval, with their heads hanging, staring at the passing grass.
"It was a warning. Those ambush cats know we're getting close to their nest,"
a patient mumbles. No, they were going to take them away, but someone must have spooked them, and they ended up leaving their kills, another one suggests. But they weren't even injured, not a one. It was like they all suddenly died. I'm totally baffled, a nurse confesses. Okay, time for another booster.
"I'll tell you this, what they say is true. The ambush cats now hunt me and you. To avoid such death and senseless waste, I'd sacrifice John to save the race."
Prize you rhymes. Everyone nods in solemn approval. Even Diaz catches himself nodding.
"Sacrifices must be made,"
Diaz says. In front of the nurse ward, Northside comes to a surprise halt. The herdsmen pile into each other as no order to stop was made. Diaz looks over the heads of the flock and sees the horns of the elder approaching. Behind him a hill rises into the sky and a mud-worn path stretches up it. The sun sets behind the hill, and the herd is illuminated by the glowing crimson clouds.
What's happening? Why have we stopped?
A patient panics.
"The elder's saying something to Northside,"
Diaz relays. Northside comes alive and rearranges into some kind of formation. A ripple of faces turn toward Diaz as each herdsman passes on the information from the front line. It takes a few minutes, but finally the message reaches them. Keep it down and listen up. The nest is just over that hill, and the elder is about to attack it. He can't yell out for the chosen or give us a direct order, as that will give him away. An expert broadcasts. We are to follow the aspirants into the woods and rendezvous with the chosen. Got it? Okay, pass it on. Diaz is about to copy and paste the vital information to the herdsman behind him when an overly enthusiastic patient beats him to it. He watches the herd dissolve into columns and silently fall in line in front of 4 dots in front of a forest. Northside heads toward a stout red blob with a glittering new headpiece. It's aspirant Rory. Ooh, Diaz vocalizes. His gut twists into all kinds of knots, but he can't for the life of him think why. After all, Rory's impressed the elder enough to be considered an aspiring chosen. Maybe it's time he put some faith in him too. It's tense on North Column. Everyone waits for their signal. The rest of the flock are still queuing up. Leading the other groups are Trixie, Pixie, and Dixie. Diaz had to laugh on seeing it. He wonders if Dixie's column will be forced to walk backwards. A dusky gloom covers the land, and the sky turns a deep orange as the elder waits for the herd to organize before launching his assault. Even the kids have shut up, sensing the danger in the air. With everyone finally in place and tingling with anticipation, the elder releases a battle cry that tears through the heavens and charges over the hill.
Northside, on me! Let's go!
Chapter 11. The herd charges into an alien world, the floor marshy, uneven and treacherous. There's chaos in the columns as they're forced to splay out, fall back and regroup around the unforgiving terrain. Like a wave hitting stormbreakers, the flock is forced to slow down almost immediately. Now they gingerly filter through a war zone between warring plant life, where both sides appear to be winning. Diaz yanks past a dry bramble stem and it breaks off, attaching to his wool. He shakes it loose, and a herdsman behind him stands on the thorns with a crunch. Another branch swings back and swats him in the face. It's like nothing's walked through this forest in 100 years. Still, no sign of the chosen, or any resemblance of a waypoint. Just endless, difficult ground, a prison of vines and trunks. Diaz hasn't even looked up yet, the floor so dangerous he has to constantly watch it. His line stops. Rory hops onto a fallen log and looks around. Diaz scans the area too. The forest is so dense, it's like all the woods in the world have been squashed into one. Rory nods to himself and jumps down, somehow knowing which direction to go. Whether he does or not, it seemed to reassure his column. Fireflies dance around in their own little world as the forest takes on a hellish red hue. The herd continues its quest deeper and deeper into the woods. Pixie's group is nowhere to be seen, after having to take a detour or risk going all the way back. Dixie's line is parallel to Rory's, but separated by an armoury of spear-like brambles, while Trixie's group can only just be made out through the chop. The Red Ram strives forward, not a shred of doubt in his bold leadership.
Onwards and upwards, Safetians, for the elder,
he proclaims. For the elder, the herd repeats.
For the glorious chosen, like Capstone,
Rory sneakily calls out. For the glorious chosen, like Capstone, the sheep bleat.
Oh, damn you, little monsters, damn you!
A nurse flusters over on Dixie's line. Everyone turns in panic, expecting to see some strange forest dweller attacking her, but it's a kid, covered in bright pink stains pestering her.
No, you just have to wait. Now walk,
the nurse snaps.
I wanna, gimme,
the infant cries. The nurse gets flustered and runs further up the line, leaving the kid behind. The colourful newborn starts hassling an old ram.
I wanna,
it repeats.
What? What do you wanna? What?
The old sheep bites. The newborn doesn't seem to be able to say anything else, or it never needed to say anything else. Another kid joins in, sensing some kind of opportunity.
Gimme, you gimme,
he adds to the conversation. The old ram throws his head back in frustration, looks to the herdsman for aid, but no one wants to deal with them either. He looks for space in the line to squeeze into, but the terrain is so treacherous he can't overtake.
Gimme, wanna.
Shut up, you little dags! Clear off!
The old ram yells. He kicks one in its soft belly. It falls over and starts crying, but is ignored by the passing Safetians.
Bloody kids are out of control these days,
he mutters. The other one, covered in light blue splats, freezes. Scared of being kicked, it waits next to the line as everyone passes it. The poor little junkie can't help it though. It cries out again. Gimme, it shakes. Gimme. Rain picks up the orphan and swings it onto her back. It lashes onto her immediately. Gimme, it tweaks. We've got Gimme at home. You just relax now. Rain calms the kid as it buries into her white wool. She gently picks up the pink one. It's okay. It's okay. Diaz is so relieved to hear his mom's voice through the wall of thorns. It reminds him of much happier times. It hurts a little as he knows how much he's changed since last seeing her. He's almost embarrassed with what he is now. So full of hope and potential when he was a kid, now some crackpot airbrain who gets his friends killed, breaking the one rule she ever had for him. He cries, an ugly sob. The tears sting like something that was being ignored for too long suddenly broke through. The outburst is noticed by the nurse behind him. Looks like someone could use a booster, she sings. I want it, a little grey kid shouts. The lamb jumps at the nurse and knocks the medicine out of her hand. She stomps the ground in anger and shoves him away. Damn it, Michael! No more for you! She looks up and down the line and then snorts in frustration. Dolly must have switched to Trixie's line. Don't worry, Diaz. The elder will kill every one of those awful cats. Well, you guys are nothing if not observant, he laughs tearfully. The nurse smiles at the lovely compliment. Rory hasn't changed his course for hours. He leads his column into the woods, further and further. A red sky bleeds through the thick black canopy, casting a devilish light onto the forest floor. The setting sun brings with it an anxiety, felt in every herdsman. The night is coming, and with it, the wolves. No sign of the chosen, or even the elder. Rory continues his forward march until told otherwise. Safetyans, prepare to merge, he announces. A gasp of relief and laughter from the front line as the bramble war separating the two tribes ends. Dixie's line eagerly joins Rory's. There's head bumps and frolicking galore. Rory stands atop a rock, making sure to be seen, to supervise, and most importantly, to be seen. Hail, Rory! A ram bleats. It's Alpha King! Rory snaps. A very panicked Dixie trots up to the red ram, and the two whisper. It looks heated. There's clear disagreement going on. Rory growls something, and a wide-eyed Dixie shuts up and looks over the herd. All right, herdsman. The chosen are just a little further ahead. We're going to pick up the pace so we can reach them before sundown. Nurses, grab the kids. Rams, carry the injured. Everybody else, keep it tight and follow me. I have spoken. A long, deep wolf howl flattens the herd. Rory ducks, and his lip quivers. Phalanx! Dixie orders, and runs into the flock. No, pick up the pace. We need to get to the chosen. Don't be stupid. The wolves are coming. Phalanx! That howl was miles away. We still have time. Move out! The herd comes and goes, forms and unforms. It's pandemonium. One of the nurses yanks a kid up by the scruff of its neck, and then drops it down awkwardly. The panicked child dashes out of the disarray and into the woods. Hey, kid! Diaz reaches for the little grey blur, but misses. Leave it, Diaz. Move out! God damn it, Rory! Wait for me! Diaz snaps and chases after the newborn. Diaz! You son of a bitch! The kid is fast. Up and over the trenches it slips, quick as a rabbit. Diaz can only catch a fleeting glimpse of its pumping grey legs before it's gone again. He loses it up a hill, but the crunching of tiny hooves on long dead leaves gives away its position. When Diaz reaches the top of the muddy mound, the lamb is gone. He looks among the canopy and sees nothing but a dizzying red kaleidoscope. The bushes are undisturbed, and all is quiet, despite the background chaos from the herd. Some diagonally slanted rocks have a deep crack in them. Diaz can just make out a tiny grey nose in its shadow. Hey, dude! The black ram smiles and reaches in. The crack is too deep for him to reach, and the kid makes no attempt to leave. Boy, you really picked a good place to hide. Let's get back to the herd, though. It's much safer. I don't like it there, the newborn whimpers. Everyone hates each other. What are you talking about? Diaz looks back to the raging masses, shrugs, and turns to the kid again. Well, now's not ideal, sure. Come on, I'll get you back to your mom. My mom hates me too, the lamb hicks. No, she doesn't. She does. Whenever I see Stacy, she's always tired. She doesn't want to talk or play. She doesn't want me there anymore. I know it. She hates me. Well, what about your dad? Asks Diaz. Nobody has a dad anymore. I have. Had a dad. He was great. One of the best safetyans the herd ever knew. Diaz shares. My dad is meant to be the elder,
Whoa, see? You do have a dad,
Diaz encourages. The lamb turns away and stays put in its hideout. Diaz slips in a little further, but is still nowhere near grabbing distance. The kid really has no desire to leave. Diaz pulls back and looks at him with surprise.
You can't just stay out here, dude. The herd will leave you behind,
Diaz persuades.
I know they will.
The lamb starts crying. Diaz exhales and has to hold back tears himself.
Hey, dude, what's your name?
He asks.
Michael. Okay, Michael. I didn't leave you behind, did I? So all that stuff you said about everyone hating each other has to be wrong, doesn't it?
The kid thinks about it and stops crying. You said the herd should sacrifice the kids because there's too many of us, Michael states.
What? No, I didn't. I'd never say that,
Diaz protests. Crazy times call for crazy measures, Michael imitates. Diaz realizes anything could have happened during his blackouts. Hell, anything could have happened since he went to the precipice. He straightens up into more of a kneeling position and looks the child in the eyes.
All right, listen. I've had airbrain over the last few days, and I'm not gonna lie, it's been pretty crazy. I've said and done some weird stuff, but I've got it under control now. This is the real me, and I promise you, things are gonna be okay. Let's just get back to the herd. They're all waiting for us.
Michael stays put.
Come on, little dude. How will we ever fix it if the ones who see it run away?
The black ram backs out of the hole and waits. A few moments later, the little grey lamb emerges. The kid stares straight forward and then up at Diaz. You're in trouble, Michael warns.
Huh?
Raim is waiting behind him, shaking with fury, about to blow. So you went to the airbrain zone?
Oh no,
Diaz gulps. Chapter 12.
Go on, Michael, quick!
Raim gestures back to the herd. The kid glances at Diaz and runs back, as Raim stands waiting for an explanation. Diaz is speechless. How does he even begin to describe what happened over the last few days?
Yeah, but it was an accident. I was looking for the ambush cats. How many times have I told you not to go up there, Diaz? Are you all right?
She shouts.
Yeah,
sighs Diaz. Raim snorts, walks over and inspects him. She exhales with relief on seeing he's okay.
What were you doing up there, son? It was some stupid thing Patrick told me. He said the ambush cats weren't real, so I went looking for them to prove they were. I just lost my bearings.
Raim snorts, but seems relieved with the reason. So, did you get it? She asks bluntly.
I think... yeah, I got it,
Diaz admits. Raim leans in and looks between his eyes. Diaz opens them wider as if to prove there's nothing there. What did you see? She asks.
I saw... it all looks so real. I saw the Elder as a wolf and the Chosen as ghouls. I'd hear things that made no sense at first, but made perfect sense, in a way.
In a way? Asks Raim.
That all of this is done to keep us in line. Patrick said that as well, but it turns out he had airbrain too. He admitted it when we were exiled. You were exiled?
Raim shrieks. Diaz backs off as his mother charges forward. She stops and unclenches. So, how are you now? She asks.
It's hard to say. I'm on the nurse ward at the minute. I don't know whether I'm cured or not, but at least I don't worry about it anymore.
Diaz smiles. Raim stares for a moment and walks in a circle with a big huff. The divided flock can still be heard arguing beneath the hill. She looks in its direction and then back at Diaz. I had airbrain too, Raim reveals. Once, when I went looking for your dad, I didn't believe Capstone's story about Rudy. The way he sneered with those black pits for eyes gave me the creeps. He said Rudy fell to the wolves, but there was something about the way he said it. So I went up there myself, late at night. I felt fine until I started to hear talking, laughing and screaming, coming from rabbit holes.
Rabbit holes?
Diaz exclaims. Yes, I could hear voices, and I swear to this day, one was the Elder's.
Inside a rabbit hole?
Yeah. Then I thought I heard voices from the top of the valley, so I went looking and saw...
A desert?
Diaz interjects. No. She stares at the floor. It was like a starry night sky. It made me feel awful. I couldn't stop screaming. I didn't know what was happening. I must have passed out, because the next thing I could remember was being back in the nurse ward. Apparently, Capstone found me unconscious and brought me back. He saved my life, Diaz, and yours. Diaz swallows down the weighty story and nods. I never believed your dad attacked the Elder, but when I caught Airbrain myself... Rame trails off.
Do you still see weird things?
Sometimes, she admits. It never really leaves you.
I'm sorry I went up there, Mom.
Yeah. Diaz yanks her forward as a wolf lunges out of the bush next to her. It misses, snapping at thin air. Diaz and Rame back away from the cold-eyed killer. Screams from the splintered herd tell of a full-blown wolf attack. The ground rumbles as they scatter or defend. It's pandemonium. The black wolf circles Rame, its mouth open, tasting the air.
There's only one! We can fight it! Diaz exclaims. Run for the herd, son! Now! No way! I'm not going! Mini-phalanx, now!
Rame picks up a dried fallen tree branch and holds it in her teeth like a set of horns. The black wolf hitches back on calculating the new threat range.
Go! Now!
Rame mutters. The black wolf leaps at the distracted ewe. She swings the sharp branch at its face, and it dodges mechanically. The remainder of the herd has dispersed throughout the forest as the wolves take advantage of the disarray, atomizing the once united flock and scattering them in every direction. It's a bloodbath, as the monsters hit and run in their perfect hunting ground. The black wolf gets to its feet again and stares at the branch in Rame's mouth.
Come on,
she mutters. The soulless predator is not so easily taunted. It looks at Diaz and raises one side of its mouth. Rame glances down the hill and spots a small group of survivors chasing Rory's column.
I love you, son,
she says, and kicks Diaz down the mound before he can respond. He tumbles head over heels, sliding through the soil and sending leaves flying. The wolves howl in concert as they coordinate their slaughter. Diaz clambers back up the muddy hill, but sinks down with each step. The last of the herdsmen leave as Diaz tries desperately to return to the fight. From above, he can hear the battle raging. The silent wolf snaps and swipes as his mother ducks and dives. Plumes of leaves and splintered shards pepper the area as Rame swings and misses with the heavy weapon. Then in one glorious crescendo, the shattering of wood and a gargled choke signals the death of the blighted wolf.
Mom! Mom!
Diaz shouts. A hulking brown wolf drops out of the trees and right in front of him. It draws its lips back in a sick grin, showing off its bayonet-like teeth. Diaz backs off as the jester laughs.
Diaz!
Rame appears at the hilltop, the broken branch in her mouth dripping with blood. The grinning hulk turns and double-takes at her, then tries to climb the mushy slope.
Diaz, run!
She tosses the damaged weapon and vanishes. Diaz bolts too, in the direction of Rory's column, while the hulking wolf tantrums as it struggles with the muddy hill. The black ram chases after the stragglers. All around him, the forest comes to life with shifting bodies, scuttling shapes, and flashing fangs. A choir of howls drone like a church organ, heaving and bellowing. Diaz wheezes as he navigates the terrifying hellscape. Dashing through the horror, every angle shows a bloody massacre. Dead bodies litter the floor, herdsmen yanked into bushes, eaten alive and pulled apart. He runs through a clearing, the red sky opens up and shines down on a giant pile of juicy blue leeks. The sweets are gobbled up by a group of trembling sheep, while a single wolf eats them alive. Some of the bites are so forceful, the sheep are yanked off balance, but they quickly return to their delicious treats. Diaz screams something indecipherable at them and keeps running. The warning isn't heeded. Finally, the tail end of Rory's column is in sight. He speeds up, crashing through tangled thorns to get to it, the forest itself now cutting Diaz to shreds. In front of him, the grey-blue wool of Aaron rattles with exertion as he struggles to keep up.
Aaron! Wait for me, Aaron!
Diaz yells out. But the cantankerous ram is in autopilot and running for his life. A scream from the front brings the column crashing to a halt. Diaz catches up in a flash, slamming into the slowpokes. Ahead he sees the golden wolf mauling his kin, her flawless face drenched in blood as she swings them like rag dolls. The column splits, scattering in every direction. Diaz heads uphill, out of the trench. Some herdsmen follow him. The ghostly white wolf manifests in front of him, her needle-sharp teeth primed like a bear trap. "Back!" Diaz gasps. But some aren't fast enough. The spectre slips through them like smoke, slashing and gnashing. The sheep fall, gurgling their last breath, while others are cruelly maimed to be enjoyed later. Diaz looks for an escape route and sees his herdsmen kicking each other toward the wolf to save their own skin. He screams at them to stop, but the sound is lost in the chaos. It's every man for themselves. The herd vaporizes and disappears into the hellscape. Diaz huffs a sorrowful tone and runs himself, Aaron following close behind. The screams fade into the background, replaced by the plodding footsteps and laboured breaths of the escapees. Ahead of them, the forest looks to thin out, and the orange glow of the sun can be seen.
"Come on, we gotta get out of this wood,"
Diaz calls out. An explosion of leaves and twigs sends Diaz flying through the air. He lands at Aaron's feet, who doubles over in exhaustion. A towering grey wolf stands in his way, looking down at him with fierce yellow eyes.
"Phalanx! Aaron, defend!"
Diaz drops down at a battle stance. Aaron still catches his breath as the wolf casually steps forward.
"Aaron!"
Diaz screams.
"It's okay, Diaz. A hero will save us,"
Aaron pants. Aaron's neck is snapped by the wolf, and he falls to the ground, twitching. The old grey Arthur then strides toward Diaz, who hitches back, still on guard, trembling and staring the wolf down.
"You're Rudy's son, all right,"
the wolf speaks. Diaz's eyes bulge out, and he freezes, on hearing the elder's caramel voice again.
"We always thought you were capstones,"
it smiles.
"Well, we'll not make that mistake again."
Another explosion of leaves erupts between them. Among the falling debris, a fuming capstone stands with his horn pointed at the wolf. The Arthur jumps back and growls in frustration.
"Diaz, run!"
Capstone yells. The black ram wastes no time and bolts directly away from the inevitable bloodbath. Fueled by some kind of cosmic energy, he tirelessly bolts through the forest maze. Up and over, in and out, he traverses the deadly ground like an acrobat, a sixth sense calling him back to the herd. The sounds of slaughter gone, no stampede, no screaming or howling, just his own throbbing pulse and galloping hooves to be heard. He can feel it. The presence of the herd is straight ahead. The trees are sparse, the canopy shrinks, and the mutter of his comrades is audible. Two rolling horns appear on the horizon, and Diaz is filled with joy.
"Arsenio!"
the black ram calls out.
"Diaz! Diaz! Over here, squire!"
the charming llama beckons. Diaz runs to Arsenio and is overcome by what he sees beyond the woods. A golden meadow with untouched grass up to the knee. The whole herd is there. The chosen have returned, and in the distance is the elder, the actual elder. No swinging skin, no burning yellow eyes. It's Zack, in all his sheep glory.
"Oh!"
Diaz breaks down. The black ram throws himself into his fellow herdsmen, everyone so happy to be alive. They tremble as they hug each other, stained by blood and mud. Even the elder's legs are filthy.
"Well then, let's hear it for the chosen sheep."
The elder laughs manically. "Hail the chosen!" the herd prays.
"And don't forget about me,"
he jests. "Hail, our glorious elder!" the flock roar. The herd chant cathartically, expelling the horror they just survived. Diaz hugs onto his kin and grits his teeth as he cries. Overwhelmed by the whole thing, he moves from buck to gimmer, ram to lamb, butting and nuzzling. Then in a moment of clarity, he realizes his mother is missing.
"Mom? Mom, where are you?"
Diaz pushes through the celebrating masses, the worry etched into his face. He pushes past a group of laughing rams and comes face to face with Capstone, his domed horn splattered with blood. A single visible eye squints in fury as he snarls at Diaz.
"I'm sorry, son. She fell to the wolves."
Diaz freezes and then shoves Capstone out of the way. The veteran shouts something after him as he races back into the wolf-infested labyrinth. Like a battering ram, he powers through the foliage, crashing through branches, surging through swamps. He runs and runs. Diaz cries out for his mother and hears nothing in return. No sheep, no wolves, just an endless, empty wood. He skids to a halt as the floor vanishes beneath him. Pebbles shoot forward and fall forever into a pit that stretches all the way to the horizon. Inside this crater are piles of dead bodies. Stacked like horrific mountains are the skeletons of 1,000,000 sheep. Some bleached white, others a slick red. It goes on forever and won't go away, rudely existing and shattering his world. He screams. All he can do is scream. Scream at the horror. Scream for his mother. Scream at the lie that was his entire life. He screams and eventually passes out, falling head first into the necropolis. Chapter 13. The golden meadow shimmers in the midday heat. Not a cloud in the sky in this ovine paradise. Delightful conversation has replaced the paranoid conspiracy theories. Rather than question the motives of the rulers, they'll busy themselves with vital topics like whether or not you should eat before a nap, how long is too long a nap, and the surprisingly heated, how many naps should one have in a day? Guarding this civilized society are the chosen and their aspirants. They patrol the Rubicon between the Golden Meadow and the treacherous woods. It's a hilly, green area where the wild flora of the forest thins out. Rory, on showing such great leadership during the Wolf Run, has been given the enviable title Most Favoured. The aspirant stops and takes a second to look into the woods. The blazing sunlight prevents his eyes from adjusting to its darkness. He peers into the blackish-red void and sees nothing. Behind him are the babbling herdsmen. Bathed in a heavenly haze, they go about their daily life, free to consume the golden grass at will, so long as the chosen get the tips. Scaring and shearing are the duties of the day, while patrolling for ambush cats has been cancelled. Replaced instead by a daily lamb sacrifice, selfless safetians offer their children up to the aspirants, and they're taken far away from the herd and left as bait for their undefeatable enemy. The elder continues his endless quest to locate and uproot the stealthiest Pantherius, checking in on occasion to keep the chosen in line. Rory sighs with satisfaction on watching the flawless system in operation. He spots Luna on top of a foothill, peering into the woods. With a stretch of his stubby neck and a flick of his tiara, the aspirant prepares to do his duty. "Luna!" he calls authoritatively. She doesn't budge. Still, she glares into the darkness. Rory softens his voice and approaches his old friend.
"Luna, it's been 3 days. He's not coming back." "But there's still stragglers, Rory. You still find them. You said it yourself."
She quivers.
"That was the day after. We haven't found any more since. He's gone, Angel Eyes."
Rory purrs. Luna's breath breaks as she inhales. She blinks her rainbow eyes and a tear rolls down her cheek as she finally looks away from the forest. Rory steps forward to hug her and she pulls away.
"You can't be up here, Luna. I can't break the rules for friends. It's bad enough you almost got Bleap killed."
Rory snaps.
"That wasn't my fault. He followed me."
"Well, he's not your concern anymore, or mine. He's back where he belongs."
"As you should be."
Luna looks over to the herd in a blissful, golden paradise. She sighs and fidgets with the green grass beneath her.
"That stuff tastes funny." "What? The golden grass? Nothing's good enough for you, is it?"
Rory yells. Luna recoils. Her lip quivers as she tiptoes back. Rory sighs and closes the distance.
"Listen, Angel Eyes, the lamb sacrifice might not be enough. If you keep coming up here, sooner or later a hungry ambush cat is going to get you. And I can't have that." "He's not dead, Rory. I just know it," she whispers.
"I'll keep an eye out for him. I promise." Rory nods sincerely. "Now..." Luna exhales heavily and heads back to the flock. Rory looks to the woods and after a few seconds returns to his patrol. Diaz gasps, his throat dry like chalk. He can't move. Agony, his whole body screaming out in pain.
Help me! Help me!"
he rasps. His voice travels nowhere. He's buried alive. Working his legs free, there's a grinding of stone, but he manages to find something to push himself up from. Kicking out with his forelegs, he loosens the pile in front of him. It creates a chain reaction. Soon, all of the rubble around him falls away, and Diaz rides a cascading wave of bones and horns to the crater's floor. He screams as a gaping ramhead gawps at him, turning away into another skull, upside down and yawning. There's no way he can look without seeing some macabre mess. He clambers out of the pile and falls over, covered in the rotting flesh and dusty bones of his ancestors. He shakes himself clean as best he can. Diaz is at the bottom of a huge crater, with piles of the dead surrounding him. A rocky path snakes between the mounds of sheep carcasses. The ground is stained with blood. The air is thick with stench. Diaz swears as he absorbs the horror. He searches for an exit, but every direction looks the same. Spinning madly and trying to make sense of it, he stops dead in his tracks on seeing the half-eaten head of Aaron.
"Oh, no!"
he sobs. He bolts. It doesn't matter which way. Running is the only thing he can think of, but it's an endless maze, with each turn showing the same grisly scene.
"Hello? Hello!"
His voice echoes throughout the mausoleum, reverberating eerily from the mouths of the dead. Chapter 14. Diaz staggers through the mountains of madness. Everywhere he looks are smashed ribs and broken bodies. The ground thick with blackened blood. His hooves skid through it as he scurries from one path to the next. The walls are far too high to climb. Falling from it would be certain death. He was lucky to land in such a big pile of corpses. Lucky there's so many. Heaving in desperation, he runs in circles. This morbid maze has no end. The exhausted ram goes limp and collapses into a ball. Catching his breath, he closes his eyes tightly. The sun-bleached bones still burned into his retina as a ghastly red photo. "Diaz!" shouts Arsenio. The black ram rose to his feet and listens. "Diaz! Where are you, mate?" The dashing llama calls out again. He's somewhere in the pit. The black ram's stomach knots hard. He knows to be quiet. Creeping toward the chosen's voice, there's no sign of panic in it, just a sickly sweet friendliness. Diaz edges forward around a shadowy pile of skulls and sees Belladonna inspecting a freshly killed ram. He dodges back, tucking into the shadowy cadavers. Belladonna's head swings in his direction, her manufactured mantle pulling her off balance. She treads toward the sudden noise, and Diaz holds his breath. "Come on, sausage, where are you, mate?" A skull works itself loose and falls next to Belladonna. It looks at her and hisses as the air escapes. She shudders and backs away.
"Come on, let's go. I hate this place."
"We ain't done yet, love."
"He's in the forest. Jester probably got him already. You know what he's like."
Arsenio forms his lips to protest, but Belladonna is already stomping away. The charming llama takes one look back, snorts, and follows her. Diaz peers around the pile and sees them heading to the chasm wall. A red trail of guts leads to a small cave inside the cliff. The chosen make their way to it. Belladonna angles her head awkwardly to fit her crown in. Once inside, they argue fiercely. The echoing voices stop abruptly with a loud thud. Diaz waits in silence. He watches the cave for any sign of life. Finally, he creeps forward, eyes fixed on the distant black hole. Beneath it looks like the bin of a butcher's shop, the ground littered with half-eaten intestines, mangled feet, and scabby wool. The black ram retches as he ascends. The stench here is so much more pungent. Inside is unsurprisingly gory. The promise of escape pulls him in, though. Holding his breath as much as possible, he makes his way through. The exit is blocked by a scratched-up heavy stone. Diaz presses his ear up to it, listening for the chosen. They're gone. Slamming his whole body into it over and over, the barrier doesn't budge. Not even an inch. It's clear there's something else behind it. Another desperate charge sends a shockwave through the whole cave, loosening the overhanging boulders. Some crash down, barely missing his head. The cave starts to weaken with clicks and cracks. Diaz instinctively runs out. The blood trails splay out in all directions, meaning this can't be the only entrance. If he can find an open cave, he can get out of this hell. What happens after that doesn't matter. He just needs to get out. He jumps down from the ledge, picks a blood trail, and follows it. Diaz's dusty wall bakes in the midday heat, the sun casting no shadows in this colossal mass grave. He scrapes away the blood on the floor, marking which of the sprawling paths lead to a dead end. So far he's found 6 of these tunnels, all of them blocked from the outside. There's only one unchecked path left, where the blood is still wet. If he can't find a way out by himself, he risks running into the chosen, or whoever delivers the bodies here. After seeing this, there's no way they'll let him live. There isn't a lie in the world big enough to cover it, no drug strong enough to erase it. The only other way out is up and over the cliff, but every inch of this crater is a sheer drop, with ledges no wider than a single hoof. He looks in the direction of the untravelled path and sets off without hesitation. He doesn't even see the horror anymore, only roads and obstacles. Running for hours, Diaz goes without food or drink, just the need to escape fueling him. The gore blends into one background blur and becomes easy to ignore as he focuses on the shimmering blood trail. Suddenly, the sun hits him from the right, and a refreshing kiss of fresh air follows it as the skeleton mounds vanish. A giant red patch draws his attention, and the black ram skids to a halt. The cliff wall sinks down slightly, and a huge cascading red stream paints it. Like a bloody waterfall frozen in time, populated by the broken hanging bodies of his kin that seem locked in freefall for eternity. At its base is a pile of shattered skeletons and twisted bodies, where his brothers and sisters have been tossed in like trash. He looks away from the slice of hell and focuses on the blood trail again.
Get out. Just get out.
There's no way out of this pit. Every tunnel is blocked or has fully caved in. Diaz returns to the hellish dumping point, the only place so far low enough to climb out. A stunning full moon illuminates the morbid spectacle. The blood, now an oily black, glistening like a starry sky. Diaz traces a path up the wall. The ledges are thick enough to hold him, evidenced by the broken bodies hanging from them. Each step will have him trampling over the dead, though. This mass grave has been used for decades, and every inch is covered. He creeps toward the mound of bodies. Stepping on the first one, his foot punctures the decayed skin with a putrid squelch. He jumps back and scrapes the slime off his leg. Pacing in wide circles, he looks to the precipice and psychs himself up. Then with a loud growl, he charges up the mound. Skulls break, slime squirts, flesh slips, and Diaz finally makes it to the wall. Pressing himself against it, he shivers with a sickened groan. He persists up the ledge, crushing old bones as he goes. Jumping from one ledge to another, the ground slips beneath his feet. He manages to stay upright, though. Leaping up to a higher level, his leg hits something warm. It's a newborn lamb. It looks peacefully at Diaz as he clasps himself to the rock. He gasps at seeing the out-of-place kid. As he pulls himself up, he sees the rest of its body is gone. Screaming, he slips from the edge and plummets into the mushy mound of desiccated corpses. With muffled cries, Diaz desperately breaks out and collapses onto the open floor of the chasm once again. He lays with tightly closed eyes, groaning, barely keeping himself together. The air sucks and then suddenly blows. Small particles waft across the floor. One of the tunnels just opened. Diaz switches gears and picks up a heavy thigh bone. Checking the trail on the floor, he follows it to the location of the sound. Listening out for conversation, all is silent as he approaches the open tunnel. Maybe he got lucky, and it's only one chosen dumping a body. His jaw tightens around the thigh bone, its fibres creaking under the pressure. Carefully edging his way around the stack of bodies, he hears an echoing thud, and the breeze stops. Uh-oh. He peers over the bodies and focuses on the cave entrance. Maybe they closed the door behind them, he thinks. Watching intently for any sign of movement, it's obvious there's no one there. The chasm returns to its usual deadness. Thick clouds roll in as Diaz waits in his hiding place, hoping for an opportunity to escape. The thigh bone ready at his feet, he fixates on the hole as the light dies. Now in complete darkness, Diaz finally gives up and moves toward the tunnel to investigate. A yelp near the entrance makes Diaz hitch back. It's in pain, whatever it is. "Hello?" Diaz probes. Another yelp, weak and agonizing. Diaz recognizes the voice. It's Rowan! He rushes forward and the old ram panics. "Rowan, are you alright?" Diaz gasps. The old ram is mostly carcass, half-eaten and left to die. "Rowan!" The old ram grimaces and turns his head.
Diaz?"
he hisses. Diaz scans the ground for any grass or water, but this entire chasm is one big morgue. He rests a hoof on the old ram's head, the only place not devoured.
"Diaz?"
Rowan actually smiles.
"I don't know what to do,"
Diaz admits.
"I know, son. I know."
He swallows. The black ram strokes his head in a vain attempt to comfort him.
"The wolves,"
Rowan puffs.
"the wolves have the herd. They own it."
Diaz nods sympathetically, looking over the wounds as if some miracle fix will reveal itself.
"I should have done something sooner. You realize too late. By the time you see it, you're buried in it."
He adjusts himself and looks Diaz in the eye.
"I should have went with your dad that day,"
Rowan confesses. Diaz sits upright and stares into the old ram's soul. Rowan looks to the sky again and laughs as he reminisces.
"It's funny. They said Airbrain made him crazy, but he changed long before that. Since he found out he was going to be a dad, fighting off the wolves wasn't enough. He wanted them dead. He had this energy about him. It was kind of contagious."
Rowan smiles. Diaz gives a teary-eyed smile back.
"But on that day, the day we found him, He wasn't crazy. We were. I was out with Capstone, surveying the land. Your dad had been gone for days. We thought he was dead. Then, out of nowhere, we see him coming over the hill, running right at us. He was covered in blood. His bright white face was slick with it, and that long horn of his was as red as his eyes, tip to base. He started rambling. I couldn't take it all in. He was screaming about the Elder being a wolf and tunnel systems, and it sounded insane at the time.
Diaz listens intently with a serious face.
Capstone, Rowan spits. He told me to go and get help. Then he went with Rudy to investigate.
The corners of Diaz's mouth sag as Rowan looks to the ground.
I ran for help, back to the herd. But halfway there I realized it should be me helping. I turned back and tried to catch up. But when I got there...
Rowan swings his head side to side as if the pain in his memory is worse than his devoured body.
Rudy was dead, on the ground. The Elder was covered in blood, and Capstone, he had this look in his eye. They told me your dad went crazy and attacked Zack, that he'd caught airbrain. But that wasn't true. All that blood on Rudy's horn. There's no way. He didn't kill what he hit. He didn't attack the Elder. He killed the wolf inside it. Capstone betrayed him. He betrayed all of us.
The old ram coughs violently. Diaz paws at his head again. More stiff coughs, and then a long, peaceful exhale. Rowan sinks into the ground, the pain slipping away.
There'll always be sheep like Capstone, son.
Rowan looks to the sky.
And there'll always be sheep like you.
The light dims in the old ram's eyes. Diaz strokes his head and gets no reaction. He gently nudges him. Rowan has passed.
What the hell am I supposed to do?
Diaz quivers and looks to the mountainous dead.
What the hell am I supposed to do, huh? Oh, God!
Diaz collapses into a ball, burying his face into his own wall. He sobs uncontrollably, the horror of everything finally expressing itself. The million skulls look on, no one to comfort him but the frozen faces of the gaping dead. Diaz cries like a baby, shivering on the floor, groaning at the injustice, howling in despair. The dark clouds part, and the lunar light returns, bathing the crater in a brilliant cyan glow. Long shadows are cast from the skeletal piles, and Diaz quivers among them. One shadow slides towards him, a proud, upright ram with a long, single horn. It covers him for a moment, and Diaz stops crying. He blinks the tears away and looks toward the light, seeing a tall, dark construction. Drawn in by it, he moves closer and sees a rigid pile of ancient bones. At its peak, a single skeleton rises up from the chaos, its horn pointing to the heavens. The skeletons beneath it curl downward, facing away from the defiant ram. Diaz stares at the scene, his fear slipping away. The noble skeleton is intact, all except its ribs, which are shattered on one side. Diaz stares at his dad's injury and is filled with rage. He grits his teeth as a furious new energy ignites inside him. Looking at the whole scene now, everything falls into place, never to be moved again. Diaz roars and slams down on the ground. The shockwave rattles the whole chasm, and the pile in front of him collapses. Diaz doesn't move as the wave of ancestral bones wash around him. He picks his dad's skull up by the horn and looks to Rowan. Night becomes day as Diaz races through the chasm, setting traps inside each cave. He scrapes away the blood trails on his improvised map. A pit here, a weakened shaft there. He's possessed by a glorious purpose, filled with righteous energy, tireless and without hunger. Excavating the ground and filling the holes with shattered ribs, bent bones behind rocks to make skull-shattering traps, balanced boulders that come crashing down at a whisper of pressure, the knowledge somehow awoken in him. He travels miles from end to end, turning the secret cave system into one huge death trap. With the last tunnel sabotaged, Diaz scrapes away the map completely and turns once again to the blood-stained dumping point. He charges up the mound of bodies, clambers across the skulls, and soars up the side of the mountain. The sun sets as Diaz climbs, a new focus blocking out the horror as he jumps from edge to ledge with calculated precision. The final jump is across a chasm with a mile-long fall. Certain death if he misses. Diaz doesn't even look down. Instead, he looks back, taking one last snapshot of this diabolical secret. Then with a supernatural vitality, he leaps into space, grabs hold of the precipice, and pulls himself out of hell. The retreating sun is still there to greet him as he emerges from the void, kissing his whole body with a warm, red glow.
Okay, Capstone. We're coming for you.
Chapter 15. Breathing deeply, he inhales the fresh mountain air. His mind never clearer. Looking over the valley, he sees everything as it is for the first time. The golden field is off to his right, and the flock still hasn't moved from it. At the bottom of the hill is a river that runs down past the herd and into the wolf-infested forest. To his left, the valley continues forever, snaking back around on itself and disappearing over his shoulder. He can't help but think that seeing the environments from his childhood again might have been the trigger that woke Rowan up. A primal paternal urge fills his heart as he watches over his captive herdsmen. Such a huge population kept in line by so few lies. Diaz sloshes around in the stream, dunking his head and shaking off the gunk from the pit. After a good wash, he trots onto the muddy riverbank and peers over the grass to the herd busying themselves with the morning's routines. He never noticed how distracted his kin were. Their heads permanently face down in that long golden grass. A wolf could walk right between them and no one would notice. Diaz ducks on spotting Rory. The red ram surveys the land. He's way out from the main flock and struts with some weird tiara on his head.
Oh, dude,
Diaz chuckles. Over on Southside, it looks like Dixie has a set too. That's a problem. Now he has to deal with essentially 8 chosen. Or maybe not. Maybe these trials will unearth the awful truth of safety-anity and compel the aspirants to rage against the machine. At some point, the next generation of chosen will have to see the wolf and the chasm. They'll have to partake in the grisly business of disposing their neighbours' bodies. Then we'll see just how much they value that silly accolade. Diaz looks back to his old friend, who is now posing for the cheering fanboys.
I'll applaud you till the day I die if you help me take him down, dude,
Diaz mutters. There's no sign of Capstone. Nicodemus is on watch today, meaning the traitor is somewhere in those woods. The black ram chomps down mouthfuls of grass while keeping an eye on the scene. It's not like he can just walk up and rejoin the herd. The wolves would have certainly told their trained dogs that he'd seen too much. As soon as the chosen see him, he's dead. This is going to be a hit and run. But how the hell is he going to get to him? Those woods will be crawling with wolves. Capstone probably sleeps next to them. Maybe that'll work out well. With both of them sleeping during the day, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then again, the chaos of a wolf attack could be a perfect cover. He already knows the veteran will be on Northside. All Diaz has to do is find a good hiding place and ambush him. But then it's him versus all the wolves and all the chosen at the same time. A suicide mission. Over on Eastside, a commotion is heard, and Nicodemus can be seen leaping into action, bounding through the herd to save the day. He shifts position to get a better look, and his hooves squelch loudly in the wet clay.
Damn, I thought I got all of it,
Diaz mutters. He shakes his leg, mistaking the wet mud for the crater's remains, then pauses, admiring his new glossy brown pins. He slops around, sliding his face into the wet mud, rolling and crawling until eventually his entire body is a chestnut brown. Looking at his reflection in the river, he can't help but laugh.
Well, it's no elder skin, but it'll do.
Clear!
Capstone shouts from Northside.
Clear!
The chosen confirm.
Hail the chosen!
A herdsman initiates.
Hail! Hail! Hail!
The herd chant. The wolf attack provided the perfect window of opportunity for Diaz to slip back into the herd. He nestles between the sheep of Eastside and works his way to the center. The mud camouflage is holding up well, coating his black wool smoothly. Diaz squints his signature red eyes and talks in a higher register.
Boy, I tell you, those chosen are really something, aren't they?
He squeaks.
You said it, Safetyin. I could hail them all night,
a proud ram declares. He moves further in. No one notices his second skin.
Excuse me, miss. Have you hailed the elder today?
Oh,
Hail, she appeases. Diaz chuckles to himself on seeing the blatant spell they're all under. This is going to work. He can hoodwink anyone here. All he needs to do is wait for Capstone to be on day duty, cause some kind of commotion, and when he comes in to keep the peace, Bleap! His old friend greets. Diaz slowly turns to see Bleap staring at him from the lamb circus. The muddy ram tightens his lips and shakes his head no. Bleap? The rusty ram asks. Shut up, dude. Shut up, he transmits. Bleap's jaw twists to the other side of his face, and he looks even more confused. There's a small grey lamb cutting for him. It's Michael from the woods. The kid looks right at Diaz, and there's a long pause. He suddenly loses confidence in his disguise. What are you yelling about? Michael asks Bleap. Diaz sighs with relief and lays down to sleep. Belladonna's watched today. Her fake chandelier crown tilts her body forward as she walks, like a puppy drinking out of a bowl. The theatre still works on the mesmerised herdsmen, none of them looking her in the eye as she passes. Instead, they fixate on the imposing horns. Diaz snorts a laugh as he remembers how intimidating she looked before he woke up. The Chosen shoots a glance in his direction, somehow knowing exactly what the sound meant. But Diaz is safely hidden in the masses, and tailors his conversation accordingly. You know, I think 2 naps a day is just about right, he squeaks. The surrounding herdsmen enthusiastically join in, knowing exactly which point to make and how to make it, thanks to the prize u's earlier recital of this vital topic. No, 1 will do. 2 makes you restless on a night, a ram states. Not if there's a wolf attack. Actually, it's recommended by experts you have 3, so that you're nice and sharp for the phalanx. A kid interjects. 1 nap is good for no wolf attack, 2 if yes, and 3 if we need to migrate, suggests a study. Yes, but you must let me finish, the ram gushes. Diaz fake nods, exaggerating his expressions at the pointless babble, knowing not to bring up awful subjects like the elder being a wolf, the ambush cats being fake, or the fact that they've been walking around in circles all their life. Instead, he'll bide his time until Capstone shows his face. The muddy costume is holding up quite well. Despite the sun bearing down on it, it stays moist, like glossy brown wool. Diaz continues his mindless chatter, his new squeaky voice trilling like a bird. He gasps on seeing Rory enter the flock and head straight towards him. The aspirant twists his head in confusion as he scans the mysterious brown chatterbox, and Diaz realizes his unique red eyes are wide open. Spinning around and squinting his eyes, his debate opponent starts laughing. I've got you, haven't I? Just admit it. You were wrong, the Safetian brags. Rory passes right next to him and looks at Diaz with suspicion. The muddy ram continues to squint and nods, conceding the argument. Meaning what exactly? Go on, the Safetian brags. Diaz clears his throat in a high pitch. Rory waits by his side. That 5 naps would be the same as 1 big sleep, Diaz concedes. The passionate ram rears up and kicks the air, cheering at his glorious conquest. The aspirant moves on, and Diaz breathes a sigh of relief. Rory meanders through the lamb circus. All the kids rush up to him, so eager to get the attention of the most favoured of the aspirants. They see him as a superhero, with his makeshift horns sparkling in the sun. He could easily pluck one out, and they cheer, seeing it as some great adventure. Parents can be seen fretting from the main herd, watching the ambush cat delivery boy mull over his stock. Oh, hey, Rory, there's the man. There's Alpha King, a panicked ram greets. Abe? Oh, hey, buddy. What have you been up to? It's been years, the red ram asks. The young ram is hesitant to answer. Oh, you know, just surviving, Abe laughs. Hey, congrats on getting favoured. It's most favoured, actually, Rory corrects. A little lamb walks through Rory's legs and over to Abe. The father does his best not to react to his kid's need for attention. You had a kid? Rory asks. Abe doesn't answer, but a stressed ewe pushes past him and pulls the kid between her front legs. You leave her alone, Rory! You leave her alone! She growls. The Safetians in the area turn and look. Just keep it down, okay? You can't talk like that right now, he warns. What? Talk like what? This is madness, the mother yells. Just be cool, okay, buddy? Observe safetianity, Rory whispers. Why can't you pick someone else? The mother blurts. I haven't. Why can't you pick one of Prize U's? That whore doesn't care about any of her kids, Abe hisses at his partner and turns to get in between them. Rory stares at the ground with a blank expression. Sorry, we're sorry, Rory, Abe begs. Rory lifts his head. One corner of his mouth tweaks down as he looks at Abe's cherished little lamb. I haven't picked yet, he finally says. The mother bursts into tears and hugs her daughter tightly. The kid, finally feeling the menace, clings back. Abe stands between them and looks deep into the aspirant's eyes. You don't have to do it, Rory, he reminds. No, I do. You don't understand. I don't understand what? That if a higher power tells me to kill a kid, I have to? No, I don't, and I won't. To hell with such a higher power, Abe growls. Rory's head snaps up, his new makeshift horns barely missing Abe's face. That clear example of dangerism was heard by everyone. This whole scene will be the topic of the day in minutes, as soon as it gets back to that whore, Prize U. You two, settle down. That's an order. Spinning away from the young family, he marches back into the lamb circus. Picking one up at random, the kids cheer, thinking it's some kind of great game. Not a sound of protest from anyone, even the lamb. He pushes through the cheering masses and out into the plains, the kid bouncing up and down from his mouth. Stop! Belladonna snaps. What? Rory growls through closed teeth. The chosen raises her eyebrows and laughs. That's one of Dolly's. Put it back, Belladonna commands. Rory drops the lamb. It looks eagerly up at both of them, totally unaware of what was about to happen. I'm sure you can find a better candidate. Kill two birds with one stone, the chosen hints. I can't, Rory starts. Can't what? Belladonna asks, with empty eyes. Dixie struts over from West Side, with a dark brown lamb in her mouth. It hangs patiently, totally at peace with its own mother. What's this? You too? Belladonna shouts. What? I tried. Everyone kept stopping us. It was impossible, she frets. This is still a sacrifice. You're missing the point, Belladonna blasts. The kidnapper's argument gets heated, and Diaz looks to Santa North, where the infamous Prize U reigns. She didn't even notice one of her kids was getting sacrificed. She just carries on waffling in that weird rhyming way, holding court for an entourage of envious U's, laughing at the many gifts from her suitors and soaking up all the attention from her lessers. The argument on the outskirts reaches a climax, and Belladonna brings it to an end with a stamp. Doesn't count! It doesn't count! Now go back in there and manage the herd! Rory spins around and cuts his way through the flock, making a bayline to his mother. Her conversation doesn't stop as he stands there awkwardly, waiting for her to pay attention. Lamb sacrifice, he announces. Dolly's babble doesn't skip a beat. Gonna need a lamb to sacrifice there, Mum. The Prize U rolls her eyes, gives a brief look over the circus, and points her golden hoof in a shooing motion. Tommy! Sacrifice our Tommy, she gestures. Rory stands in silence as she returns to her vital conversation. Even her friends don't acknowledge him as they laugh at every little thing Prize U says. Tommy, time for your sacrifice. Come here, buddy, Rory growls. A little pink lamb prods his leg and gives a gummy smile. Hey, Tommy, Rory simmers. The aspirant lingers for a moment, staring at his little brother. The kid just beams, happy to be engaged with. She'll notice us when we're chosen. She'll have no daggone choice. He turns on his heels and heads right back to the young family. His old friend sees him coming and goes down into battle stance. It stops the red ram in his tracks. Obey the elder, Abe. Sacrifices must be made, Rory demands. Pick someone else, Abe roars, revving at the floor. What the hell are you doing? My job, Abe shouts and charges at Rory. The red ram is smacked into the air and lands on a pile of kids. The Safetians cry out for Belladonna. Rory gets to his feet and angles his new horns down. Abe charges again and is met by the manufactured weapons of the aspirant. It pierces the father's head and scrapes down his neck, cutting a long flap of skin loose. Abe howls in pain, but keeps fighting. Charging again, the wound swinging like a hood, he smacks Rory in the side of his face, splatting him with blood. The red ram swings his horns wildly as everyone backs away. Abe picks his moment and thrusts again, hitting the tiara side on, shattering it. Rory is incensed, his crown mangled into a jagged shard. Abe staggers in circles, looking for another opening, the blood pumping out of the wound like a fountain. His partner screams and covers the baby. Dutiful herdsmen shout scathing abuse at Abe for causing such a scene. The dad is weakening, his steps plodding. Rory charges forward, and Abe has no defence for it. The jagged horns go right into his neck, and a burst of blood covers Rory's face. Abe falls like a wet sack, and the steel-eyed aspirant turns to his widow. She screams non-stop and clutches the terrified child. The herdsmen surround her and insist she give up the baby, gently reminding the mother how much worse it is to be a dangerist. Rory bites down on the lamb's scruff and tries to yank it away, but the mother comes with it. She kicks at the red ram, but he won't let go. The herdsmen fall on her, yelling about the importance of the lamb's sacrifice. The kid slips away from her grasp, and the herdsmen pin the mother down for her own safety. Her non-stop scream comes to an abrupt end as Rory walks her child out of the herd. The ew's heart must have stopped. Diaz hangs his head and spits on the ground. The compulsion to intervene yanks down at his soul. But he didn't crawl out of the void to save just one kid. Once his cover is blown, that's it. He spits again, and his stomach gurgles, groaning intensely as the kid's cries for help go unanswered. "Well, that Abe had dangerous written all over him from the start," the Safetyan comments. Diaz moves away from the bootlicking ram before he lashes out at him. What the hell happened to Rory? Did that crown pierce his brain? He was so eager to save the kids from the ambush cats before, but now he delivers them straight to them. Does he even know that he's feeding the kids directly to the wolves? Did they threaten him, bribe him, drug him? All three? What did they do? Diaz growls as he pushes past laughing herdsmen. They couldn't get back to their pointless topics quick enough. He roughly shoves through a debate, and part of his mud disguise slides off. Feeling the air on his exposed shoulder forces him to stop and take a breath. This charade won't last forever. Eventually, he'll be spotted. The muddy ram casually bites a wad of golden grass, and hears audible gasps from the Safetyans. How can he forget about the eating order? Spitting it back out, he feels the energy die down again, and joins one of the many queues behind the dining ewes. The closest one is behind two laughing gimmers, who are taking clear liberties by wasting the time of waiting rams. A gnarled old veteran from the front line sways unsteadily, as the roots he had this morning just didn't cut it. The girls reach for their meal and pull away teasingly, opting to finish their conversation rather than giving the rams a chance to eat. Diaz huffs and looks to the abundant golden grass all around them, untouched by the chosen and therefore off limits.
"We must prioritize the resources of our guardians,"
Diaz recalls.
Guardians,
he spits. The girls stop yammering and look at him with faces aghast. After the indirect threat was acknowledged, they return to their gossip. Diaz grumbles and nudges the ram in front, who turns slowly.
"We probably guarded the herd more than the chosen ever did,"
Doyle squeaks. Belladonna stomps around on day watch and looks down her nose at the herdsman. She can't help it. That custom-made headpiece is going to break her neck. On hearing the girls switch to yet another topic of conversation, Diaz exhales, and the old ram in front of him collapses onto the untouched grass. As soon as everyone realizes he's not eating it, they go back to their duties.
to hell with this,
Diaz growls. He checks his costume, squints his eyes, and makes his way to the outer rim toward Belladonna.
"All hail Belladonna,"
Diaz cheers. The herdsmen around him hail, and Belladonna eats it with a single nod.
"Safetyans of the valley, all hail Belladonna,"
he roars. All of Eastwing erupts in sycophantic cheers. Belladonna staggers back with taken breath.
"Belladonna the brave, Belladonna the strong, she protects us all day long."
The herd cheers and clops its hooves in approval.
"To the glorious chosen, I give my cud. It's my duty to keep them good. For if they do not eat their fill, the wolves will win, and we'll be killed. Cud, you know it's good. Cud, you know you should."
After the speech, Diaz leans over and cuds up what little food he had this morning. A nutritious little packet of food is left on the floor, and then he bows in worship to Belladonna. She flutters, and for the first time in ages, actually giggles. On seeing the positive reaction from their overlords, the herdsmen of Eastside follow suit, every one of them cutting up a wad of pre-chewed grass for their beloved guardian. Belladonna swans over to the herd and starts eating. A bit here, a nibble there. She has an all-you-can-eat praise buffet. Soon even her ravenous appetite is satiated, and she waddles back to the outer rim, fit to burst. Diaz kicks one of the many leftover food packets to the unconscious old ram. The damp wad hits his nose and leaves an amber stain. His nostrils twitch, and he comes around.
It's you's cut, old-timer, so they've already had their turn. Help yourself.
Chapter 16. Diaz spends most of the night smoothing over the hole in his disguise. It's not perfect, but it'll do for now. The clay is starting to dry. Soon even the sleepiest sheep will notice he's covered in mud. He's going to need a top-up if Capstone doesn't come soon. Speak of the devil. He and his chosen emerge from the woods and take position around the sleeping herd. They are joined by Rory, Pixie, Trixie and Dixie, who fill in the gaps and completely surround the band. There must be something going on tonight. Maybe another aspirant trial. Rory looks to be wrestling with something. His face contorts as he lives out some kind of awful catastrophe in his head. He stands to the right of Capstone on northeast wing. Dixie is covering southeast, and Nicodemus is in front of him. Each guardian watches the flock itself, none doing their supposed job of watching out for invaders. Diaz keeps low, pretending to sleep, and fixates on Capstone. The blood fuel rises, and his legs become restless. An overwhelming urge to charge him head-on has to be redirected. It's clear now what happened to the Devil's Horn. Not beaten down by the bodies of 100 wolves, as is said, but more the telltale weapon of a sheep killer. That vermin's face screams of his past sins, old skin hanging from those soulless eyes, and his mouth a permanent snarl, no matter what the expression. A conscious villain, a traitor to us all. Thankfully, his sense of self-preservation has never let him forget it. Locked in a permanent fugitive state, fearful of every sheep, knowing they would all kill him if they only knew. Diaz can't take him out right now. Buried so deep in the herd, they'll see him coming a mile away. All of them. Unarmed and without the element of surprise, it would be a death sentence. The traitor's day will eventually come. Diaz knows it, and the funny thing is, Capstone clearly knows it too. Behind that old serpent, 2 wolves approach. They pass him casually, and Capstone doesn't even flinch. Rory turns away, his legs shaking. Diaz stays low and squints his eyes as the wolves investigate the sleeping sheep on north side. No one is raising the alarm. Diaz reaches out and gives the young ram in front of him a hard pinch.
Ouchie, ow! What was that? Something bit me!
The youngster flaps, then freezes on seeing the wolves.
Oh! Wolf attack!
The wolves quickly pick a sheep and drag it out before the flock can react. Everyone gets up to form the phalanx. Diaz watches the chosen as the herd morphs into gear. Capstone is looking for the ram who shouted, that absolute scumbag. Oh, and here come the theatrics. Down go the horns, and out comes the dancing. They charge and swing and hit nothing but air. Capstone, as usual, puts on a great show. Dixie, too, is a natural. She looks like she actually cares. The wolves haven't seen Rory yet, and drag the heavy ewe directly towards him. The grass is flattened as the 2 wolves work together, sliding the gurgling sheep backwards. Diaz can't help but yell out, "Do something, Rory!" he screams in his actual voice. Rory trembles. He eventually tiptoes backwards to allow the wolves safe passage. Capstone leaps into the air, trying to see into the herd. Diaz keeps low and creeps among the back of the phalanx. He can't see what's happening, but it sounds like the ewe managed to escape. She screams, and the phalanx calls out to her, then just as quickly, a thud and choking noise.
Help me, Rory,
the ewe rasps. Then all is quiet. Clear, Capstone confirms. Clear, the chosen report from each corner. Rory throws up. Another day, another Doyle, the chatty brown ram. What an annoying character he conjured, born of sarcasm but soul-crushingly effective. Diaz already knows what his neighbours will want to discuss today, what positions they'll take and points they'll make. All he has to do is listen for what the prize ewe is gossiping about. Eventually, it'll work its way across the land. The ram he was arguing with yesterday strides towards him, a confident smirk on his face.
Oh, go on then,
Diaz squawks. Guess who was right as rain for the wolf attack, the ram brags.
Old Two-Naps.
That's right, his opponent nods. I tell you, you need to start listening to me, Doyle. Where were you last night anyway? Catching up on your beauty sleep? Diaz nods automatically. and watches the woods, hoping for that traitor to emerge for day watch. The aspirants have been mercifully given time off. Operating without sleep was likely one of the ridiculous hoops they had to jump through to be considered the right stuff. His enthusiastic opponent drones on, planting a flag on yet another hill.
So, chewing until the grass turns into paste is far better than just swallowing. You get more of the nutrients that way.
There's a daggin' war going on, and all you care about is sleeping and chewing?
Diaz growls. His opponent freezes on hearing the sudden voice change.
I mean,
Diaz squeaks,
a war between the chewers and the swallowers. There's no such thing as a chew-wallower.
Oh, well that's where you're wrong,
the ram chats. A body slips out of the dark forest. It's Arsenio. Diaz's heart sinks as he double-checks his makeshift costume. It's getting too dry, and his opponent notices.
Oh, wow. Looks like you're due a good shearing, Doyle.
No. It's just,
Diaz searches.
Need to chew more and take more naps.
The ram twists his face and looks him up and down.
Good to hear I'm finally getting through to you. Yeah! Hoo!
The ram celebrates a little too aggressively. Satisfied with his conquest, the argumentative ram leaves him to find another mark. Doyle observes Arsenio, who struts around the herd, scanning the horizon, making sure no imaginary predators attack them. He lingers on the kids way too long, and for the first time, Diaz notices the charming llama is more like an improper alpaca. He sneers and leers at the girls, getting way too touchy with the boys.
"Hail, Arsenio!"
a ewe bleats. He nods back with a wink.
"You don't mess with the chosen,"
a proud ram brags. Arsenio hitches forward and back, imitating a fight. Diaz sniggers at the hollow display, and also at the pathetic wannabes who are so desperate to be seen supporting him. The safety one feels, when praising a bully, clearly lost on Diaz. He slips to the front of East Wing and joins the fan club of the sinister celebrity.
"All hail the mighty Arsenio!"
Diaz trills. The herd cheer and the Guardian smirks, as if to acknowledge the overdue appreciation.
"Did you see him last night? He sent those wolves packing. He was like, wham, blam, whoa, blam."
Arsenio smiles at the gushing fandom.
"He doesn't need horns to kill the wolves. They run and hide from all his blows. Trick, kick, and super stamp. Trick, kick, and super stamp."
Diaz acts out the moves. Arsenio shimmies side to side, dodging, thrusting, and parrying, the flock losing their minds at the showboater.
"Eolav, you're going to give me an even bigger head,"
the chosen laughs. A ewe swoons, and her best friend has to fan her down. Diaz continues with his celebrity worship.
"Trick, kick, and super stamp. Trick, kick, and super stamp."
The muddy ram ducks and spins around with a double back kick, finishing off the combo with a heavy 4-foot stomp that sends the golden grass flying. The herd copies. First the kids, then the ewes, and even the rams find the energy to join in.
"Trick, kick, and super stamp. Trick, kick, and super stamp,"
the flock recites. Diaz looks to the chosen and exhales in a semi-sad way. A fake tear of admiration rolls down his cheek. Arsenio tosses back his hair and nods in self-approval as the herd unwittingly reinforce the vile pervert's candy-coated shell.
"A necessary evil,"
smiles Diaz, as his comrades work muscles they never knew they had. Diaz's hoof squelches on a packet of cud. He's already had enough today, so he leaves it for someone else. It didn't take much to satisfy the rams. All it took was a full belly and a little reciprocity, a new normal he could get used to. Rory plods around the perimeter, his head hanging and shoulders slumped. Still wearing the crown ape-shattered, an ugly reminder of what it means to stand up to the system. He glances over the lamb circle and seems to be plotting a course. Rory enters the flock, and the whole of Eastside murmurs as the aspirant drifts through them. The spectacle of Abe's fight still fresh in their mind. No one would dare stop him now. Rory tries his best to lock his expression, but it's clear the commentary bothers him. He picks a kid up by its scruff. It struggles and yells out for help. Everyone turns away. Just a pitiful cry from a random ewe whose face can't be seen. Rory's eyes are wide and glassy as he stares straight forward, walking the child away to be slaughtered. The noise level stayed at a whisper for the rest of the night, everyone feeling the need not to disturb some omniscient monster. One by one, the pointless conversations are concluded, and the heroes for a day retire. Diaz spends his night observing the herd. Even sleeping, they recreate their inane conversations. His usual sparring partner even sports a scowl as he tosses and turns.
One nap, 2 chews, Chihuahua.
He sleep talks. Even in his dreams he's a bore. Diaz's attention is drawn to the lamb circus, and he sees one of the kids is acting out the trick, kick, super stamp combo. He's probably dreaming about Rory, or the wolves. At this point, what's the difference? The next morning has a festival atmosphere, despite the miserable grey sky. No wolf attack last night, likely a reward for being so compliant with the lamb's sacrifice. Rhythmic vibes can be felt in the ground as the herd gleefully imitate their guardians in battle. The rams joke and flirt with the ewes, and they're happy to share their cud. It feels good to be alive. Diaz's mud coat is starting to show clear cracks. Either the attack happens today, or he'll definitely be found out. He watches the woods and wills the appearance of Capstone. He prays to see that flattened dome, that single, soulless eye peering out of the crack. Diaz has visualized the ambush to pinpoint perfection, knowing exactly which button to push on his debate opponent. He can basically order Capstone into the herd's special delivery. Then, on slipping behind him, break his neck with one single super stamp. Something's different. Deer watch is never usually this late. Even the oblivious herdsmen have noticed. They stand ready to slide on their knees in a show of abject submission, but they'll have to wait. Over on West Side, little blobs can be seen up the hill. They dash around frantically, reporting back to a darker blob. That must be the aspirants and Arsenio. What are they doing over there? Some kind of new trial? Then it hits him. They're looking for someone. Diaz starts to chuckle at the idea one of his traps has been activated. The herdsmen around him see it and start laughing too. Who set it off? Will they find it? And what will they think when they do? Diaz goes into full-blown hysterics, and the surrounding herdsmen join in. The muddy ram puts his hoof on the shoulder of a laughing ewe.
You know what's perfect? It only gets the bad ones. What?
The ewe laughs.
Never mind.
Diaz moves further up the herd to get a better look. No one else has noticed the search party on the hill, but to be fair, they are the size of ants from here. He can fill in the blanks though. That slow, sparkling blip is Belladonna, as the aspirants keep reporting back to her, meaning he got either Nicodemus or Capstone.
Hell yeah!
Diaz stamps the ground. An old vision draws him in. A svelte, pure white ewe, with rainbow eyes, grazes off to his left. It's Luna. A wave of relief washes over him on seeing her. He wants to run over and tell her everything that's happened, the nightmare they're in, and how he's going to get revenge. But he can't. As soon as he goes near her, she'll react, and his cover is blown. He watches from afar, enjoying the calm she brings him, but she looks different, distracted. Her rainbow eyes stare down at the ground, focused on the golden grass and nothing more. She isn't even cutting, just consuming, escaping into the only pleasure available to her. A nurse waddles through Northside, dropping off various mushrooms to certain sheep. She stops next to Luna and kicks out a juicy blue leek. Without skipping a beat, she eats it and then returns to the grass. What the hell does Luna have to look forward to anymore? A cud here? A sacrifice there? Even Bleap has been taken away from her. It's no wonder she's turned to temporary highs. Safety-anity's robbed everything else from her. All it leaves is the lie, and if you can't be happy with that, then you can't be happy. Looking over Northside, he sees every sheep has the same distant, resigned look. They all know deep down that they're captives. They know bad things will happen when they resist, say no, be a dangerist. The wolves have conditioned us to see responsibility as selfish, honesty as hate, and freedom as suicide. Maybe it takes something as extreme as the chasm to jolt you out of this trance. Or maybe there's another way. Maybe you can cast a second spell on them. With the wolves' trained dogs out on a task, Diaz takes a chance and rises up on his hind legs.
Hail, the glorious elder,
he bellows. Eastside hails.
Herdsman of the valley, hail the glorious elder,
he broadcasts across the land. The whole flock hails in one almighty roar. Diaz's stomach buzzes from the sound. He teeters on his back legs and continues.
Have you seen the elder's kin? Yes, we are the elder's skin. He is God in our hell. He says he'll save us from ourselves. Old patchy wool and grey wolf feet. Our patchy wool on great wolf feet. Now's the time. Here's the place to kill the wolf and save our race.
You! Capstone barks. Diaz shrinks into a ball, but the veteran still sees him.
Come here!
He beckons outside the herd. Everyone falls silent, and the herdsmen part ways around Diaz. The muddy ram freezes. It's clear Plan A is no longer an option.
Now!
Capstone commands. Diaz tiptoes forward, squinting and adjusting his gait. As he passes the silent flock, he sees sparks in their eyes, a silent acknowledgement of everything he just said. A time bomb. The veteran steps back and gestures to him to leave the herd.
Sir?
Diaz squeaks.
Walk!
He prompts. Chapter 17. The muddy ram is walked far away from the herd, not a word spoken. It's eerily quiet out here, just the squelch of footsteps in the mud to be heard. Diaz looks back with a supplicating smile, but Capstone stares blankly, analysing this mysterious ram.
What was that all about, Safetyan?
The veteran finally asks.
Sir?
Diaz tweets.
That speech, what was it all about?
Oh, it was about the elder, sir. Oh, how I love him.
Too much. Diaz clenches at the overacting, but Capstone didn't seem to notice. He keeps walking as Capstone digests his answer.
What is your name?
Doyle.
Diaz lies.
And when was your Safetyan day, Doyle?
Capstone probes. Diaz looks back and sees a slight grin on the veteran's face.
It's tomorrow,
Doyle answers. The pair keep walking north, far from the herd. The air has a buzz to it, and the sky has turned a glowing dark grey. If it weren't thick with mud, Diaz's fleece would be tingling with static right now.
Who was your birthing parent?
The prize you.
And your seeding parent?
The elder.
Capstone erupts. Diaz looks back and sees the veteran chuckling to himself. The muddy ram stops and turns around.
Keep walking, Safetyan,
orders Capstone.
I know where you're taking me.
Oh,
Capstone growls.
You're taking me to be chosen, aren't you?
Capstone looks away and starts laughing again.
I knew it. I knew I'd be chosen. It's my unquestioning loyalty, isn't it? Oh, Capstone, you'd never have a more dedicated servant than me.
Is that so?
Capstone smiles.
I swear on my brothers' and sisters' lives,
Doyle declares. Capstone rolls his tongue in his mouth and scans Doyle up and down. Above them comes a heavenly crash of thunder, and a cool electrified breeze wafts by them. Capstone looks back to the herd, and Diaz leans forward to charge, but the veteran turns back too quickly. Diaz flashes a big smile and drops his hips slightly.
Do you know what it takes to be a chosen? It's a very difficult job, Doyle,
Capstone preaches. The field applauds with a sudden torrent of rain. Diaz gasps as he feels the dry mud melting away, slipping from his back and trickling onto the floor. Capstone carries on his speech, looking away sporadically, not leaving a window open long enough to cover the distance.
Dedication, service, and sacrifice. I need sheep who act, not think. Do, not feel, the veteran continues.
A slab of Diaz's disguise plops onto the floor, and Capstone notices. His speech stops dead, and he looks at the brown pile with confusion. The heavy rain creates an obscuring mist, and Capstone steps toward the disintegrating Doyle for a better look.
Nicodemus,
Diaz tweets.
I heard Nicodemus. He's in trouble.
What?
Capstone snaps. Diaz spins on his heels and heads west, up the hill. Capstone orders him to stop, but Diaz keeps running, into the storm, calling out for Nicodemus. Doyle leads Capstone into a tight, rocky maze. He zigzags through the tall, black slate, and eventually breaks line of sight from the veteran.
Doyle, stop! I order you to stop!
Screams Capstone. The veteran splodges through the damp mud and comes to a stop in the middle of a cross-section. He spins, checking each direction, but Doyle is nowhere to be seen. The pounding rain has gathered into rivers, and it streams in all directions in this rocky nexus.
Nicodemus!
Capstone calls out.
Doyle!
Lightning tears through the sky, illuminating each drop of rain like a star. The water blows off a black silhouette of Diaz, standing on top of the rocks, his red eyes burning, staring down at the oblivious Capstone, traitor to his people, murderer of his parents. Diaz edges forward, waiting for the right moment. Then when Capstone's neck is exposed, he leaps into the air, all four legs cocked for a killing blow. Diaz is slammed into the wall hard, his shoulder shredded. Capstone turns and gasps to see Rory standing between them.
Sir, are you all right?
Rory barks. Capstone is still reeling at the situation. He looks between Rory and the black pile on the floor. Diaz scrambles to his feet and presses against the wall for support, his front leg curled up in pain. Capstone snarls, baring his rotten gums.
"Diaz!" he chokes. "Kill him, Rory! Kill him!"
The veteran bolts out of the rocky maze without a second thought, with Rory guarding his escape. Rory goes down at a battle stance and glares at Diaz like he was any other threat.
"So what now, Rory? You gonna kill me?"
Diaz growls.
You're dangerous, Diaz. I don't have a choice.
The red ram charges with his jagged horns pointed right at Diaz, but the black ram dodges. Rory slams into the wall and becomes stuck, giving Diaz a chance to escape. He clambers up and over the rocky nexus. Rory, finally freeing himself, gives chase.
"What the hell do they do to you in those trials, Rory? You're abducting kids now? Letting sheep die?"
You wouldn't understand, Diaz. A dangerous can't comprehend what it takes to manage a herd.
"But you can!"
Turning back to scold his old friend, Diaz sees Rory is right on him. He wrong-foots the red ram like a rabbit and shoots off to the side. Rory stumbles, barking in frustration, and again picks up the pursuit. He chases Diaz uphill, the incline exhausting both of them. Every time Rory gets closer, Diaz slips away.
You're a damn coward, Diaz. Turn and face me.
"I thought you'd have more energy with all those grass tips."
Oh, a little envy there, buddy?
Diaz leaps up a rock face, but his damaged leg gives way. He yelps and slips to the ground. Rory, capitalising on his weakness, thrusts straight for his head. But Diaz again evades, slipping underneath the horn as they shatter the slate behind him.
"God damn it, Rory! God damn it!"
The black ram ducks a murderous arcing strike, then hoofs Rory in the stomach and sends him rolling down the hill.
Ugh! There's that dangerous.
Diaz spits on the ground and glares at his brainwashed friend. Rory goes down into a charging stance and revs at the ground. Diaz jumps and tries to climb the rock again. Rory dashes forward and tries to catch his leg, but Diaz gets away.
Dang it!
Rory howls. The red ram flops against the tall rock. He groans with each breath as he pulls himself up. Heaving himself over the precipice, he sees a panting Diaz stood, waiting for him.
Ha! Nowhere to run,
Rory grins.
"How's that thin air taste?"
Diaz asks.
Huh?
The red ram looks around and freezes on seeing the chasm of dead bodies to his left. The rain cascades over it in misty grey waves, a million glistening skulls gaping back at the aspirant. Rory can't take his eyes off it. He shakes his head, trying to find the words.
"It's all a lie, Rory. The thin air, the ambush cats, all of it. Safety-anity is nothing but a slave system, designed to maintain a captive population. That's us, Rory. The wolves conquered us."
The aspirant laughs, his eyes wide and unblinking.
"But we can beat him. Now that we know, we can take him out. We can save the herd, Rory. Team Alpha Watch, but for real this time."
Diaz, you're so stupid. You see, this is how flawless the wolf system is.
A cold chill runs through Diaz, and his mouth hits the floor. Rory nods enthusiastically and gestures towards the pit.
How long has it been working? 100? 1,000 years? There's no beating it, Diaz. You either play along or you lose.
Diaz goes down into battle mode. Rory sees it and laughs.
Oh, finally. He found some...
Rory is cut off. Diaz's single nub slams into Rory's ribcage. He's sent cartwheeling backwards. Rory wheezes and slowly gets to his feet again, both readying themselves for the second joust. They slam into each other as lightning strikes the chasm, Rory's jagged horns smashing into Diaz's skull. The black ram skids back and falls, Rory trampling him as he follows through. Diaz lies in a bloody, broken pile as the aspirant does a cocky victory lap.
Survival of the fittest, buddy. You've got to admire that. When all is said and done, it's guys like me on top and guys like you down there. Self-preservation at its finest.
Diaz gets to his feet, blood pours from his head, and he swears weakly.
"You know, Rory, you'll end up leaving this world the same way you came in,"
he rasps. Kicking and screaming? Rory grins.
"No. Despised by your mother."
Rory recoils with astonishment, and then his face tightens into a furious scowl. He arrives at the ground, sending rocks flying. Diaz unsteadily takes his battle stance. With a roar that echoes across the pit, the red ram catapults himself forward. Diaz, in a sudden burst of energy, skips to the side and rams Rory into the air, over the edge.
"You love this system so much!"
Rory screams as he plummets into the void.
Die with it!
The aspirant crashes into a pyramid of skulls, plunging right through it. The structure implodes, and skulls go flying. A lifeless Rory lies in the centre of the blast zone. Diaz looks over the edge, waiting to see movement from the treacherous Rory, but there is none. Satisfied, he turns away and looks to the distant flock. His battered body rattles as he takes a step, and on trying to take another, he collapses. The adrenaline from the fight spent. Now his whole body screams out in agony. The black ram roars on his back and groans discordantly as the rain washes over him. A welcome numbness comes, and he releases a long, cathartic sigh.
At least, I got to see it.
Diaz fades away. Chapter 18. Luna sits upright, her rainbow eyes open and clear. She looks over the sleeping herd, muttering in their slumber and dreaming of things long forbidden. One by one they start to wake up, all with the same facial expression. What the hell just happened? Some still pretend to be sleeping, furrowing their brows tightly and exaggerating a loud snore for effect. Luna looks to her awakened kin, all of them with the same spark in their eyes, the acknowledgement that it's all wrong. Two shadowy bodies stroll toward the herd. They've already passed the Chosen's Rubicon, and no alarm has been sounded.
"Wolf attack! Get up! Get up! It's a wolf attack!" Luna shrieks.
The wolves are startled and then immediately split up to encircle the herd. The sheep's form a phalanx, and the Chosen finally raise the alarm.
Left! Left! Wheel left!
Capstone roars. No, hold the line, an old ram commands. The phalanx locks down tight, an immovable wall of horns and hooves interlink. The wolves rush in, trying to trick and intimidate, but the line doesn't budge.
Herdsman, wheel left!
Capstone repeats.
Hold!
A young ram insists.
Who the hell was that?
The agile golden wolf pirouettes through the air, her fangs dripping as she anticipates the kill. She feigns and dazzles the ram line, and then springs forward with a lightning-fast attack. She bites at thin air as the wall of sheep evaporates away from her.
Fire!
Luna commands. In a single volley of hooves, the golden wolf is kicked into the air. 20 hard points, all finding their mark, shattering the predator's statuesque face. She slams into the ground and is about to howl in pain when more hooves come raining down on her. The herdsmen charge forward and stomp the wolf into oblivion. Amid the hail of blows from the fighting sheep, tearing of skin and broken bones, Capstone can be heard screaming.
Danger! Danger! Dangerism!
The veteran wails. Thunderous footsteps close in, and the elder's murderous mantle knocks the vigilant herdsman flying. Swinging his weapon of mass destruction at the stomping sheep, they all back off, and the decimated wolf scurries away. The elder is speechless and looks between his Chosen in shock. The vigilant sheep dust themselves off and return to the iron phalanx. With a righteous energy in the heart of every herdsman, they all smile to their neighbour. A new day is dawning, a day when the wolf will fear the sheep.
We got one!
An old ram roars.
We're the wolf killers now!
A ewe cheers.
Behold, the power of the herd!
Luna roars. The flock erupts in cheer, loud and long. Everyone joins in, young, old, east side and west side. The whole herd sing in victory, all except the Chosen, who eyeball the elder with trepidation. An arid midday sun bakes the necropolis. Bones crackle and snap in the searing heat. Rory hisses as he comes back online, rising into a groan and then a wail. He rolls over the creaking bones, their splinters lodging in his dry wool. Groaning in pain, he shifts to his front so that the sun isn't blinding him. Taking a second to gather his thoughts, he scans the area with bloodshot eyes. Then with a deep moan, he gets up and unsteadily finds his feet on the loose carpet of bones.
Damn you, DS!
He growls. A monstrous retching is heard behind a pile of mushy corpses. Rory freezes and stares toward the sound. The slavering breath is heard again, and the injured golden wolf staggers into view. Rory sighs with relief.
Stella! My God, what happened?
He frets. The wolf shrinks and turns toward him. Her face is mangled. One eye is gone, and the other swollen shut. Her flawless golden coat is ripped to shreds, and her pearly fangs are mostly broken.
Who is that?
She seethes.
It's me, Rory, one of the aspirants.
The red ram beams.
Oh, Rory. Come here, let me see it's really you.
Her tone is unnerving, and her mouth gushes with saliva. Rory holds his position, biting his bottom lip. The wolf sniffs the air in front of her and creeps forward.
Rory? Which one were you again? The one most favoured, or even more favoured?
Actually, I'm more bigger favoured now, he clears up. The wolf speeds up and scurries in his direction, pawing at the loose skull mat they're on.
Ah, yes. Now I remember. Do you still know the pledge?
She grins. Rory hyperventilates as the wolf creeps over the pile toward him. Her wounds now in grisly high definition, its mouth a huge vampiric smile with painful-looking fractures, and its one remaining eye is like a pulsating walnut. The red ram's lip quivers as he feels the beast's murderous intent.
Rory? The pledge, Rory?
She goads.
To avoid mutual distraction in the war to end all wars, I, Rory...
Stella leaps at the ram, her wet fangs clamping shut right in front of him. They both tumble over the jagged bones. Rory gets to his feet first, as Stella writhes in pain. The red ram runs, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. The monster, invigorated by the promise of an easy kill, smells the air and pursues. The herd has never been more alive, each wing coming together and discussing exciting new projects. Since they're all wolf killers now, the eating order is out the window. Each herdsman gathers its strength for the next wolf attack. Or as some rams would have it, a wolf hunt. They'll be sleeping now, right? So it's best to look for them during the day, one burly ram suggests. I bet they're still in the woods. It's the perfect hunting ground, a ewe says. So let's keep out of the forest then. It's too bad those rocky ledges are in the airbrain zone, or we could just wait them out, you know? Starve them to death, a young ram bleats. Hey, we're doing pretty well without the terrain, kid. I'm thinking knock all duties on the head. One half sleep during the day, the other half keep watch, the burly ram adds. Belladonna and Arsenio stand helplessly. They can't get a word in edgeways, and even when they do, someone will shoot them down, setting one of the many obvious flaws in what they said. You know what? We've got the meds, and it's not like I'm big enough to ram anyone, the young ram points out. I'm going to see if we can use that cliff in the airbrain zone. No! Stop! Stop! All of you stop! Belladonna shrieks. The genuine terror in her voice silences the associates. This is all dangerism! You must stop! When the elder gets back, he'll... He'll what? Laughs Luna. Take the day off? What's so dangerous about us killing the wolves? They kill us anyway! Belladonna's mouth moves like she's in a fierce debate, but no words come out, only strained gargles. Here, love, don't you be getting above your station. The herd works in a very simple way. It goes, the elder, capstone, Arsenio is cut off. Well, what's so wrong about all of us being wolf killers too? I can't imagine anything safer than that, Luna states. You interrupt me again and you'll regret it. A slight dip from the Chosen's horns sends a clear message to Luna. She recoils with a scowl. The furrow dies down as everyone looks to the north. Capstone has returned and carries a bloody pile in his mouth. Two ornate horns hang in obscure directions, and everyone gasps in horror as they notice the tattered remains of the elder. He gently places the torn skin on the ground and bows to it. There's a holy silence, filled with whispers and sobbing. Capstone raises and looks to the herd with a teary single eye. Zack is dead, he declares. Loud wails come from the dutiful herdsmen. They punch the ground and scream into oblivion. Luna takes a deep breath and waits. Seeing his beloved herd descend into anarchy destroyed him. He became lost, defeated. As we walked, he wallowed in misery. The vengeful wolves were watching. They ambushed us and cut him down, Capstone recites. No, Zack, a ewe wails. Capstone readies his feet and looks to the crown, building up the courage as if he's about to make a huge leap. With a deep breath, he raises his head. I will lead the herd until a more suitable candidate can be found, he humbly declares. Hail the new elder, Arsenio roars. Hail, Capstone, Belladonna echoes. Long live safety-anity, Nicodemus erupts. Half of the herd cheer wildly, clapping their hooves and waving their legs, while the others eyeball each other cautiously. Dear herdsman, kneel, Capstone delicately mews. The dutiful herdsmen can't kneel fast enough, their legs tuck in before even hitting the floor. The rest are more hesitant, checking with each other on the way down. Only Luna is left standing. The air becomes thick with tension. Herdsmen tug at Luna's leg to encourage her to kneel, but she stays on her feet. Dear Luna, kneel, Capstone purrs. Nicodemus's head snaps up on hearing of the defiant act.
"Luna, get down!"
he growls. Arsenio jumps to his feet, causing Luna to flinch. Her slender legs buckle, but she stays standing.
Why should we kneel? We're all equals here. We even fight the wolves now. Why should I kneel? It shows,
Capstone steps toward her,
that you're loyal to me.
I'm loyal to every one of my herdsmen. Who are you loyal to, Neville? Capstone's eyes bulge at the insubordination. Beneath him, dutiful herdsmen watch with bated breath.
Luna, you know the penalty for elder hate.
Luna gasps and backs off as the tyrant enters the herd.
What? Are you hearing this? He can't do that. He can't just say he's the elder.
The little white ewe clambers over the herdsmen. They all turn their heads away from the situation. Capstone strides through them and lowers his head to charge.
Someone help me! He's only keeping the peace, love,
laughs Arsenio. Capstone surges forward. The intervening sheep get trampled, and Luna gets smashed backwards. She rolls over the cowering horde and staggers to her feet, edging backward away from the seething tyrant. He charges again, missing Luna and careening toward a worshipper.
"You don't mess with the eld—" "Ah!"
a proud ram screams, as Capstone breaks his spine in 5 places. Luna stumbles into the kids' circle, limping backwards and screaming in frustration at the herd. The children scatter, having more sense than the adults. Capstone slithers out of Northside and charges on the clear ground, blasting Luna into the air.
"Blap!"
her old friend yelps. Bleap swings his twisted body into action and charges at Capstone. The veteran skips back, and the awkward attempt misses. Capstone snorts contemptuously and hits the rusty ram with a spitefully placed shot to his rear. Bleap's deformed spine yanks the wrong way, and he spasms to the floor.
"Blah! Ah! Blah!"
Capstone looks out to Belladonna and laughs.
Well, I guess he can say more than blep.
The chosen cackle, Belladonna noticeably aroused by the unfettered domination. A tiny voice releases a battle cry as Michael launches his assault. His fluffy feet patter against the grizzled veteran's legs. Capstone sneers at the pitiful attempt. Easily picking the child up with one hoof, he slams him into the ground and presses down on his throat.
Pay attention, little boy. In this game there is only the boot or the neck,
Capstone snarls. On seeing the vulgar display of power, rams from every section leave their wing and home in on Capstone. The iniquitous ram sees it and fakes a smile.
Herdsman, safety ends,
the tyrant squeaks.
Capstone, run!
Belladonna shrieks. He leaps over the vigilant rams and bounds toward the edge. More herdsmen rise, staring daggers at the brutal dictator. He's close to the outer rim when an old ewe knocks him over. The herdsmen waste no time and descend on the bully with comet-like stomps. They pummel Capstone into the ground and snap his domed horn off at the stem. It swings impotently in the barrage. You pay attention, Capstone. The monopoly of force ends when we say so, Luna seethes as she watches.
"No!"
a loyal sheep wails. A tidal wave of dutiful safetyans engulfs Capstone, protecting him against the vigilant ram's blows and giving the tyrant a window to escape. Capstone crawls out from underneath the warring herds and flees west to the cliffs. On getting there, he desperately scrapes at a rock pile and finally moves one free. A gaping tunnel is beneath it, and he slips inside. The tunnel is filled with the remains of previous victims. He bounces off the blood-soaked walls and skids on intestines, unable to walk straight after the lynching. Terrified of being pursued, he picks up the pace and, turning a blind corner, falls into a freshly dug grave filled with broken bones. Capstone plunges onto the shards with all his weight. The sharp ribs crack, puncturing his belly in 100 places. He gargles an agonized scream and tries to stand, but only sinks further into the spiked pit. Light shines from the entrance, casting a shadow on the wall. A ram has entered the tunnel, and Capstone begs it for help. But as the shadow slides into focus, Capstone chokes. The shade approaches in battle stance, its horn pointed forward. It's one very long horn. Capstone bubbles as he locks eyes with the Revenant, and then in one definitive strike, the horn impales him right up to its hilt. Chapter 19. Rory holds his breath, bouncing on a column of skulls, while the blind wolf stalks beneath him. She knows he's close by, angling her face and jerking movements as if it were badly animated. He trembles on the uneasy pile, the vibrations working a chip loose from one of the skulls. As soon as it hits the floor, the wolf pounces, then swats the pebble away in frustration.
I can get you newborn, Stella,
Rory promises. The wolf spins around and faces the wrong way. Rory's voice bounces in all directions, resonating through the bones and transmitted out of the many skeletal jaws.
Making deals, Ram?
Sneers the wolf.
I'm saving the truce,
he states. The wolf stops in her tracks and lifts her head. She erupts into a vicious cackle, her broken teeth bared in an ugly smile as she staggers around in hysterics.
How dutiful! Even now? Even now?
Yes, to avoid mutual destruction.
Rory deflates.
Oh, we got you good, didn't we?
She cackles. Rory's toes clench and his lip tightens into a downward smile.
Oh, you poor sheep. Not even bargaining for your life, but for safety.
Rory grits his teeth as the wolf bursts into another fit of laughter.
Of course, and you're putting it all at risk. When the Elder hears about this, he's gonna...
Stella chokes on her laugh and literally sounds like she's going to die. She falls into the bone piles as her legs turn to jelly, sliding across the corpses and finally rolling on the floor. Rory holds his position and stares daggers at the mocking wolf.
You filthy dangerist,
he snarls. She stops laughing in a second and springs to her feet, seemingly convinced of his location. She creeps backwards, with her shattered face raised like a satellite, absorbing all the sensory information she can. Her swollen eye starts to glisten. It won't be long until the golden wolf can see again.
I've got some bad news for you, Rory. Safety, you see. Well, it's a bit of a fib.
The red ram recoils like he was punched in the stomach.
Its sole purpose, its raison d'etre, is to serve us, the wolves. Take a look around. We've become very good at it. Sooner or later, you always let your guard down, allowing us to bring you back here, eternal slavery.
Rory shakes his head. His face twists in despair.
No.
You know how we do it? We find sheep like you, those who will betray their herdsman for a title, a favor, or a shiny hat, and we simply don't kill you. The things you will promise us in order to save your skin is the real superweapon of the wolves. Unfortunately, we already have capstone for that, which means you, Rory, are nothing but a meal.
Rory doubles over as if his insides were scooped out. The movement loosens some bones and they fall to the floor. Stella's ears prick up and she bounds in their direction.
No, that can't be. It's wolf trickery. Yeah, it's a trick.
The wolf accelerates, pinpointing the voice to a new spot. It runs in wide arcs, mapping the area.
Safety works. We need it. It's just that it's being ran by the wrong species.
The wolf picks up speed, eliminating huge patches of land where he might be.
It needs to be me. Not Capstone, not the wolves, not even Rory.
Stella stops right beneath him and tastes the air.
It needs to be
Alpha King!
Stella turns and looks right at him, its shattered mouth gaping for the kill. The hideous beast climbs up the bone pile, laughing like a lunatic. She reaches the top and bites down on thin air. Rory has gone. Beneath her face, the platform erupts as Rory explodes out of it, clamping his jaws on the wolf's throat. She tries to pull free and yanks them both out of the pile. They hit the floor as the column disintegrates, Rory not letting go. He bites down over and over, devouring the flesh of the wolf. She kicks in desperation, but can't break free of Rory's predatorial grasp. The red ram gnashes and tears, with blunt teeth, engulfing every morsel of the twitching monster. Soon the wolf is consumed, Rory's belly full, his maw dripping with blood. His eyes roll to the back of his head as he licks his lips, savouring the new taste. With an ungodly, bleating howl that rattles the dead, Rory turns to the mass grave and starts eating. Chapter 20. The herd is in chaos. Dutiful Safetyans scream at the top of their voice and forcefully evict the far outnumbered associates. Luna staggers out, followed closely by Bleap. They lightly bump heads on seeing each other safe. One by one, the dissenters are ejected out of the flock. They join together on east side and watch the madness from afar. Even some of the lifelong Safetians think the zealotry is too much, and rush out to join the liberated. A tug-of-war between the Chosen rages on, each fighting to claim the Elder Skin for themselves. In the struggle, Nicodemus loses mushrooms all over the floor, the recent harvest all going to waste. Belladonna puts her stout little body into it and rips the sash free from the boys. It flops over her head upside down, and the dutiful Safetians stop and hail their new elder. She courtesies blindly, in completely the wrong direction, when Arsenio snatches it off her. "Hail, Bella Arsenio!" the faithful herd worships. Nicodemus lunges in and rips the skin away from the dashing ram.
"Here, I'm gonna need a doctor, you mug!"
Arsenio snaps.
"I can be the doctor and the elder. Not if I smash your face in!"
The healer twists away from Arsenio's attempt, and the elder skin slips from his mouth. It flies through the air and lands on a mossy rock. "Hail, mossy rock!" the Safetians belt. Luna turns to her comrades and laughs with exasperation. "Come on, let's get out of here." "Where would we go? We can't just leave the rest," an old ram asks. "We just need some space for now. They'll come around soon enough." She turns east toward the river and freezes on seeing a rogue elder watching them. Its wool is a patchwork of every colour in the herd, wielding a flat guillotine blade of a horn, and its mouth chattering in anticipation. The associates see it too, and close into each other. Another elder steps over the riverbank to join it. This one has a thin layer of fluff, like that of a newborn. Its legs are brilliant white. She glides across the grass like a spectre. Her horn is thin and hollow like a syringe. One strike from it would exsanguinate you in seconds. Then an eerily familiar grey monster appears, armoured in layer upon layer of matted ram wool. Its horns are a dense, multi-pronged crown, like a bejewelled knuckle-duster. Distinct burning yellow eyes narrow as he looks over the escapees. "Dangerous," his caramel voice sentences. He looks to the other two rogues, and his tone becomes jovial. "You will have just as much trouble with them as I will," Grey laughs. The patchwork rogue throws his head back and cackles.
"What are you suggesting? A quick truce?" he mocks.
"Just until we've maintained order."
The white one smiles. The associates back off as the rogues close in.
"We've got to go back to the herd,"
a young ram panics. "Right, we can't fight 3 elders," the old ram yelps. "They're not elders. Look at their feet," Luna observes. The associates look and gasp. They're all wolves," the old ram yells. The rogues slow down and glance to each other uneasily as the associates converse. "We can kill wolves," Luna roars. With that battle cry, the free herd falls into a tight, immovable phalanx, legs locked, ready and waiting like a firing squad. The wolves retch at the sight. The white one panics and looks to the grey. His yellow eyes scan the wolf for an opening, but he can't find any. Sensing hesitation in their foe, the associates start to provoke them. Slamming their hooves into the ground all at the same time, they cause a tremor across the valley floor. The banging drum is felt in every cell of the wolf's body as the anarchists ring their death knell. As Grey examines the strange new behaviour of the sheep, the patchwork rogue loses patience and charges in. "Jester, wait!" the Grey howls. But the manic wolf charges in. Its sharp claws tear up the floor as it runs. Soon the claws hit nothing. They swish wildly through the air as it starts flying. Soaring and tumbling over the herd as if caught in a localised hurricane, it howls in confusion as it sails through the sky like a balloon. The white rogue shrieks as she too is lifted off the ground. She spins mid-air. Even her supernatural agility can't keep her grounded. She too flies over the phalanx, under the control of some compelling force. Finally, Grey turns to run, but has to quickly clamp down on the grass as the eldritch energy turns on him. He resists as best he can, and even manages to pull himself close to the ridge of the riverbank. His thick elder robe is torn away, revealing to the entire herd the wolf underneath. Then with a pained howl, he's finally overcome. The Chosen too, still fighting over the elder's sash, start to levitate. They don't even realise they're flying as they spin through the air, each with a death grip on the patchwork rag. They're all sucked into a titanic skeletal maw that snaps closed with a boom that echoes across the world, swallowing whole the wolves, the Chosen, and all their crowns. Luna looks to the precipice and into the single eye of a horror born from beyond. A god-sized ram skeleton with islands of pulsating flesh rises from behind the cliff and blots out the sun. Its 3 horns splay out like a crown and unite in one single point above its skull-like head. As it swallows its last meal, the crown gains more spines, and new writhing faces appear in its skin.
Our God! Our God has come to save us!
A dutiful Safety hails. The Safetians turn to their new deity and erupt in elated cheer. Flocking toward the Titan with zealous delight, they wave, hop, and slide on their bellies in submission, desperate to be seen by their eternal overlord. Alpha King sees the display and is pleased. Placing 2 gigantic talons on the edge of the precipice, he stretches to his full height and engulfs the valley in total darkness. The masses hoarse their voice with praise, a relentless booming chorus, offering themselves and each other to the whims of this otherworldly chimera. But there is one voice missing. Alpha King scans the supplicating mob, and his mother, the prize ewe, is nowhere to be seen. He looks to the edge of the valley and spots the breakaway band of rebels. They stand at the edge of a river and look to be escaping through a narrow pass that cuts through the mountains. The chanting dies down as the slaves sense displeasure in the Supreme Being. The colossal skull creaks as it looks down on its servants, its stomach roaring with eternal hunger. Swinging a house-sized hand at the crowd, Alpha King gathers his subjects in one huge scoop. Some cheer in delight at being selected for whatever divine purpose it has in mind, while others have the presence of mind to run for the hills. Alpha King devours his followers, handful by handful, shoveling them up and swallowing them whole, until the only ones left to eat are the escapees. The cliff creaks as the Titan pulls himself out of the chasm. A pulsating red body is heaved over the precipice. Its swollen gut swings, kicking and contracting, as the denizens are put to work in Rory's new system. Patches of bone are still visible where the squirming flesh hasn't yet reached, the mechanical joints shifting and popping, held together solely by the dark will of its master. Alpha King charges across the land. The whole plain rattles with each titanic footfall. Most of the free herd has already crossed the river and head for the corridor that cuts through the mountains. Bleap trembles on the bank as Luna wades through the water back to him.
Come on, it's not deep, I promise,
she begs. Bleap yelps and throws himself into the river. The white ewe grabs him by the coat and helps him splodge through. Michael frolics at the mouth of the cave, seeing light at the tunnel's end.
It's a way out,
he bleats.
Go, I've got Bleap,
Luna insists. The little grey lamb hesitates as his comrades escape to freedom. Come on, kid, we're getting out of this prison. The old ram picks Michael up by the scruff and leaves. Luna makes it to the other side and climbs out. The rusty ram tries to swing his leg up, but can't physically move that far. The little ewe reaches in and tries to pull him out, but the saturated tank is too heavy. Bleap slips hopelessly in the riverbank's clear. His broken body has finally reached its limit.
Bleap! Bleap! I'm not leaving! You get up now!
Bleap cries out and looks back to the approaching Titan. With one last pained scream, he swings his twisted hips up and over. Luna manages to drag him out of the mud. The two scramble to their feet and bolt toward the narrow corridor as Alpha King's gaping mouth closes in. It slams into the mountain walls with explosive impact, rattling the entire range as the pair narrowly miss being eaten. Chapter 21. They ran, harder than they'd ever ran before.
Come on, Bleap, just a little further,
Luna encourages. The rusty ram grunts in pain as he pushes his body beyond its limits. They run toward the light, toward a better future. Above them, Alpha King strides across the mountains, looking down into the narrow corridor with his one glowing eye. He roars in frustration on not being able to reach them. Slamming his meteoric fists into the rock, the mountain quakes, and shards of stone fall around the pair as they run. With one last bellow of rage, the Titan slams both fists down on the rocky cage and then runs ahead of them. Stop! Stop! Luna orders. Bleap skitters to a halt and moans in pain. They both wheeze heavily and look to the light. The liberated wait for them on the other side, and now, so does Alpha King. Panicked screaming is heard beyond the exit and the jealous roars of an insatiable god. They both slide across the floor as a gale-force wind sucks them toward the exit. Luna grabs onto Bleap with her front legs and secures herself to the wall with her back ones. A hurricane-like force fills the corridor. The ground tears away and Luna is lifted horizontally as she struggles to hold on to both of them. Bleap's uncoordinated legs slip from her shoulders and he hangs mid-air, peppered by debris, sucked towards the light. Bleep! The rusty ram sobs.
I won't! You know I won't!
She yells. Bleap's face crumbles in guilt as he turns his misshapen head away. Luna holds both of them against the rising torrent, and the light begins to dim. Alpha King's skeletal mouth presses against the exit of the corridor. The force becomes unbearable. Luna's little legs rattle with exertion as she defies the will of the totalitarian. She stares the Titan in the face, her rainbow eyes wide in disbelief. Bleap turns to see and starts screaming wildly.
You can beat it, Bleap! You can beat it!
Luna roars over the deafening gale. Bleap shakes his head inconsolably. Luna glares into the monster's black hole of a mouth. It never stops to take a breath. It just consumes endlessly. Anything and everything to sustain itself. The wall Luna is attached to starts to give way. Bleap shrieks in panic as he feels the aftershock. Luna takes a final deep breath and hugs Bleap tightly.
You can beat it,
she promises.
Watch!
She lets go of the wall, and the last two sheep in the valley fall into the void. The Titan swallows and raises its head to the heavens, ululating a triumphant, trilling howl. The paradise around him quakes in terror. Rory looks over this abundant new world, bountiful and brimming with resources, enough to host him for an eternity. His skeletal jaws salivate at the feast in front of him. Rolling green hills as far as the eye can see, a utopia at his disposal, to use and abuse, all for his grand design, all for Alpha King. The Titan winces in pain as something in his swollen bowels forces him to double over. Again and again he convulses. White foam shoots from his mouth, swinging from his horrific face as he retches and falls to the ground. He pukes a cascade of white slime. Over and over he roars as he expels this poison. Luna shoots out of his mouth and slides across the ground. Alpha King calms and takes a breath, suddenly relieved. The Titan stares down and stares at Luna for a long, silent moment.
Why did you reject me?
Alpha King asks, his voice echoed by the legion of captives.
Luna recoils. Rory?
Luna staggers back on realizing the abomination is her old friend.
Rory, what the hell have you done?
Why did you reject me?
He thunders.
Because you're a monster.
I'm a necessary monster,
Alpha King bellows.
What are you talking about? Look around. We've already won. Just let everyone go, Rory. Take that crown off, and let's go into this beautiful world together.
I can't take it off.
Why not?
Luna scowls.
Because it's all I have.
The Titan falls silent, his skeletal face somehow racked in pain. Luna steps toward him and looks into his one good eye. There's no hint of Rory in the other, just empty, dead bone. His stomach growls like a factory coming online for the day, and the phantoms in his skin get restless. Alpha King's enormous bulk raises from the ground and towers above Luna. He looks to the bountiful new world and sighs.
So what now? You're just going to eat everything and everyone? Forever?
You make it sound so bad, Luna. It doesn't have to be like that. I'll find a position for you. All you have to do is accept me,
he offers. Luna shakes like a daisy blowing in a meadow, with a giant bull stood over her.
I can't,
she whispers.
You can't? You can't? Why not? Why won't you accept me?
Because I can't love someone I fear. You have to choose.
Alpha King looks down at his frail little friend, and then over to his shadow cast across the paradise. He really is a monster. Turning his head and watching the giant crown roll around in the projection, he sits down and ponders. The bubbling red flesh cries out for resources, and his stomach roars like an eternal furnace. Finally, Rory makes a move, and slowly reaches up with his clawed hooves toward the crown. Bypassing it completely, he raises his arms high above his head and makes them into a fist. Luna gasps and runs away, but it's too late. Alpha King smashes his hands down onto the ground, shattering the idyllic meadow and his old friend with it. A plume of dust shoots into the sky, and stones rain down for miles.
Dangerous,
the god spits. As he lifts his wrecking ball hands, he's surprised to see no trace of Luna. She's not in the crater or smeared on his hand, but off to the side, behind a little black ram who stares back at him with furious red eyes, wearing the skull of his father. Chapter 22. Standing between Luna and the abomination is a fuming Diaz. He's covered in the bones of his ancestors, horned skulls on his shoulders, ribs covering his body, and a morning star-like spine swings from his tail. The battlesuit is topped off with Rudy's skull and its infamously long horn.
Diaz!
Luna gasps.
Luna, get out of here!
He shouts back.
No way!
Luna, go! I'm not fighting for nothing! Luna gets up and dusts herself off.
Neither am I.
Alpha King slams his front legs into the earth and thrusts forward with an ear-splitting roar. Diaz gives his opponent no time and springs toward him, skipping side to side, his bone armor rattling and the mace swinging wildly. Luna unleashes a battle cry and runs to his left to flank him. The distracted Titan doesn't notice Diaz change direction, the spear-tipped horn tearing right through his weight-bearing hand and out through the other side. The beast howls in pain as its flayed forearm slides across the field like a crayon.
Pass me the skull, Diaz!
Luna calls from the right. Alpha King adjusts his body, trying to catch a glimpse of the annoying rodent scurrying around beneath him. Luna's piercing voice keeps drawing his attention to wherever he isn't looking. The black ram shoulder barges the monster's back foot and scrapes a huge gash across its heel. Rory screams in frustration, his huge body unable to react in time to the pinpoint strikes.
All right, I got him!
Luna deceives. The slick from his injuries causes Alpha King to fall. His massive body plummets toward Earth. Diaz slides into position under the monster's swollen stomach, crouching down and locking the bone armor into a spiked ball. The belly of the beast slams down and tears open. Alpha King roars and tries to get back to his feet, but his rear leg slips and he impales himself a second time. The Titan finally heaves itself up and its insides trail all over the grass. In the Overlord's weakened state, some captive sheep have worked their way free of his bondage and plop to the floor. Rory cries in frustration at seeing this and swings his one remaining fist at them, squashing the heretic sheep like insects. Diaz casts his mace into the other foot and tears away the giant's Achilles. Alpha King is floored again, howling in frustration as yet more herdsmen abandon ship. His stomach thunders with hunger, and the remaining faithful all cry out for resources as the battle takes a heavy toll on the burdensome body. Diaz paces sideways and whips his tail free of gore, planning his next assault. Luna calls out to the disorientated herdsmen and leads them away from the battle, to a distant, flower-filled hillside. Alpha King tries to raise his skyscraper-sized arm to flatten his detractors, but doesn't have the strength anymore. It wobbles halfway up and then drops like a felled oak. With a gurgling howl, his whole body starts to bubble and deflate as hundreds of sheep are freed from his reign. Diaz rears back and kicks the air in victory. He looks to the flower-covered hill and right into Luna's clear, rainbow eyes. A paradise behind her and a free herd in front. The little white ewe smiles back at him. A grinding sound comes from the conquered Titan. Alpha King has turned his colossal face to the ground and now chomps into the earth, excavating huge swaths of minerals. The floor rumbles with each bite, and Diaz looks on in horror as he sees all the wounds closing up, bones fusing back together and his flesh hardening to metal. Rory's shattered hand grows back, now an immovable iron fist. The sheep who were spilling out freeze as if time had slowed down, calcified into black iron statues mid-leap. Diaz quickly aims his horn down and charges straight for the head, but an asteroid-like fist smashes him sideways, shattering the armor on that side. He skids across the floor and rolls to a stop. Alpha King slams his renewed appendages down and once again raises to his full height. A blackened mechanical marvel with a burning furnace for a mouth. The once soft pulsating belly is now hard as a meteor, and the sections of his iron exoskeleton grind against each other with an unsettling screech.
Diaz!
Luna screams. The black ram can do nothing but writhe in agony, the iron giant's blow knocking the life out of him. Heavy metal Alpha King raises his iron foot and stamps down on Diaz. The rest of his armor shatters like a light bulb. Only his dad's cracked skull remains as Diaz is driven deep into the ground. Alpha King's ferric spine cracks as he arches back in demonic laughter. 1,000 voices laugh with him. He raises both fists to crush the unconscious Diaz once and for all, but a thumping noise distracts him. The Titan stops and looks back to the rebels. They're all drumming the ground in unison.
Do they cheer for you, Diaz, or for me?
Heavy metal Alpha King asks.
They cheer for us,
A disembodied chorus declares. Soon it's booming in his eardrums and irritating his lungs. The thudding gets louder and more pronounced. He can't ignore the flagrant act of defiance anymore. Alpha King screams with rage and turns back toward the insolent blasphemers. He reaches down into the earth and scoops out an island-sized patch of land. It's big enough to crush them all in one blow, but they still drum without skipping a beat. The defiant death knell quakes through his forearms, and the plateau slips from his hands. Landing next to him, the sudden shift in weight throws him off balance, and the tyrant staggers through utopia, clutching his throbbing head. His whole structure vibrates. A rebellion is forming inside him, each blow amplified through his huge, rigid body. The unyielding skin cracks under the pressure. The crown above his head becomes unbearable. Dust explodes out of each joint as if he were being shot by a sonic weapon. Rory's neck shatters, and the iron cathedral on his head pulls him backwards. His titanic body falls through the air and finally crashes to Earth with a planet-jarring explosion. The calcified statues crack, and the living sheep beneath them squirm free. Plates of knitted bone burst open, and entire sections of the herd spill out onto the vibrant meadow as the iron shell flakes away. Alpha King looks to the heavens with a seething envy, and with the last of his power opens his iron jaws and tries to swallow the infinite sky. His body breaks down, coagulating and morphing into everything he consumed. All leave him as soon as they're able to, all except one. Diaz stands on the mangled metal rib cage as it cracks and reforms, warped by the cosmic energies Rory now inhales. He charges over the jagged, writhing terrain, with Rudy's skull falling away as he gallops. Across the chest and up the pulsating neck, he lowers his nub of a horn and thrusts it right through Alpha King's hollow head, shattering out of the other side in an explosion of slag and steel. A flash of white light, and Rory inflates as the unholy energies he mustered can no longer be contained. His legs and body blow up like bread dough, his face becoming a twisted, screaming hellscape. Diaz turns and watches with solemnity the last machination fail. Another flash with a crack of thunder, Rory unleashes a hellish scream and finally explodes. Everything he devoured now splashed across the land in a torrential discharge. The blast fades into silence, and Luna stands up to look across the aftermath. The free herd slowly comes around, only now just waking from a lifelong nightmare. In the foamy soup of Alpha King's remains, the herdsmen wade through grimy waters and find their neighbours. Diaz limps up the flower-covered hill, and Luna spots him straight away. She runs over with a teary smile. "You okay?" the Black Ram asks. Luna gives him a tight hug. Diaz groans in suppressed agony, and delicately hugs back. A nurse waddles through the sporadic flock and gives one of the lifeless bodies a kick.
"Oh, this one's done for as well," she calls.
No, he always looks like that,"
Michael explains.
Blah!
The wolves gather at the entrance to the cave. The grim mountain walls tower above them like watchtowers as they look back at a liberated herd. Diaz stares right at them, with Luna at his side, joined by Bleap and Michael. With a high-pitched whine, they skitter back into the prison, their tails between their legs. The Chosen follow them, with only Arsenio looking back. He meets the steely gaze of Diaz, who shakes his head no. The dashing ram lowers his head and follows the traitors back to their masters. A group of herdsmen approach Diaz from behind. They drop something heavy next to him. The Black Ram turns to see the devout Safetians have found the original Elder Crown and have presented it to him. They smile eagerly and back off with a slight bow. Diaz looks to Luna with his eyebrows raised. She gives a wink and a giggle. Without a second thought, the Black Ram raises his hooves and smashes the crown into splinters. One of the shards lands on his forehead, and he looks up at it with crossed eyes. Bleap! The rusty ram has a bigger splinter on his head. Diaz laughs and shakes his off. Bleap smiles and keeps his on.
What are we supposed to do now?
A panicked Safetian asks. Diaz looks over the horizon to a vibrant, free world filled with wonder and adventure. Now, he smiles, I'm gonna live dangerously. Epilogue. The valley is cold and dead without the presence of the herd. 3 wolves gather by the river and ponder their new situation. The grey one paces in circles, and the brown can't stop laughing.
What the hell is so funny?
Spectre snaps.
I told you. Didn't I tell you we were getting too lazy?
Jester cackles. Spectre slips behind the old grey wolf, shielding herself from the scorn.
But you had to have the kids, didn't you? Had to have them delivered.
Shut him up, Tempest, or I will.
The old grey wolf is locked in concentration, but snaps out of it on hearing the clopping of hooves.
Evening all, as tricks.
Arsenio greets with an unnatural confidence. He strolls right past the wolves and takes a leisurely sip of water from the river. Belladonna and Nicodemus stand beside him, clearly losing the argument as to who should be the new capstone.
Now then, we seem to be in a bit of a jam, don't we?
Arsenio chirps.
I'd like to suggest the following fix. If we move fast enough, I think it'll work.
Arsenio continues to sell his wares as the wolves totally dismiss him, talking over his enthusiastic pitch.
We are out of practice, and pretty soon we'll starve,
Tempest admits.
So let's get some practice in, old man, or we'll end up like Blight,
Jester growls. Arsenio quivers as he wraps up his great idea.
So as you can see, I should be...
Spectre leans in and grins wickedly.
Run.
The brown wolf dives in and snaps Nicodemus's neck in a flash. The two remaining chosen gasp and dive into the river, paddling for their life. The ghostly white wolf stretches and dives in after them, while Tempest marks the beginning of the hunt with a long, deep howl.